means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
The last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Stretching over 700 kilometers, the Seine River divides Paris in two. Today, 3 teams will safely reach the banks with Liquids, NAVI and Apeks at arm's length from qualification and the champion stage. Treading water, FaZe, G2 and ENCE, just some of the names that could be pulled under the depths. Stranded in the currents, 3 teams will be thrown a buoy, one final lifeline to keep them afloat for one more day, which yesterday's victims of FURIA and 9 unfortunately failed to be grasping onto. The Blast TV major returns with day 3 of the Legend stage, and joining myself, Freya Spears, down here on the desk, I've got Prof and Matthew to open up another epic day of Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, so many heartbreaks yesterday, but so many hearts almost made.
Yeah, did you go on like a little river trip yesterday? Is that where the watery theme is coming from? That was very watery. Maybe it's because of Liquid. I was wondering where the inspiration...
I feel like Paris is a very poetic city, you know?
Some
you
places
go by the river,
are.
you maybe have a few apple juices and you get the juices flowing, right?
I think the juice is flowing. Yeah. Are you a watery type guy?
Yeah, I like water. Water is pretty good. I like the stand by water, I like to sit by water, and I like walks alongside the river shore. That's amazing.
Well, some of the teams swam yesterday. Unfortunately, some of them sank. We can take a look at the day 2 results as we had a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike going down yesterday. Let's begin with the best of ones because obviously they weren't deciding if teams were going through or eliminated. It was just a question of survival and taking the right step forward. We talk about taking a step forward into the breach. Man, we did not expect them to be taking down ENCE. Now one best of 3 away from qualifying.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine pushing his chugging slowly towards the playoffs. Like he is definitely making me a believer that this team has something to prove, that they could potentially get to the playoffs. We're gonna temper that expectation just a bit. They still need to win a big best of 3 to get there. But realistically, that win against ENCE, no one saw it coming.
I mean, there's other team that we might not have expected to be in the 2-1. That's GamerLegion.
Yeah.
What a candidate as well, pushing aside Fnatic. Now 1 game away, I believe they are facing Apeks for a spot in the quarterfinal of the last CSGO major, which in itself is kind of a headline, and that's an opportunity that I'm sure both teams would want to seize. And I didn't exactly expect them to be that high up in the tournament.
Well, best of 1 haters, rejoice, because it's now best of 3s from this point onwards. We're talking elimination, we're talking qualification, we're talking a question of survival as well. And of course, you know, with that result yesterday for the likes of NAVI, right? We saw them faltering a little bit versus Liquid earlier on. They managed to redeem themselves. Now, again, just one matchup away.
Yeah, that game against NIP looked pretty much just a done deal from start to finish. Very comfortable, just doing their jobs. NAVI, that is, and yeah, everyone kind of looking okay. We had a bit of Simple, we had a bit of Perfecto, we had a bit of Electronic, we had a bit Ace, so we had all of the key ingredients for a good NAVI run, and I think they should be confident in going through today against Monte.
Well, we're looking at the Legends teams currently 2 grayed out, unfortunately, as it was FURIA and 9 eliminated yesterday. FURIA, I think, is the more surprising factor of those 2 teams, particularly when we were coming into this and saying, you know, they should have a shot of making it to the champion stage. We haven't seen them not making it to a playoff since we returned from COVID.
It was an extremely bleak performance coming out of FURIA. I was watching that game and I felt physically uneasy to see them struggle that much, to see them being completely lost, not having any kind of certainties on how they were supposed to play Counter-Strike, the players not being able to deliver. And you cannot help but think that the context and the timing of that failure might mean that changes are coming. And this is it. We are at a juncture in the history of Counter-Strike, and if doubts are starting to creep in these players, some of these players, as they do with us, then I would expect FURIA to make changes. I
must feel bad for Gary as well, like having to wait to get unbanned from Valve, to come to a major, to play a coach at a major, and this is the result that his team gets. But that being said, he's going to definitely have some work to do in the kind of the break in the time coming up. I think even before the major, they did say like things are not really working out. We maybe would make a player change if we could, but it's impossible to do one ahead of a major. So then they tried some of these style changes, and people have been critical about it. But like, what else could they do?
Nine also unfortunately faltering yesterday, which is, I guess, a surprise when we're looking at an RMR result that just looked incredibly clean, right? We didn't even get to see them in the challenger stage because they were so damn good at the RMR.
Yeah, I'm going to list a couple of excuses.
Go ahead.
Best of ones.
Okay, first
Started
one.
cold.
Second one.
Unlucky matchup in the best of 3 playing against FaZe. That perma-banned their best map. Unlucky, did I say unlucky? Key player not performing in one of the matches, on all of the matches, that is K in terms of like the opening player. But some jokes aside, I think this is a team that really needed the challenger stage to get warmed up. They needed to test themselves against some of these like mid-tier teams, try out their map pool a bit. They had these problems with Ancient. We saw them in the FaZe matchup going for a crazy pick of Inferno, their perma-ban. So obviously things started bad and ended poorly.
Well, from lows to highs for some of the teams yesterday, we can take a look at the champions bracket as, man, we edge ever closer to the A-Core arena. Of course, it was Heroic and Vitality to be netting their spots into the quarterfinals. And if you're a fan of both these teams, we've got a special treat in store for you. They're featuring in the Blast TV original series, Live to Win.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Go and fucking beat them! They're the major! Go, go!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. He's so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just much able.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
And Vitality yesterday, they did indeed withstand the pressure. Luckily, Hugo, nobody is going to jail. Vitality straight through to the A-Core arena. And man, we're talking about a team with such an incredible fan base here in Paris. I'm so excited to see the Golden Hornets in particular showing up in the arena.
Yeah, there's going to be quite the atmosphere, right? And you feel like it's all coming together for Vitality. And I cannot help but wonder how they will sort of handle this first quarterfinal. In fact, I'm going to make a claim, hot take, right here, right now on the desk. If Vitality win their quarterfinal, they win the major.
We haven't seen them get any further than a quarterfinal, so I have no evidence to the contrary of that.
He did edge his bet quite well. It's like, they're going to win, but maybe if things go well.
I mean, the condition I'm putting down is not that complicated.
Yeah.
I'm just saying one game, they need to win that quarterfinal, and that's it.
And it's also most likely that that quarterfinal is going to be a team of like G2 or FaZe. So I think that with that added context, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Well, Heroic also finding themselves making it to the playoff stage. That was quite a game, though, versus Liquid. I didn't expect Liquid to be testing the Danes as much as they did, but it was Heroic to be flying their flag in the arena.
Yeah, in my mind, the highest quality game we had so far at the major. It's both teams really delivering some like super interesting clutches coming in, but just the game plan from top to bottom, a lot of mid-rounding, a lot of great adaptations, definitely from Cadian. We saw an Ancient to win the game, but I think it was very cool to see Stown taking on the mantle of the star player, delivering a 30 bomb in the decider map and pushing them across the line. against Liquid there.
It's a good omen. It's an excellent omen for the Heroic fan around the world. I would argue that this Legend stage was the best preparation possible for Heroic moving into the playoff, which means they were clean in most of their games. They were very disciplined, very focused. They took it very seriously, but they still had that game against Liquid that just slightly pushed them against the ropes, right? Just a little bit of a reminder, hey, if we lower our energy just a little bit, which is what happened in the map 2, we're going to get punished. They've had this alarm sign now. They've made it past to the quarterfinal, and they will be very hard to put down.
Well, we will be seeing Liquid back in the booths once again today as we can take a look at the day's schedule for day number 3 of the Legend stages. Of course, qualification, elimination, and a question of simply surviving. So many banger matchups going down, not least Bad News Eagles versus FaZe. Once again, elimination on the line. Oh my God.
Crazy to see this matchup happen so many times. Obviously, they played back in Antwerp, and then they played in Rio, where BNE eliminated FaZe, and then they played again at the RMR, where BNE got a best-of-3. So 2 best-of-3 wins back-to-back over FaZe. It's not something we can write off as an upset, as a best-of-1. Oh, this can't happen again. It's definitely an interesting thing that Kerrigan needs to figure out how to beat this team.
So that begs the question. Who of y'all predicted BNE in our Unicorn predictions? Let's find out. Are we FaZe across the board, or has anybody gone for the Bad News Eagles?
Did you go for Bad News Eagles?
No.
I went for FaZe.
All right, bring them up, production. Bring them up.
Not that
Bring up
there
the
isn't
predictions.
any historical context to say BNE could do it. It just seems very, very, not impossible, improbable that they would be able to repeat that feat once again here in Paris. You'd have to imagine that mentally speaking, FaZe have an idea what kind of fight is going to be put upon them. They've lived through that meat grinder once in Rio, and they've learned from it, obviously, hopefully.
I'm loving how there are actually some Into the Breach pickers that aren't British. There's some un-British bias. Do you see them having the possibility to tame Liquid, or is this going to be NA all the way through?
I'm firm believer rather of Liquid currently. I think this Liquid's shown up much better. We see the kind of fight they put up against Heroic. They really pushed them to the limit. So for me, it's Liquid all the way.
Well, that will be our last matchup of the day, but we have to begin off the action here with an elimination game. It's NIP taking on ENCE with a question of life on the line, and it's coming up after this break.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in Ryan Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against NAVI. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Astralis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Xtaz we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
No time to be turtling up as the Ninjas stare elimination straight in the face. ENCE also looking down the same ugly barrel in a rematch of the Challenger stage, but now with tournament life on the line. And a curious situation that ENCE find themselves in, Matthew, because yesterday, that game versus Into the Breach, uncharacteristic from ENCE.
No, but it was very fascinating to witness and observe, and I rewatched that game again, trying to understand what happened, because on paper, ENCE, excellent team on Vertigo, they've had great results here as well, beating Bad News Eagle, barely missing out against Vitality, and part of me thinks that they were walking halfway through complacency and being surprised against ITB, because some of the plays they've made were very dry, very easy, very simple, as if ENCE were just expecting to win some of these duels. They allowed Cypher, they allowed some of these players to take aim duels straight up, and they got surprised, they got punished, and I think once they were faced with the reality that they were on track to lose against ITB, they got flustered and the calls got a little bit less smooth, the individuals got a bit back in their shell. So I think mentally they were not in the right place going up against ITB, and I'm thinking we're going to see something different against NIP.
Yeah, I also believe that going for the raw aim duels is not something they don't like, right? In some of the games, it goes their way. Madden in the Challenger stage and in the BNE game that they played early in this stage, he was popping heads, he was getting the entries together with Snappy. They were that duo that makes space for the team, and it wasn't working out. All of these duels on ramp were just going ITB's way. So I think it is a bit of a lenient, not a reliance on Madden and these entries to work for ENCE.
But I don't mind taking the duels. I have no problem with that. In fact, when they destroyed NIP in Challenger stage, it was also based on a lot of aggression. But there were a couple details who were missing against ITB. We're talking about 2 or 3 players just swinging without a flash. It's not about the duel. It's about putting a little bit of ribbon on top of that, a little bit of salt on top of your recipe to make sure it works. And these details were missing against ITB.
We're going to be making a lot of comparisons between the players on each side of the server. One that really stands out, obviously Snappy versus Alexi B, because we're talking about, you know, even just outside of the server, kind of their narrative arcs throughout CSGO, right? They've had a kind of similar character trajectory.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a story of redemption for Snappy more so than for Alexi B, although he's probably trying to vindicate himself for some of that OG G2 moment. But back to Snappy, that's a man that has a lot to say.
Well, let's go and check in and see exactly what he is going to be saying with Matt ahead of the series.
Snappy, you were praised by your tactical prowess throughout the Challenger stage and solid plays, but now you guys are risking going out at 1-3 here in the Legend stage. What happened, and have you guys maybe been figured out?
No, I think it's just that we just couldn't get rolling in the best of ones. We had really, really bad starts against Vitality. We were down 5-0, 3-0 against Into the Breach. We were down 5-1 and 7-1. I think it was like it's ruthless in best of ones if you cannot win a pistol or a second round or something like this, and that was the case. And I think we played good in the Vitality match, in the Into the Breach match. That was the first off game we had this tournament, so we're not too worried.
And looking back at that Into the Breach match, it was one of the biggest upsets of the major so far, some would say. What do you feel about the match now that you've had some time to distance yourself from it?
I mean, I think it was just that we weren't awake in a way. We watched the match. We were on the sides that were hitting. We just didn't hit our shots, and that can happen sometimes. And yeah, that was it.
And what should we expect from ENCE in this matchup going against NIP? Because I mean, 1-2 matches, they are sure to bring some nerves, aren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, we were 0-2 at the AMA. I think there was bigger nerves than this, so I think we should be fine.
Snappy feeling cool, calm, and collected coming into this matchup, the mentality you do need. And we do see the maps rolling in down the bottom of our screen. NIP picking out Mirage. We're hoping, expecting to see Vertigo in here somewhere. It is the map they played last time around.
Vertigo will very likely be the last map. It could have been potentially an ENCE pick. We see here they decide to go for Ancient, a map where statistically NIP have struggled a little bit. Is what, 26 or 27% win rate in the last 3 months, and isn't that great. And now it's actually NIP who have the last say, the last choice. But as I said, I do expect to end up on Vertigo, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Mirage, Ancient, Vertigo. And I don't know about you, Prof, but there is something that stands out when I look at these maps. This is a config map pool.
Config map pool?
That's a config map pool.
Are they playing towards their strength at NIP? Do you think they're very comfortable now after getting these 2 maps?
I don't think if they are comfortable or not. I'm just thinking that the config we've seen so far cannot show up like that on these maps because he's always the win condition. You talk about Mirage, you talk about Ancient, 2 maps where he shines bright. In fact, I have their stats as well. This year, he is by far their best player on both the maps. On Mirage, he's topping the charts with 114. On Ancient, 123. But he's at the bottom of the pit currently, so there needs to be an immediate reaction.
And look at these numbers, just comparing challengers to Legend Stage. It's kind of diabolical to see Config dropping off
Night
this
and day,
match.
completely. And this is unfortunately what we're so used to with Config. One day he's going to be one of the best players in the world. The other day he's not going to do much, right? He's going to be invisible on the server, completely shut down. That's why they need a bit more. That's why Rez has been stepping up and being a key part of their success in this tournament.
Yeah, let's compare Rez to Nerds coming into this one, because it's kind of been the 2 players that we've seen, or the stars rather, that have been consistently shining bright on both sides.
Yeah, but I do feel like the comparison kind of stops here, because if you think of their tenure, then history, their veterancy is absolutely night and day again. Rez has been part of the furniture of high-level Counter-Strike for a very, very long time. I would argue he's probably lost himself a couple of times trying to make teams work, but now he's back into a role that fits him more and we see the input coming in. Whereas Nerds has been lights out towards the very beginning, but we're still kind of putting him under the microscope. This is the major. What are you made of?
Yeah, we need to see if he can step up when the team is struggling, like they did yesterday against ITB.
And he didn't.
And he didn't. Like, he actually made maybe a mistake or two there to allow ITB to run away with the game instead of pulling it back into ENCE's favor. So that is what the champions are made of, right?
One more comparison that I do want to draw is obviously the AWPers, because it's been kind of curious between, you know, some Pyjamas' impact. I say curious, it's kind of been absent, right?
It's been much lower than what we are expected. I was keeping an eye on his statistics on LAN ever since he joined. In fact, in the last 12 months, and he is currently in his one and only event that is in negative. That's the only red little flag that you have. And you could argue, oh, that's because it's a big event. No, you'd be wrong. Some Pyjamas has played big, prestigious events in the past where he has delivered. We're talking the Colognes, we're talking the Plains of Katowice, we're talking Major as well. And this is just not the same version that we're getting. So are we just inferring from a very small sample, and we're talking about a 7 to 16 against Into the Breach that might have had an impact? Yes, that comes into play, but still, I think we're far away from what Pyjamas can do at his best.
And we saw Pyjamas literally dunking on Zywoo last Legend Stage, right? We know that he has the ability to be standing up in these high-pressure moments.
For sure, he's a very, in my opinion, very consistent opper. Like, he's one of these oppers coming up that you like, oh, you don't really see him, but then he's there on 15, 20 kills, easy, very good CT halves usually. So it's weird to just see him struggle to this degree, and I don't think it is something that we'll see against an IP. I think he's going to step up here.
You mentioned good CT sides. Headtrick is a man who's really been head and shoulders above, obviously inflated a little bit by the result versus FURIA though, right, Matthew?
Of course, it is a little bit inflated, but overall, I think Headtrick has been delivering relatively consistently with this NIP roster. I think the heights aren't as high as some of the top operas we have in the scene, which is why he isn't getting that much credit or that much spotlight. It's very complicated to compete with the likes of Shiro's. I was simple. Of course, his numbers aren't up there, but still, he puts down the work. We have the CT side rating here, 1.6, which is kind of low-key crazy.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. And he's going to be...
There we go. They're warming up.
Exciting NIP huddle going on right now. Config shaking off. I don't know what he's shaking off.
Rust, hopefully,
the rust,
maybe?
Yeah, that would be great for NIP to see that, because when this duo is shining, Headtrick, I feel like we can bank on him to have a decent performance, but it's about like, oh, how's Brolan going to show up? He's been struggling a lot in some like very key positions on maps, right?
Love that you mentioned Brolan. For the viewers out there, we can set a scene. There is going to be a game in the game, which is Brolan against Extremities. Brolan versus Madden. Who is going to take... We're going to move to Mirage in the first map of this game. Is it a situation where NIP can get the best of? Madden has been doing tremendously with ENCE so far. He's got great numbers, but Mirage is his worst map. It's very, very complicated for him to handle that A side position. He's got D-Hub by his side towards connector. Headtrick is moaming around, but I'm expecting the Brolan v Madden to happen, and whoever gets the best, put his team in the right position.
Are you expecting Madden then to also be stepping up, coming onto this first round? Because we've talked a lot about the NIP individuals. Yeah. Where's ENCE standing on this?
I think he's key, and so far at this tournament in Paris overall, every match, every map that he played well, where he had a 1.10 rating, they won. Every map that he had a 0.7 rating, they lost. And I know it's very easy to be like, oh, of course you're going to have better ratings.
Correlation.
But there is a big difference between his good and his bad maps, and I think that's key for ENCE for sure.
Now that we do have the map pool cemented, I know that a majority of us went with ENCE. Do you feel like NIP has any hope in this one, Matthew, to be eliminating ENCE?
Listen, I do think NIP pulled off a little bit of a heist with that veto, having Ancient been put against them. So I will allow them 3 maps, but I'll stick to ENCE.
Well, we do have Mirage, we do have Ancient, and we do have Vertigo if we need it. But we do need to send this one to a quick break before we get the action underway. When we're back, it's ENCE taking on NIP and a spot for survival here at the Legend stage.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new Gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launder Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, from one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch it, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skedoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Only one may survive between NIP and ENCE here. Another elimination match in the Legend stage of the Paris Major. And right now, ENCE sitting as favorites and NIP coming through with, well, both these teams clean challenger stages. This is a scary game right now, Harry. I don't think we ever expected to see ENCE in this position. And despite that, they're still favorites. They fell into the breach just yesterday. And for NIP, man, this team is playing better than we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and you know, this has actually been helped out massively by the performance on the guy on the right-hand side of the screen right now. Rez has actually had a very good tournament here, right? We so often say the thing that was kind of sad for this NIP squad was the folks who were meant to be the stars, even thinking back to, you know, but before they went like full international, like with this kind of layout, it was the case that Rez was meant to be like the Swedish star, the guy to shine bright, and he would be kind of inconsistent, but he's been fantastic here across the major. You thought that was going to be enough for them, but a couple of L's taken to NAVI and Fnatic see them down here in the 1-2 matchup for ENCE. They had a very surprising loss to Into the Breach yesterday. Well, surprising to some, but they chose to face them on Vertigo, and at that point, yeah, it's their funeral. So here we are, we're right into this elimination BO3. And actually, it doesn't sound like we are right into this just yet. I hear a lot of typing, and no one's moving. So that means one little tech timeout before all is said and done.
Just a mic problem, which, you know, they're frequent, Harry. They're frequent. Have you ever had a mic problem? I've never had a mic problem, but, you know, sometimes...
No, I've actually never had a mic problem.
Well, I'm sure it'll be very quick to get us back in as we get ready for a 1-2 matchup. Meanwhile, over on the B stream, we've got FaZe taking on B&E for the same stakes. Scary stuff right now here on the second to last day of the challenge, the Legend stage. And let's talk about those previous stages, Harry, because if we look to ENCE, this was a team that swept through challenges. This is a team that went 3-0, even taking down FaZe, who are on your screen now.
Yeah, by the way, that matchup over on the other stream, ooh, isn't it poetic? Why can't FaZe get away from Bad News Eagles? This team just hangs over them, major to major, ever since the devastating results of FaZe back in Rio. But here we are, we're live, for real this time. There's no typing, we're right into the game. Oh, there actually is some typing, but I think... and everything's all
Probably
still
good
fine.
luck. It's all have fun.
It's all good luck and have fun. Let's go.
It's no good luck. It's only have fun.
Just
luck
have
will
fun.
not be given. You're going to have to take your fate here. Nip with a B hit. It's Nerds, top-rated player of this team, ready in the sight. Julie's armed, and he's firing off right now, but Head Trick hits a banger, and the B site's open wide. Woo.
Yeah, one more out of Alexi. Taps for Diha, and Madden running in. Oh, they try to move through, but a little disjointed there as Diha's trying to pull the attention away.
Yeah. And
I got caught off guard mid-sentence.
You're on the wrong GoTV.
Yeah. No, I left my Steam logged in on the B stream run.
You just confused yourself, Aaron.
Which is a bit of a disaster.
That's okay. We'll get you back in. For NIP, they start strong, man. Config, he's the big question mark for me today, right? This has been a player that we've seen have high highs back at the RMR, looked really solid, but man, oh, he's coming in ferocious today. When he's had quiet games, Nip have been in real trouble, and that's come through pretty frequently for Config. Saw it against NAVI on Overpass. Same can be said in that Fnatic game, a matchup that Config certainly should have been shoving his weight around a little bit more in a very important position on CT side nuke. But either way, we're hoping for a stellar game out of Config if Nip were to ever win this matchup. Because that's the thing, it's, you know, on a typical day, if this was an opening game, I'd say there's no way. I'd say there's no chance for Nip. But given the stakes, given how ENCE have already dropped the ball yesterday, definitely lost some confidence. I'm glad that, you know, Matthew talked about it on the desk about how, yeah, ENCE just looked a little bit shattered once they realized they were getting owned by the Brits and fell back into bad patterns. Will that happen the same if NIP starts strong? Certainly looking good for them to do so. A second round on the chopping block. They've already got a pick, and they're going for the B split.
Yeah, Snappy and Sampius both here, but they're going to have to offer up something big if ENCE want to somehow squeak out this force buy. Sampius back in the market. Will have contact in through the apartments. Lied to you maybe. NIP look to change their mind here.
Always scared of that second round B stack.
But I always get a bit nervous with these slowdowns that you could risk overcooking the round. I think that's going to be the golden invitation right there. Alexi given a chance to find Snappy, and the rest of ENCE were full stacked over towards A.
Nothing wrong with saving this. Is actually pretty decent with a scout with some nades and with an MP9 armor, but Nip go 2-0 up, and they take a clean round. About a point of damage away. Nothing wrong with that slowdown, right? The fear of B-stack second round CT Mirage is very common. And so Nip just get great position. They don't get faced in middle, and they know they can keep their eyes on Con, keep their eyes on window, keep their eyes on B, and they have so much info. Eventually, ENCE will shuffle a player into their view, and that's just a free kill at that range. So Nip convert, and there's one more to do in before ENCE have guns.
Oh, that's a little rough for Madden.
Yeah, he went for the scout. He had all the nades as well, and he didn't drop them over, so a little loss there for ENCE, but Either way, this was never meant to be an easy round following up. Nip are not worried.
Yeah, I hope we get to see ENCE put a good foot forward, man, because, you know, I find myself somewhat enamored with this team and what Snappy's been able to do with it. And I liked that interview that he gave us after the Challenger stage, you know, the one where he kind of said, oh, yeah, I think I'm the best IGL. And, you know, I know he kind of clarified what he meant by that. And he said, like, that's me having, like, belief in myself, as all top IGLs should believe they're the best IGL, right? Which, you know, I think is a good mindset. And I think, to a certain extent, he probably... You know, I think he was right to like add on the little end bit. I like that he made it more of like a mindset thing. But man, you know, he made some big claims, and they had a great performance back in the challenges. So it's gonna be a real question of, you know, how much have some of these early losses. I think the one versus ITB really is the one that you're talking about when you talk about the L's that ENCE have taken here. I hope it hasn't shaken their faith too much, because if you remember, you know, one of the things we've been hyping up whenever we've looked at ENCE is how good Madden's been playing, how Diha has been like a really strong starter in a lot of these games. I mean, he's been given some great performances.
Like, take away the losses. I say losses. The loss yesterday is really the big one, because the other one was against Vitality, and yeah, fair enough, they lose in 29 rounds. A bit of vengeance from EPL, but look at the wins ENCE have had over the last, you know, since the Rio Major, where they fall out, they you know, lose to Mouse in the 2-2 game, and they don't make it all the way. Like, look at the run that ENCE have had with obviously recent pickups, but in performance, Pro League was the big one when they add Nerds and they go to playoffs. They beat G2, they beat Vitality in a 30-round third mapper. They get a map off Cloud9, a team that they went on and beat at the RMR, forcing Cloud9 out of major competition. You know, the recent few months, this year alone for ENCE has been incredible. And so when Snappy says like, oh yeah, I'm the best in-game leader, well, actually there's a great argument to be made with the pieces he's had and what he's accomplished, and how good players have looked, you know, in his system. I think there is a strong argument to be made of Snappy being one of the best right now at what he does. And obviously supported by some very high fragging individuals, but picking them out of not nowhere, but like, let's look at where some of these pieces came from. Like for some Pius, came from Movistar. Sure, they had that Dream Cologne run. Otherwise, that team really accomplished. I mean, honestly, and even Nerds, he picked them out of Endpoint.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
as well. Prior, you know, he's found talent.
Yeah, the Sun Pius move is probably like the kind of biggest star that they got to pick up in terms of it being proven, right? Like a lot of the other ENCE moves, like you say, right? Like Nerds from Endpoint and even Spinks prior, that there was more risk almost associated with it, because while they've been doing great at like lower levels, you know, Pius is like the most recent one of having these big performances at tier 1 events, right?
Like, Nerds was one of the best debuts into tier 1 that we've seen in a long time, for real.
For real,
Harry. Double up. But here's a gun round here from ENCE. Nip have started this game very strong on the T side of Mirage. It's their map pick. They're going to go for a flat-out B hit. Right now, it's only Snappy here. Nerds, I don't think he'll be able to get this Molotov in time. This is just a contact play. They're going as deep as they can. Snappy needs something.
Okay, that util starts to come out now, but yeah, they are already way ahead of where this molly would find itself. Snappy holds the line with a double, but he is going to need support. He's eventually fed to the wolves, but that's when Nerd steps in. Will get risk getting tapped out from lower, but ends up surviving, gets away from Config, and now can dictate all his attention onto Headtrick, who tries to slip the net out through the apartments. He's dropped in, and now he's been spotted, but flicking on a dime has dealt with Nerds. Will get dropped by some Pius. Config a little far removed, 30 seconds left. Time is not on his side here. He's got to move swiftly if he wants to win this 1v2 clutch.
Deathless so far, but that will change quick as some Pius snipes him down from afar, peeks that angle at the perfect time, a second after Config gets onto it. Nice round out of some Pius, but also Snappy, who's anchoring B with no support. Nerds is wide out in middle, and Snappy gets 2 kills from default. Very nice angle from him. And so Nip finally fall at the hands of ENCE. It didn't take long for this game to be competitive. Let's see if ENCE can keep it up. Nip have another gun round. They've even got an AWP on Headtrick.
NIP are very much leaning over towards B in this round. They feigned a bit of this mid control with the util, but they want to follow through this time. Snappy was able to defend the site in the last round. Doubled up from this similar position inside of the site. This time it's just one from him and one from Nertz as well. Brolin's burnt out and the nade finds him, and that's enough to tip the scales back in favor of ENCE here on this retake. Bomb not down yet. NIP hold to see if they're given anything, and that's a nice shot out of Hedrick on this AWP. Now
find it. Oh, it's up top.
Oh, it's on the ledge, as if. Does get it back, and he's going to plant for the short side. Teammate already moved up here.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, he was open then. Thank goodness some Pius had util out, or else Hedrick would have been punished. So they've accidentally given this AWP a tiny bit of room in at the back of the site, but it's quickly removed. Madden gets rid of him, and now it's all down to Alexi. The bomb was planted for short. It was always set up for Alexi to win if he needed to, and he does need to now. And start to take the site. They see where this bomb's planted for. It should start to become clear. They hop on it.
I love it.
Not holding. Other players back at bench. Sampaius can't cover from there, so he's going to try tap the bomb as well. But the round is already won by Alexi. And so even though Sampaius deals with him, it's an ENCE round. Or it's a nip round, rather.
Yeah, they never saw him get there, but with that bomb plant, you would like to presume they could figure it out. They were so stuck on bench, on Van, maybe even on Apps, but that's not a good bomb plant for Apps. There are definitely ways you can stick it while being covered. So, yeah, it seemed very late for ENCE to actually figure out where that last player was. And sure, it's a fortunate spam for Alexi, but where else is Madden going to be? Blankets the smoke and bullets. Finds a crucial gun round for NIP to break ENCE back. Ensure the AWP is saved. That will allow for a buy. Madden's going to make a move. He did this very quickly. No one knows. And so he's versus Alexi down under. Finds that opening kill. And has a pathway to escape through B as well. Oh, that's a beautiful start to the round for ENCE in terms of finding a 5v4 and living in a round they don't have a lot to play with in terms of util. Already gone on most players. 2 smokes, a Molotov. So Nip are going to go back to an A hit, lead config to lurk middle, but that flash is so important. It knocks Nertz off the boost. Spot for Sun, he's going to hit it. And config's lurk needs this kill. If this round is to be won, he's found it.
Big question now is, are they ready for Madden? If Sampaius can pull the attention away, really sell this position, then he could rob this round right out from under NIP.
So deep.
They're out in A. They are super deep, and this isn't info that either team have, but there's the plan, and they're holding for Madden. He thinks he's going to get the drop on them, but that's not what happens. Config takes it one step further, and now ENCE are on the back foot in a big way. Sampaius won't be able to find a way back in here, right? With jungle even taken, he can't look to move through the murder hole, so this is going to be a save for ENCE. Having to just give up the round, flat concede it. That gets really awkward in that 4-on-3.
Big round for config again, though. Like, he's having a lot of impact on this T side. No way he gets that. That looked dead on for Sampaius.
I even really like that when NIP get the A site there, they immediately sense, like, yeah, something's weird about this, you know? Like, we're 3v4, we shouldn't have all this space. And so Hedrick, the whole time, is just staring at the firebox, you know, anticipating, well, there's one corner that we haven't checked. Where's the one place this dude could be? And Madden, who creeps out of there, trying to go silent, trying to deny that plant, ends up getting shut down. And so suddenly, this whole setup that ENCE thought they were employing is turned against them in a second. You know, that round is out of hand so quickly that you don't really even have time to recover it if you're ENCE.
And it's a great check for Hedrick. It's great cover, but it's allowed by config's position. He kills the cat player coming up connector on a lurk, and so that just gives them the freedom to plant for CT, for short rather than CT. Every other plant would be open to Madden or open to Sampaius, but they get the one safe option there on triple. And yeah, config goes on not just to kill 2 players, but even a third in denying the AWP save. So huge exit for config, because CT Mirage AWP, man, Sampaius can just rule. Not today, not this round. And you can see Nip getting really hyped, really loud as well. I'm a little worried for ENCE. I know it's only 5-1 on the first map, but you know, ENCE, they had no mojo yesterday, Harry. It was mojoless. And Nip are getting loud already. So can ENCE keep their head in the game in a matchup that they are meant to win? Or will it be the legendary organization of NIP who have their fair share of major trophies, surviving yet another series, another stage, and going to that 2-2 game where no one wants to be, given the teams left in the running, right? G2, NAVI, FaZe. No guarantees NAVI could win today. They could go straight through, but if they don't, that could be 3 of the big 5 in a 2-2 game. Not where you want to meet those rosters. Window smoke and another split on A. It's Alexi out under this time.
Yeah, we have this ramp bait and switch, right? One of the 2 weapons in this round is this MP9 on Nerds, and he goes unchecked, but fires off soon. Goes for the one and done. Madden trying to push into Palace. Will win that fight out over Brolin. And so now he's armed. Now he's that much more deadly. Suddenly, NIP have posed this question. Do they even want to follow through with the A play? And I think that nade might just seal their fate on this side of the map. Config brought down low. 20 seconds left as they're rooting all the way back through spawn.
Are they really going to go for this? If they run, they can, but Snappy's realizing, like, yeah, oh, okay, now it's dead in the water. Another Deeg connects. And the pistols do get it done for ENCE, despite Nerds only going 1 for 1. Didn't feel like enough, but Brolin's caught, maybe looking at the radar or blinking. But they just push right in through Palace and take his gun as well. It's the right call for Nip in this moment, but ENCE winning an eco out of nowhere.
One thing I am noticing early on, right, is, you know, we're getting a great game out of Config, obviously, but it's funny because the cursed monkey paw of Nip's wishes, you know, curl down again as Config goes into the day saying, man, please, I just want to play well in the 1-2 game. And it's like, sure, you can, but now Rez, he's going to have a rough start.
That's the issue for Nip, man. I feel like the reason we rate this team is like the pieces, and we say, oh, if you could have your firepower core show up in one game, like, you could be incredible. But when do you ever have Brolin, Rez, and Config all fragging? Like, never. Literally never. So, yeah, it's, you know, we'll give them time. It's early in the day. Let them warm in. But the potential of this team is always there, even if it doesn't necessarily manifest. But I want to give Nip the benefit of the doubt, because a 3-1 run in Challenger, a decent RMR, better games out of Config as of late, and better T-sides called from Alexi B.
Yeah. No, they have looked a lot better, right? And the way that we've been talking about NIP was no longer, you know, with that of kind of frustration. It was that of a team on the rise. And I think, honestly, Hedrick has also been a very big part of that conversation. You know, even in that matchup the other day versus Na'Vi, he was able to go toe-to-toe with Simple in terms of the numbers, right? And he was having some high-impact moments for the team. So it feels like he's finding his footing. Sampaya scoped up into top middle. Isn't going to get given a fight here. Not yet, anyhow. NIP start to work over towards ramp, lobbing these flashes over. This has kind of caused a bit of a distraction, and let Alexi sneak out through middle.
Yeah, you can see they're not committing at all. Hedrick goes for spam and shows, but it's really just so Alexi can get up into connector with great timing. Sumpires, as he was trying to assist on the A site. It's a B pick attempt for Config, denied. That will force Nip back into their original plan. The danger is they've used their utility. No more smokes to shut out this A site. And Diha and Nerds try and crunch mid together to find Alexi. That's when Hedrick comes in, trying to find 2. Diha's smoke is too good. And he knows that Alexi was nearby as well. Nip might just group back for that B hit, knowing Snappy's likely alone in this position. Madden anchoring A. It's a good read of the 3-on-3 for Alexi, but he doesn't want to come assist them. Or maybe he's going up Cat instead. Diha going for an info play. Round rests on this kill. And he does find it. And seeing exactly where Alexi was going might give him an inkling. He goes back to CT, though. So it's Snappy with 20 seconds, just looking for at least one.
Oh, and he's done that at least. Can he deal with the last man, Rez? He had to put up a kill in this game so far. Is he going to deal with Snappy? No.
Perfect.
Not ready for him, tucked in behind the bench.
Snappy's anchoring B very well right now. He's not letting them in. He's not died without a kill. And in fact, he's multi-killed both times they've given him a chance. I like the ENCE go for these confident plays. Like it's just a dry swing into middle and a 3-on-3. It's so risky for Diha, but ENCE desperately wanted info. And they're going to find it. Finally putting Nip on pistols.
And it looks like they want to test B again. You were just touching upon how nice it's been for Snappy over here. Well, this is going to be another round where he gets tested. There's one flash on Alexi to try and get the ball rolling here. But Snappy knows that the money is low and he feels pretty content to take that deeper angle in through the apartments. He does go back in. And while that initially looked a little terrifying, you forget who you're dealing with here. It's Mr. Multifrag, Snappy the captain over towards the B site. Mowing them down alongside Nerds.
It's nice. He's remaining unpredictable on the anti-eco. He plays for a deep angle. He knows he's going to have that spot. Sure, they could 1-dig him, but he can get the early info, drop off, throw a nade, and then re-aggress. You know, he's been a lot more passive. He's not been giving away picks to window players. You know, the angle he held on the first gun round where he sat default waiting for them to swing out balcony. You physically can't pick a player doing that. You have to commit to your B hit. So Snappy keeps welcoming them into his bomb site. And ENCE close this gap up. What was a 5-1 now sits a round apart. And Nip without a bomb plant can't get that orb.
Yeah, that's an impact that will surely be felt by NIP. Just removes a couple of options here, but has allowed them to play a little faster if they'd like. They're a little limited in terms of the utility as well, with Brolin and Config just a smoke and a flash between the two of them. So a couple of pieces missing. Maybe we get a slightly more up-tempo look at it. Looks like they want to try and take this mid control early. Good spawns on Rez and Config, so they're going to run it down mid very, very quickly here. Spam connects for Diha. And so already, you know, the original game plan in this round is somewhat uprooted. This mid control doesn't go the way of NIP, and now they're in a bit of a bad way. Rez is still floating around in mid. Sampaya scoped up down the line in apartments, knocks out another man. Brolin, the next to fall.
These are rounds where on certain maps you just call save straight out the gate. T-side nuke, T-side overpass. You don't even go for it. It's Mirage, so we will see Nip try. They have to at this point in the game, but D is still going to go for a swing, isn't he? There's no flash. He just does it again. Finds one. The confidence on ENCE right now is starting to brim and brew over the top. Another pick in middle, and they'll swing head trick. They'll at least find the information. Everyone's here to finish the job. ENCE are back, baby. 5-5. And some audacious moves being made on the CT side.
I like that, though, right? And I think Snappy actually gave us a really good interview yesterday where he speaks about the freedom that he gives his players, right? And his mindset there. And he said how, you know, if you're responsible, you get freedom. And he said, most importantly, he doesn't want his teammates to be afraid to play Counter-Strike. And I think even a little swing like that from Diha demonstrates, you know, it's not something that a lot of IGLs would have necessarily co-signed, but Diha tells you he's going to make a play in the 5v3 and you've got faith in him.
And I take it back, actually, because Snappy did throw a flash we saw in the replay for Diha to make that move, but we're still seeing some dry swings from time to time. ENCE dealing with a fast A. Sampaya hits 2, but the smokes are down. Nerds goes through. And look at them just jump through these smokes. They're going to fight together at least. If you die as a team. Head trick will. And the bomb is loose.
Yeah, I think you're seeing and feeling that kind of mental switch take place in the game, right? Where ENCE have realized, like, hang on, we can just face these guys. You know, like we're starting to warm up into this game. Like let's really change how we've been playing this. Because, you know, if you think about early on, one of the key rounds that they ended up losing was that round where they're like 4v3 up, but they're tucked in on the A site. It was Madden at Firebox, right? And he was held by Headtrick. That was like a very, very passive look at the round, one where they kind of gave NIP a bit of room to make plays, and suddenly we've witnessed this like character change within ENCE, and suddenly it's a lot more about grouping together, fighting as a team, you know, roaming around in that little pack.
Well, in the same way that Snappy claims, you know, he's the best in-game leader, I think if you're ENCE in this game, you have to believe you're the better riflers, believe you're the better players, and honestly, off recent form, they are. So yeah, going for these aggressive mid-rounds is not a bad idea. They keep catching Nip off guard. 6-5 now. Nip need an answer. They need to be ready in middle. Nerds, ooh, he went for a route there, but he's going to escape through the connector. It's Diha who goes back for more. Nerds helps out, and just kill after kill, they rip the arms off of Nip. Head trick, 12-6, has had a great game on the rifle mostly. He does have an AWP here, but now ENCE can cool off.
Yeah, this is a really upsetting way for the round to start if you're NIP. Alexi had the spawn, and the game plan was to go mid, so he had to take it. His life gets thrown away on that cross into middle. Then Config tries to move out and join him a little bit later, not expecting a reswing from the connector. And so for Nip, back to the drawing board now. All three down through lower.
They could try a boost not to get in window, but to get a pick, you know, one of these off angles, but Nerds is playing as safe as he can right now. He'll know if they go up catwalk, he'll know if they're in window. And they look to go for something in this position, a boost up potentially coming in, getting Rez in the spot. This is good timing. Nerds has just left. This is awkward. Nerds pulls a nade and he gets obliterated by Rez. Now there's a chance. 30 seconds. Sunpire's in the site.
Oh, they crossed out to the stairs, and he didn't see it. Brolin swinging him wide, coming through that smoke. He was not ready for it. Madden's been mollied off over in Palace, and now Headtrick allowed to flick back over towards short. Snappy now out of the picture. Madden tries to make this play to save the round, but is now locked in the fight to Rez, and that nade should have dealt with him. Madden swings it wide. Kind of a cool idea in that position. Doesn't really have many options to win the round, and he had to put distance between him and the nade. But Rez has enough time to pull the AK out. That is a great turnaround from NIP in the 3v5.
Yeah, what a sick round to win for Nip, right? Catching Nerds very awkwardly in window, and it just spirals out of control after that point. Headtrick's AWP picks a flank as the smoke fades. All the timings lined up there for Nip. And again, this is what we keep talking about with the idea of positionless CS, because they get double entry into A, and what do? They know Madden is there. They know he's Palace or ramp because of the player alive. So Nip keep their head screwed on, and they rip Madden's off. 5v4. It's a run boost out middle. It gets spotted. But Nerds can't continue the spray. He's going to get a nade instead. Very limited damage. They're just trying to keep Config alive right now. Fighting behind the boxes. All of this getting heard for Snappy. As Nip group 2B, but they've not got the bomb. This is still their default. They're still looking for an entry. Sunpires has brought the orb back to this site as well. And after Snappy's made a lot of noise with the rifle, this might not be the next thing you're expecting. You might not even flash this angle off. So this could be a way back into a 4-on-4. Snappy's freed up to rotate. Nerds is still on Cat. From positions alone, this looks like it will end B, but with Brolin and Apps, you have options.
Can't smoke lobbed out alongside window.
If Rez dies, they have to go A. He's late lurking. There it goes.
Give it. Oh, the timing there. The timing there. Sunpire's going to reposition into the back of the site. Now needs to put on a bit of a show. He's left as the last line of defense, and actually NIP looks to leave entirely. They completely uproot this game plan on the fly. They change it. They drop down through low with the bomb. And they come in with the A play after all. They see that AWP inside of the B site, and they decide they want nothing to do with it.
A second's difference, and what is that round, I wonder? I mean, Nip is still going to go A. Brolin catches an entry out Palace, and that's why, having the, double, the triple mid and the, one per site gives you the options to change your mind in the mid round. There's no way Sampire survives this.
Yeah, he's screwed. He's fully boxed in. And there's Rez to finish him off right at the end. Has a lucky escape there and then goes on to drop that AWP.
Big round for Brolin, who's had some trouble on this T side, but he finds crucial timings. Out Palace, picking Diha, going further, ridding Snappy, and they completely avoid that AWP, which really is the best move for NiP. This T side recovered well after a streak of 5 in a row for ENCE.
And as we head into round 14, ENCE are force buying down to the very last penny here. So a chance for a strong finish to this first half for NIP. Right, if they're able to win this round and ENCE are broken, you're looking at a 9-6 half more than likely coming through. Over on the T side of NiP as well, which is just, you know, a testament to exactly what you were saying coming into this, which is how much better the T sides have looked for this NiP squad. You know, even watching them back at EPL not too long ago, this was not a feat I thought we would see anytime soon with NiP. The kind of speed at which they've been able to restructure and fix some of these T sides has been fantastic.
Yeah, and just Headtrick in getting a lot more value out of T side AWPing. At the start, he was extremely passive, wasn't really willing to make plays. Sure, he's still a kind of a backpack AWPer. They don't use him for a lot of opening kills, but when you actually have, I mean, he's attempted 0 so far in round 14. But when you have, players like Config and Alexi who are willing to do so, you have a lot more options open, and Headtrick is a really clutch AWPer. That's what we keep seeing from him in these 3v3s, in these late rounds. He does his best work. So another run boost. Do we believe in the flick? Oh, bland.
Oh, it's a bit of a weak run boost, and so Config is fed to that AWP. Nerds, also alongside him in middle, was fighting for this top mid control.
NiP have won this round before.
NIP are going to regroup over in the apartments. Alexi taking the AWP up through middle. Going to have a chance at a fight over here towards Connector. But it's all timing based for Alexi. He sees that little...
He's got Molly.
Little barrel, the close player.
Oh, no. Oh, I don't like it.
Oh, just looking away. Diha finds him, and so they lose the short wrap now. It might be obvious to ENCE where this was looking to end up. When you see Alexi moving towards the apartments like that, it becomes way too easy for ENCE.
Is Alexi's brain too big? Does he think that that's like some purposeful bait, like he's getting played with by the A1S? There was no cat player. There was no one there stopping him. You feel like when you know Diha's there, that he is the focal point, that he's the player you should be looking out for, and he still goes very wide for a cat clear. I get not wanting to pull nades in that position. But yeah, he just gives Diha that kill on a plate. 7-7. ENCE managed to close it after the opening kills in middle. And at least NiP have everything they need to attempt this final round. If they win the T side of Mirage, they're going to be feeling fantastic.
Oh, there's this top mid set up again.
Uh-oh.
Playing the double mid. Diha rather wins his first fight, but there's another man out through lower, and Sampire didn't have that AWP ready in time. Alexi with the trade back into a 3v4, and now he looks to take a bit of con space. They might look for something a little more up-tempo into the A site here. With so much control taken, they don't want to leave it too long because ENCE are making moves to try and reclaim info elsewhere on the map. Roland's out through ramp, trying to open up this play. The molly will spread, and Samadin has to extinguish that. Still alive, though, and that's what matters here for ENCE. He's got himself a little gap as well that he's trying to play around. That's a spotted that they've taken window away. They don't have jungle anymore, do ENCE. And so they're going to have to group over here towards CT while Snappy embarks on this flank.
Oh, that's a great shot. They're giving him a lot of time to flank, though, so no one needs to make a move on CT. Just let Sampire's cover. Consideration starting to come through as they go back to ramp in the post plant. Headtrick scopes up. He hears it, and Headtrick misses his shot. That's not good, as now Snappy and Nerds are on for this retake.
Yeah, Brolin spammed out. It's going to come down to Alexi. He's done a hell of a lot in this round, has Alexi B, but now he's going to win it in the 1v2. Lead by example, he's looking in. Molly goes out, great timing for it. This applies a lot of pressure now. They're likely going to have to try and move forward, look to hunt down Alexi B. That's what this front man's doing right now. But Alexi decapitates him. Snappy dead. Nertz is sticking the bomb, but Alexi's got him up. He's already won the round. It's a 1v2 from Alexi B as he puts up a 4K in the round to win out that first half for NIP.
Alexi starts the half with a 1v2. He ends it as well, winning out 2 clutches on this T side. A fantastic map so far from the in-game leader of NIP. And also some crazy 3v5s in there as well for good measure. NIP continue to surprise and impress on this T half. Typically where they've had their most difficulty. Now they've got to flip it back and go to the defensive side of their map pick. It's Mirage. ENCE woke up at least somewhere in the middle of the half, but we're going to need a lot more if they want to go through and fight in that 2-2 game for a champion stage spot.
ENCE were kind of slow to get the ball rolling in that first half. It was till we got about midway through that we started to see them chaining rounds together, but they did find some confidence there. NIP went on to win out the half, just barely, thanks to that 1v2 out of Alexi in the final round. But now the turntables. Oh dear. Oh dear. Config, what? How's he managed to get out of this with 3? That is insane. He has no business getting away with that. They had him on a platter. He was looking at top mid, crouched, crab walking backwards. That should have been everything for ENCE. And somehow it's config. Even he's shocked at that. I'm lost for words. That is going to hurt if you're ENCE. Look at this. Look at this. He's right there, right for the taking. And he even does like a full-on 360 to find them. Absolute madness. I wasn't ready for that. Nothing prepared me for that moment there.
I don't believe what just happened. I don't think Snappy believes either.
I don't believe what just happened.
Hey, like robbery. Getting the config that we know and love.
You won't believe what just happened, boys. That's so good. Wow, okay, NIP are here to play.
Yeah.
And if you're ENCE, you are angry at how that one went down.
Something's been concocted, a bit of nip magic in this map so far. Some fairy dust. And a little execute all over the site. This is typically to allow a bomb plant to give you some space. Can anyone stop it? It might have to be config. He hears that plant go in. The spam from CT will do it. Rez has found that kill. They've got to go back for more. They've got to give it another try. That's the entire goal of this round, but it doesn't matter because it's getting pulled apart. Every player dropped without a single issue for NIP. This is going to be 10 rounds. And I say, you know, the bomb plant's the goal. It is. But a bomb plant with no kills, with a saving Tech 9 armor, that's just not what ENCE need. My oh my. Nip have come to play and ENCE have to eco. Not nearly enough damage, not any damage to justify a force. That's an old school smoke strap. But it's not one that Nip will get caught by. Double digits. Some Pius buys an AK. Or has dropped it, rather. No, he bought it. Gives over his Tech 9. There's a little bit of an investment, and... well, that will surprise config, no doubt about it. A gun's been given over.
How much of a weighing can this be for ENCE? Diha has a lot of room right now. He doesn't know that, but he's all the way over in Palace, and there's actually no one in the A site for NIP. Right now, all the attention is on middle. Boost up on the short side does come through, but it's a little late to get involved in the round. Diha's still waiting over in the apartments, but the rest of NIP have grouped up. Oh, sorry, the rest of ENCE have grouped up for this this B hit. So Pius, that drop's been heard. They know now. That's all too easy for Brolin. That little sound cue just kind of gives up the aim of the game, and now it's down to this three-man push out through the B apartments. Alexi holds the line. Rez will help him. And even though they lose Rez over on short, Nertz is low. This MP9 should just shred him, and there it is to drop the bomb far and away from Diha, who kind of needs to die here. Doesn't want to be left saving the Digno armor, so he's got 15 seconds to go looking for them. And Brolin will oblige him. NIP hold on to that round in spite of the weirdness with the opener going the way of ENCE. Over on the B stream, Bad News Eagles have risen up and taken down FaZe on the first map, 16-3. And that's Overpass as well, a map that's been real kind to FaZe as of late. They're picking the series. Why can't they beat this team?
It really is. I mean, Lawrence put up a very good tweet earlier about how if BNE actually win this game, is it even a rivalry at this point? Because FaZe haven't won it since a BO1 in Antwerp. They lose at RMR, they lose at Rio. And now they may go out in the Legend stage as well. What a dominant win. And to think Inferno's that third map of that series, Harry, is a terrifying thought when you think about the L's FaZe have taken here at this tournament, on Inferno specifically. FaZe will have to fight through Mirage to get there. And if I recall, that is the map that BNE eliminated them from back at Rio in that overtime matchup. It was. Dear oh dear. FaZe may fall today, and ENCE do not want that same fate. So this gun round has to come through now. NiP are starting to steamroll out of control. 11-7 on NiP's map pick, and they're making moves. Double B. Eha gets caught on a cross. He will survive, and NiP don't want to commit with that push after showing 2. It's still a full default out of the gate for ENCE. No moves being made. Madden with a strong position, but NiP don't even look at mid.
Wild to think about, you know, these both being elim matches. You know, over on the B stream, it's FaZe Bad News Eagles. Here it's ENCE NiP, and then later on we have that Apeks GamerLegion game where one of those will be going through into the playoff stages.
Wouldn't be a major without some heartbreak, Harry. Wouldn't be a major without some upsets. Can never let your guard down. The best teams in the world know that. G2 have faced both going 0-2. Here we go, 40 seconds. It's a nicely poised split for ENCE, but there's still 3 players here.
And it's like a wide side, triple layered setup here for NIP. Config makes contact. They deal with him, but now I think you're never ready for Hedrick in this position. Oh no! What? Madden blinded Nerds, and that sent him to his death. Allows Hedrick to go on an absolute tear, and he locks them out with the FAMAS.
Why is this guy an AWPer? I don't get it. When he can do that with the rifle, he's so sick on rifle.
He just made the FAMAS look so good.
Yeah, look at the burst shot on, well, not burst, but you know, just a little, this one. Mid-air, Nerds is falling in short. Nerds is flash, but
the third one as well is so pretty. Like, it's just such a pretty sequence.
He made
players just kept flying into his crosshair, trying to trade the guy, and Hedrick bodies them.
That's impressive, and yeah, 3 CTs in A. It only comes down to 1. The young gun and ENCE. They are definitely feeling the burn right now, Harry. 12-7. This is not competitive. They had a little streak in the middle of their CT side, but then we ended up with a 3-on-5 for NiP, a 1v2 for Alexi, and that half ended favorably.
I'm getting nervous, man. It feels like all these favorites that have lost to UK Counter-Strike have just had their mental put in the dirt.
That's what we do. Yeah, that's true. Both ENCE and FaZe fielding L's. And into the breach right now. Taking on Liquid later on. Today is just hot, Harry. Today is spicy. Scoville's off the chart.
Yeah, Liquid ITV is a pretty cool one, isn't it?
God, don't take your eyes off the stream.
I've never had, you know, a reason for me and Jason to be competing on our picks. Normally we're both Liquid pickers.
Yeah.
But that changes today.
Let's see if Liquid learn a lesson, or if they can continue their run back from challengers. All this and more later on Blast TV. But for now, NiP look to make smooth work of ENCE's anti, or ENCE's eco. There's a 1-gun buy. Nerds has retrieved it. And he needs to find value with this AK, or NiP will be rolling through ENCE on this CT side. Up cat they go with a clear. Oh, the flash is perfect. Well, actually, it's not perfect. It's actually Hedrick blind.
Oh, dear.
Bit awkward there. And now he's got to hold down that B site alone.
Alexi helps him out from in the apartments, and so with 2 strong still inside of B, I don't know, this is rough for ENCE. There's a 3rd man joining the ranks, and so Hedrick, sure, might have kind of sold Config down the river for a moment, but he more than makes up for it with the double in the hold. You know, plus I do really think that, like, the kind of vibe that Config and Hedrick have together, you know, that is that of like teacher and mentor almost, right? Like, you know, you have like that sort of vibe. Config trying to be someone who helps keep Hedrick engaged and level-headed.
It's a very cool duo because, you know, Config can be an abrasive personality, but you never see him like ever ripping into Hedrick. He's, you know, they're always laughing together. Yeah. Oh, that's despicable from Brolin.
Yeah,
that
beautiful.
Second headshot.
Beautiful scenes. Brolin, can he offer up any more? Doesn't really need to here. And on the back of losing Alexi, didn't want to hang around and keep fighting. But Rez will. Rez goes ahead of these smokes. And this round's already over. This is starting to fall very dominantly in favor of NiP. ENCE yet to even find a T-side round, yet to even make any of these close. That's the scary part. The most kills they found on this T-side so far is 2 in 1 round. That is.
1 round,
yeah.
Well, can Snappy get anything done? No, under the smoke. Rez will find him with 3, and it's the Swedes, the old boys of NIP in Rez and Brolin, who put together 5 kills on the A side of Mirage. It is as old as time itself. NIP right now with a statement map, 14-7. We have Ancient up next, a go-to for ENCE. Vertigo to finish, one that ENCE have had issues on in these last 2 BO1s. Against Vitality, forgivable. Against ITB, shocking. But this still has all the makings of a 3-mapper with Ancient up next. You just hope that ENCE's mental isn't too hurt. It will be if they don't find a single T-side round, though. NIP streaking. Rude and Nude. Head trick hits the leg, and ENCE are out mid. Oh dear.
Big shut down the short wrap with Alexi winning out over in the apartments. Man, like this whole CT side has been a story of like both the captains looking really solid on their B side anchors. Like Alexi hasn't let them in through the apartments. Oh man.
Why not?
Why not, right? When you're this far ahead, just tapping through the smoke and a big 4K round from Alexi B. He's been having a great tournament, has Alexi. You know, he's actually been a high-impact fragging IGL throughout this for NIP. I don't know, it feels like the stars have aligned for this NIP squad. We're actually getting a game where everyone is performing, and look at how good it can look when you have that happening. Yeah. You've got Headtrick as the front runner, in behind him, Brolin, Config, and Alexi, and then Rez, who started this game off like, I think it was 0-6 before he found anything, has now leveled out at 11-11.
Yeah.
So it's a nice like recovery story for Rez, because I think this would have felt a lot harder if he was still struggling, like not switched on, not winning some of these must-win moments. Here in the second half, you don't even really need big performances out of Rez with how clean everyone else has looked. ENCE is still yet to make a dent on this T side.
Oh, now Brolin's winning that fight. He was on the receiving end of it in the first half. It's going to get easier here for NIP if this bomb heads A, but first they've got to get the bomb, for crying out loud. It's stuck back in top mid. ENCE are looking kerfuffled, they're looking bamboozled, and they're looking like this might be Ancient up next. 4 kills from that for NIP. Rez survives the wall bangs.
In spite of this being in spite of this being 8 rounds deep now into the second half, ENCE have had enough kills to win 1 round since embarking on this T side. Like they've got 6 kills total since swapping into the second half.
It's not what you expect from ENCE.
No, it's so concerning. You've not seen you know, kind of fall down like this in a little while. Backstab is in. Madden and Snappy both dead, and it might be another crystal clear round to close. NIP.
Oh, one more.
Haven't quite won it yet, but don't worry, they will be about to. There it is. Config. Now we can cut to those player caps, because man, that was crazy dominant from NIP. Not even a chance for ENCE in the second half. NIP pick it up in part to putting in a lot of the legwork there in that first half, and then they go on to completely shut ENCE out when NIP are on the defense.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Monte here, I think.
But Monte is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Some NIP magic to be beginning off this series. A solid T side to start off with, and turns out completely impenetrable on that CT defense. ENCE stumble and just never get up in that second half, Matthew.
I'm starting to worry about ENCE. I'm starting to worry about ENCE. It is now the second time that I witnessed them disappear from a game. Literally vanish, fade away from a second half of a game. We had the into the breach, of course, situation on Vertigo, and this was a bis repetita once again on Mirage. You could just see we crossed them on the way to the studio and their face was just empty. A lot of frustration, very flustered, not exactly knowing what the hell just happened. Left me with an uneasy feeling.
Yeah, Snappy definitely not happy. Mumbled a few words we're not going to be repeating here after that game, but it is problematic because the first half, it doesn't start well, but they do recover, and it seems like, okay, they could make it a game, and then on the T side, they offer 0.
Yeah, because that second half starts, and Config gives us a little bit of magic, but also ENCE just really flustered in this one.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to put Madden too much under the crossfire here, but the truth is he's had a very hard CT half, and look the opportunity that he misses during the pistol round. This is the beginning of the end for ENCE, because off the back of that, Config finds 3 immediate kills. And this is what we liked about when we say, when the player's having a hard time, it's complicated to stay true to your aim, to stay calm. This was the consequence of Madden suffering on the CT side, flustered, misses a couple of shots, Config destroys.
Yeah, the CT side definitely had 2 or 3 rounds where he needed to be an impact player, needed to get 1 or 2 kills on those A crunches, but he couldn't. He had good positions, good situations, but it simply was not capitalizing on what was giving to him.
I'll put it simply. This was a nightmare first half for Madden for 2 reasons. The first reason is NIP started by focusing heavily on the B side. This is where they put most of their effort at the very beginning of the game. I think Snappy did a relatively decent job at stopping them. Then they stabilized, but Madden could not warm up at all, right? You don't see a lot of players. You're not exactly into the rhythm. And then when you get tested, you're fighting up against people who have been warmed up. You miss a couple of shots, maybe you get a little bit flash unlucky, and this is how it unravels from being not really required to missing the ball when you have to, and then you crumble.
Yeah, and the record from Madden and ENCE, the connection that we spoke of in the pre-game, if he has a good game, they win. If he has a bad game, and this was a very bad game, they definitely do lose.
And you highlighted as well, Matthew, you're looking at Mirage for Madden, statistically his lowest rated map. It's a shame that he really couldn't turn the tide in this one, because it seems so heavily tied, as Prof was just alluding to, right? ENCE pulling it over the line.
Yeah, listen, just as much as I really think in the CT half, he had more to do. And I think when he was tested on the A side, he didn't step up to the occasion. On the second half, to me, this is a team failure.
Yes.
It's everything just basically falling apart. There is no rhythm anymore. The trades aren't exactly correct. The flashes aren't too easy. And we have to give it to NIP. Like, let's not just spit on ENCE. NIP played beautifully. Hat-trick, mega fired up. Brolan on the A side with multi-kills on top of multi-kills. It's not like an unforced error. NIP played beautifully.
Alexi B also clutching out some beautiful moments as well,
1v1
right?
towards the end of the half, 1v2 early on. Good calling, just like everything you'd want from Alexi B, and we saw him again and again on the T side of Mirage, individually showing up and getting key kills. Here's a little package from the caller, and yeah, he's playing against his old team. His biggest major success did come with ENCE. Since he left ENCE, no major playoffs, and he'll have to eliminate his former organization if he wants to continue here.
Well, ENCE may be looking up slightly because it is their map pick of Ancient coming up next. Do you have higher hopes, Matthew, for ENCE entering this new ground?
I have an issue with what I'm seeing in the faces of the ENCE camp. And this is why, as far as I'm concerned right now, I don't care about the map that we're about to play. I don't care at all. I couldn't care less about the map we're about to play. I just need to see them ready to fight. Really fight all the way. You lose, you lose. That can happen, but put up a fight.
Well, Danny is here to give you an argument. Maybe to the contrary, he's going to be putting ENCE under the microscope coming into Ancient in the home zone.
That's right. A big key to ENCE winning this map is actually going to be how they set up Nertz at mid. So I want to take a look at this right here, where Nertz, what we're going to see him do is essentially fight mid right away. What he loves to do is to cross over towards the shelf position through the CT utility. And this allows him to gain positioning on players that come out from that donut side. But obviously, the setup is what we want to pay attention to. SunPyjamas, he typically will throw these 2 flashes for him so that as he scales up, he has a flash that pops here on the right side, and then he also has a flash that pops here on the left side, right about here. Now, the key thing about these flashes is actually the timing. So for Hobbit, when he comes out, that's when he gets hit by this first flash. It's timed in such a way where Nerds, he can cross as this player is blinded. And as well, for the second flash, it's timed in such a way where if Hobbit managed to dodge the first flash, if he was in a situation where he could actually peek from this donut side to have a line against Nerds, that's when this second flash would come into play. So these two flashes are ultimately what make Nerds allow him to cross over towards that shelf side and take such an aggressive angle. But the thing is that he doesn't always just go fast here. Sometimes he may do it more delayed, and ENCE, they also set him up here as well. What we'll see here is that Nerds, he's simply going to slow things down. He's going to throw some utility. He's going to draw in the CT so they come close, and then a delayed flash comes in from Dihao right there, and that allows Nerds to push through the smoke, through the utility, to then catch Hobbit completely blinded. So this is going to be a key detail for ENCE, where if they want to convert Ancient, they're going to have to control mid. But the real question is, have NIP done their homework? Are they going to find a way to counter this? We'll find out.
We will be discovering that very shortly indeed, Danny, but we also need to put a microscope on what on earth is going on the B stream. Of course, it's FaZe taking on BNE once again, elimination on the line, and oh my God, 16-3 for BNE on that first map. What on earth happened?
You want to take that one? You want to explain to us what happened?
It was hard to even follow the ENCE and IP game while seeing what's happening on the B stream. A clutch, not even clutch after clutch, just a complete blowout from FaZe on Overpass. Their map pick. It's looking super scary. It's looking like a repeat. It's looking like the thing that we saw 2 times already.
Can you imagine if BNE were to beat FaZe in 3 consecutive best of 3s, 2 of which being during major cycles? What the hell is going on? I think BNE is just playing with a completely free mind. Like, absolutely free mind. We saw them on Overpass doing what? Run boost with the AWP into construction through a Molotov. They're basically seizing any kind of opportunity, and FaZe have to have the doubts creeping in on them. That memories, the moments, you know, the elimination in Rio, you lose the first map, you feel like you were never even gonna play. I don't even know, is this rock bottom contextually, and they bounce from here?
For Kerrigan, like, he is here coming to prove his legacy as one of the greatest IGLs of all time, and it potentially going out in consecutive majors to BNE, that being his legacy, that would be very rough.
Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking indeed. But we do need to flip the script back on over to the A stream side of things. And NIP now find themselves 1 up, also in an elimination series. Maybe signs of hope for ENCE going forward. It is their map pick of Ancient. Otherwise, the flight awaits.
That's actually a funny story. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's only on me, so.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll share.
Let's go.
Maybe 2 weeks prior, I destroyed my phone. So I had just gotten a new phone. It was the newest iPhone at the time. Yeah, you know, I was on my phone and I had to pee. So and you know, you see, you have the toilet. That's like right here, and then you'd had like a window up here, a little bit curved, you know.
So you can see the bears coming.
Yeah. So I was just like, I put my phone up there. All of a sudden, I hear someone, you know, like tries to, and it's Sonic, you know. I panic that I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
Oh yeah.
So I'm standing here, my phone is up here.
Yeah.
I hit my phone with my elbow as the phone goes bloop.
Into the toilet.
So my phone is lying in the toilet with my own pee in it.
Yeah.
So I just immediately like get my hand inside the toilet, realizing that the phone has gotten stuck because, you know, the toilet is like
on the curve.
On the curve, so it's like in between. I'm just like trying to get that goddamn phone out. I finally get the phone out and I look at it. It's fine. It's working. I had pee all over my hands, in my phone, and oh my god, it was horrible. Sonic kind of also panicked because he heard from outside the door a lot of things happened, and he was like, what did I do? And he didn't know it was me in there.
Yeah.
And then he said, hello? And it's like, hi, it's just me, Danny. It's just me, Danny. He said, are you okay? Yeah, I just dropped my phone in the toilet. There's pee everywhere. Oh.
Pants on your ankles, lying on the floor.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Phone stuck in the toilet.
It was horrible. And when I went back to the room to tell the guys that what I did, that was a horrible thing.
Wow.
It's actually right here. This is the phone.
The same phone.
This is the phone. So
make sure never to touch that. But yeah, still remember it. Got that sent.
NIP leave ENCE looking defeated at the end of that first map. Now, there's still more coming down the pipeline. It's ENCE's pick in this series. Hoping they can turn it around here. Hoping this can be a bit of a redemption arc for Madden. And we can make this a 3-mapper. But I've got to say, and I want to echo Maniac's sentiments from over on the desk. He said that he just needs to see them willing to fight, right? He needs to see that spark. He wants to see them, at bare minimum, go down fighting. Because I have to say, towards the end of Mirage, they looked out of it. They looked gone. They barely even found kills in T-side rounds, let alone came close to winning any of them. And that's not the mindset you've come to associate with this ENCE squad. They're always tenacious, they're always resilient, or at least that seemed to be the case, but it might be falling apart here. NIP with a very convincing first map. Can they keep that going?
That's the question. It's not a statistically great map for NIP, but they might have some magic in the air after all, after that opening pickup. Quick smoke into B for Snappy towards the short side. And ENCE are going to come through cave. It's Brolin with the dualies, the first point of defense. 2 dualies on this B bomb site. The Swedes side by side. Brolin gets one. A nice angle for him. Rez is going to make his work as well. But they won't commit. They're going to come in through middle. Config right below. Not the Mirage CT pistol again.
Yeah,
crowd walking
dude,
in.
I'm so nervous.
Will they check this? They won't ever go near. They're going to go back to B. Uncertain, undecided are ENCE. And that's given time for NIP to reinforce this site.
I wonder. Nerds is rotating back. I was really curious if he was going to go. Oh, he will get hurt. He's running the whole way. He's running the whole way. Config knows now. Config's heard this, and so they feel more than content with this double setup over towards B. Alexi's starting to rotate round ahead of time, and this is all thanks to that info grab. Double setup in the cave. Config learns about Madden. Another awkward exchange in the pistol between these two, and it's Config to win it again.
They're playing it well. They're playing it slow.
Man down for ENCE. They're waiting to see if NIP make a bit of a misstep. Nothing's given to them, so now they bring the fight. Rez chains together too, and there's Alexi with the close. A dominant pistol for NIP to open up. They keep 4 alive, only losing Brolin as that first point of contact over in the cave.
NIP just play it so nicely in that round, man. They just don't jump the gun. They wait for Config to flank cave. As soon as Hedrick sees that ramp control, he goes back to the cave to play alongside the dual Berettas, and they let ENCE take control only to steal it back. I feel like when I cast NIP games, I can go a whole map without saying Rez's name. He'll just be right there, middle of the pack, near the bottom of the board even, and not starring off. But last game he looked solid when rounds were required from him, and he starts this one off solid as well. Oh dear. I think even if ENCE bring heat here and are able to reset after that last map, NIP look really strong right now.
Oh, this is a nice timing.
They know he's in. Oh, there's no way Diha should get that kill. Now it's only Rez on A.
He's got to do a lot. Goes through the motions. Oh, Alexi, come on now. Rez is going to make up for it, though, from the donut. Doubles down, and here's Brolin with the backstab. This one looking to get stolen away from ENCE as well, in spite of the strong start.
Another sensational round from the Swedes, Harry. We keep getting these. We got them on Mirage. There's the ace between Rez and Brolin, the pair putting on a show. And that's a round that got out of control very quickly. A 4-on-3 in ENCE's favor.
Those ones really hurt as well if you're ENCE. Like, you recognize the opportunity you just had. You know how good that round started and how... these sorts of openers are not going to present themselves every day. These sorts of advantages, but 2 players, one from Donut, one on the CT rotate, and you could even kind of tell through like how Snappy reacts at the end of that round. It's like head in your hands moment, right? You're frustrated with how that's just gone down. That was your chance to kind of start building back in immediately.
NIP are just playing very heads-up CS. They're coming very well, clearly. They're bringing noise, flashing for each other a lot. We saw that at the end of CT Mirage, just making a lot of plays. And, this is a team that's woken up on the right side of the bed. And ENCE, man, they slept on the floor last night. Their backs hurt. 4-on-5 with just Eagles. And no one giving away a kill. Even Brolin playing this very safe position. Unlikely to get 1D'd from this far. Midluck gone. Just up to B contact. Brolin could swing into this, but right now he's feeling pretty invincible. Diha hits 1 onto Alexi, but winning this round is a far cry for ENCE. And there's another flash to just set Brolin up for success on this B site. The numbers may not be good for Nip, Harry, but right now, the eye test is.
Yeah, and I'll say this, you know, like, even though the numbers aren't fantastic, when you go and look at the games, a lot of them are close. Like, you know, they had a very close one versus, I think it was NAVI recently.
Yeah, back at Rio.
So, you know, it is a map that Nip have grown on as of late. And sure, they don't have the wins here, but when you're pushing teams like NAVI the distance, even taking Fnatic to OT on this map, you know, these things kind of bode well for you, that you have been paying it some mind, you have been paying it attention. I think it's important to recognize, you know, I don't think we can downplay the fact that Nip are looking very just synergized and like they're all kind of flowing together, right? Like you see this sometimes, teams will really hit their stride and it all starts to feel and it looks really smooth and it feels almost effortless, you know, like everyone's just calming 10% more than normal. Everything's like very well orchestrated. Like all these peaks thus far have been supplemented with good flashes, right? Even in that last round, it gets closed out by, I think it was Rez lobbing flashes in.
Yeah.
Trying to set up his backside B player. It's all feeling very seamless for NIP, and everyone's playing with a great deal of confidence, and that makes this harder if you're ENCE, right? This isn't the same Nip that maybe is the one that you've gone away and researched before this matchup.
Yeah, they also know Vertigo's third map, and so I don't think Nip want to go there. ENCE beat them on it in the Challenger stage, 16-9, so, you know, there's already recent history there, even though, you know, Nip are on fire today. Why not end it into...
Also, like I gotta say, in this round, there's a huge move made from Brolin. Like, it's so ballsy to have walked down the ramp as the guy left solo B, but it's given him so much from doing this. Like, he knows that no one's lane. He knows they can't be cave. And so NIP are fully set up to try and shut down mid and A. And this is where they're gonna get given these fights. The red room is painted in the blood of ENCE. It's just Diha left at the end of the round. 1v4. Does have a little bit of time to work with as he gets that first kill, but he's so far removed from where this bomb is. How on earth is he meant to find a way back in? He won't. Locked out by Alexi B from spawn. And NIP keep it flawless on the CT side, 4-0. Back down to a low buy for ENCE at best.
Starting to instill some fear in ENCE, who can't even mid-round in a 4-on-4. They just get crunched in middle on the smoke fade. Going to come back in with another halfie. Got insta-red smokes. Got some MAC-10s and some pace out middle perhaps here on this T side. Rooting for Nerds is very far forward. Going to try and send it into the donut here. Nip know what's coming. They've seen the nades. They hear the steps in main. Headtrick calls out along. And so they've got to be careful on this A site as Nerds tries to change the lurk position back to red. Configs come in to plug this gap. And actually, despite all the steps in A, they go for the full run, rotate back to this B site. Loads of time here. Nerds doesn't want to play too soon because eyes are on his position. And again, they might crunch it together. Look at Alexi and Config move through. They want to clear mid and deny ENCE from actually making a play. They left Nerds here to win the round later. He's gone before the round even begins.
Yeah, here's the B here. It's all they're left with. Up at a ramp now. They got to get past Brolin, who's still alive and at the back of the site. Can't take any more out of the round with him. More nade damage. Rains down. They've taken long away. Config flicks back onto it and is good for the first. Snappy trying to hold on to this real estate, but he can't make it work as Alexi bests him. And some Pius is going to get caught from ramp. They've spammed off. And they will deal with him. NIP 5-0.
Even that micro move for Alexi is great because he doesn't get spotted when Snappy swings long and kills Config. He thinks he's cleared everything. He thinks he has so much room, and Alexi's tucked in short. So instead of just committing to his angle and trying to hunt the planter, he goes right back to long, and Snappy is probably surprised how close Alexi is right after this kill. Great repos from Alexi. And that's something we've been talking about all tournament long, especially in that first map. Individually, this guy, you know, has put on some great games. Games we haven't seen really since he was, you know, maybe back in ENCE all those years ago. Making the semi-finals of a major.
Yeah, it is. You know,
rather the grand final.
Even though it's been like a long while since this point, it is. You know, there's just some part of it that feels odd seeing Alexi, kind of the old school ENCE franchise player, taking on his old dog.
Very different day now. No longer full finish. Other than the coach of Saw. Another aggressive A main round, and it's supplemented by the Orb this time. Not just left to res. Headtrick gets that opening kill. And so ENCE can't start any round off on the right foot. They get into red, but this position has just been brutal.
The util's been perfect for NiP across this game as well. Like, they're always throwing a nade in that's finding, you know, like 40, 50 damage, just softening up someone, making the job that much easier for later in the round. This one's no exception. Snappy brought down to half to open this up to util, and Config check for this. Is he going to be ready for a second man? I think, yeah, he's seen him. Molly goes out. Snappy plays ahead of it. Config's still holding on, and we'll deal with him. He really plays a mind game with Snappy there. He tries to give the illusion like, yeah, I'm rotating away. I think I've cleared out red room. Snappy, as a result, is, you know, playing with a bit of confidence there, trying to take the space, but he's lured into Config's trap. Headtrick holding down the bottom of ramp. He was lights out in map 1, but that missed shot costs him dearly. Madden with the opener. Still 2 players here left to hold the line. And as Brolin makes contact, you were never ready for Alexi B.
So many strong double setups in this CT side. Think about it, right? The double red crunch from Alexi and Config. The double A main push. We've had 2 of them now with Headtrick as well, supplemented with the Orb. And then these trade peaks on B. Just when ENCE think they have room, they get caught by a backside player. They try and trade him. They get swung from default. NiP have had so many little duos that ENCE cannot break through. And that fake out for Config is great. Drops the molly, doesn't get a tick, but realizes a player could have gotten through, runs away, and then walks back into the fight. Really heads up play for Config. We've had all the stars aligning for NiP. 6-0 CT side Ancient. This is a map that has closed up in halves since the spawn changes. Seen a lot more T-sided games out of this. And right now, ENCE cannot get a foot in the door. Couple of guns. And ENCE are just trying to hang on.
See, because they're always throwing money in these force rounds, I haven't actually really got to see... Oh, hello, Snappy. Full speed ahead. He plays with a bit of bravado here, and ENCE just go like, screw it. We're rushing B, and it's as simple as that. It's as easy as that to bring them back into the fold. Sometimes, you know, when you're really pushed down to like the bottom, right? When you're really getting tested and you kind of just let go of the wheel for a moment, you know, and you come in with something as simple as that, just a B rush. Everyone knows what they're doing in the B rush. Snappy goes, I'm just going to play full wild, right? Because either I die in the molly, either I die trying to push and take the space away on our little low buy round, and then we can quickly forget about it, or this is the wild, you know, last-ditch attempt at like a Hail Mary right hook that KOs NiP at just the right moment.
Well,
so
those are those aforementioned spawn changes, Harry, getting abused by ENCE.
And so now, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if we see ENCE find some success now, right? That's actually a nice round just to try and bring the mental back into the game.
Huge injection of energy. But something NiP will immediately call out a spawn. Be a little more ready for those rushes now. Don't let them do that twice, but ENCE don't need to in theory.
No, I mean, you know, I think that one is just a product of both how the game's gone and the buy that ENCE had, right? They had Mac 10s, Galils, couple of Tech 9s, so you just play a fast round. Or do you? Or do you go straight back to the B-rush all over again? Are they ready for it this time? Brolin seems to think so. Headtrick blind. The rest of ENCE try to filter on through. They'll get locked out. It's just some Pius left standing, and this time it is a mode out. It is a mauling. ENCE do not catch them off guard with the B-rush again.
it's kind of desperate, isn't it? Back to back, you know, it's not an awful call. It worked, right? You caught Nip off guard, but this time, even without Molly's down, they play triple B. They have a guy anchoring backside. Alexi's able to get 2 kills. Sure, Brolin swing off of long, very potent there as he's not flashed off by ENCE. Manages to dodge it. And now it's a difficulty for ENCE because you have to fall back into a slower round. Nip have already closed that door shut.
I don't hate that they went back to it. I like it, honestly. Yeah. You know, you try and abuse that a couple of times. Try to like set the rhythm for the game. Try to like change the flow of it. Was speaking of Apeks yesterday, obviously after Vitality's successes in the Legend stage. And we were talking a bit about that, like, you know, the idea of repeating the same strat over and over again. And he was saying, like, yeah, I actually like it, you know, because it enters you into like this mind game situation where they're kind of saying, well, there's no way they do it again. And then you do it again.
Oh, they're doing it again. Down ramp, more double pushes for Nip. It's just been the solution on this CT side. Madden's mollying default, bro. They ain't there. They're coming right at you. Now, obviously, that molly gave Snappy room to take cave. He's pushed up, but they will be aware of this possibility. Meanwhile, in mid, a lurker lost in the source. Rez misses his shot on the second AWP as well. Nip are feeling invincible.
Yeah, this also isn't really a problem that ENCE have had to deal with yet, this second AWP. So as you hear that firing off, you know, that can sail you down the river a little bit into thinking that this is Headtrick playing a bit rotational with the AWP, and so they're going to go running right into this main AWP.
Ooh. Big molly, though. They're going to have to plant wide for the ramp. And he knows it! That was so close for Headtrick. Centimeter to the left, and it would have been a bomb denial. ENCE now need to hold on. They must leave Diha in the site. The ramp is very difficult to win a post-plant for, but Nip have used all their utility. It's up to gunfights here. They'll find the first. Diha needs a double off of this swing, and they might clear him soon. The orb's trained in. Diha hits one. The crossfire between him and Nerds, and now it must be the latter to live. He cannot. Nip get another retake. They lock it down in a 5-on-4 post plant. 8-1. A dominant game from NIP right now. And even though ENCE get in position, they cannot edge it over the line.
Oh, this, you know, this is going to be a really sad way for this to end if this keeps up for ENCE after a great run through the Challenger stage, after some fantastic performances. You know, thinking back to the Nerds debut back at EPL, just how good this guy's looked. Some of the stars that have been shining in this team, how Madden gave us an MVP level performance throughout the Challenger stage, statements of grandiosity from Snappy. This was meant to be, you know, ENCE battling themselves through into playoffs. That's how they were feeling at the end of challenges when they clean swept their way through. But it's going to end not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Yeah.
NIP, they are in the flow state right now. Brolin and Config still topping the charts, but everyone's been solid. Headtrick hasn't even really had to deliver in the same capacity on this map as in Mirage, because the riflers are doing more than enough. Pius finally has his AWP, so let's see if that can be a bit of a difference maker. The util's already bullied, and this is more of that nice utility out of the NIP squad. Always, like, just, you know, the ENCE players are arriving at you, and they're normally half health by the time that they're taking these opening fights. So you're really, you know, lowering the impact of some of these space creators. Madden, very much a guy who likes to be involved in the opening fights. He's down to sub 50 HP. So suddenly, you know, do you want to entrust him on that opening fight? Probably going to have to fall to someone else, isn't it?
Molly again will give cave control. ENCE's early protocols haven't been bad in getting space. They've gotten red plenty of times. This is what's happened. What happens after that? Alexi flashed in, makes a play. Does he know about Snappy? Headtrick hits his down on ramp. Snappy caught reloading.
Oh, that reload's awkward.
Sells Config, but he at least gets one before he dies. And Alexi will hold strong at the back of the site. Missed shot again for Rez. The AWP right now not doing him any favors, but also not getting punished. And this should be 9-1 with Nerds alone. And the bomb under Headtrick's control. Unbelievable game out of NIP. And as I said just a moment ago, it's not like ENCE have been unable to get powerful positions. They've actually been taking middle away from NIP. It's NIP who re-aggress in mid-rounds. There's not been an AWP in middle. There's been an AWP in donut, okay, but hasn't got a kill yet. And even cave control has been free for ENCE.
I'll say this though, like even though, because you're dead on about ENCE getting like this real estate over in middle, and you're also dead on about NIP like retaking it later in the rounds, but I'll say this, it's like the extremities of mid are always contained in a pretty gnarly way, right? Like whether that's Rez, who has switched off the AWP now, even he's kind of noticed like,
okay.
Yeah, is this working? I don't think this is working. No, I know he's 8-2, but that was largely off the back of when he was rifling. Yeah. Since bringing that AWP out, he struggled a bit more.
I don't think he had a kill.
As you say, it's more so lucky that ENCE haven't punished that, right? And I think he's started to realize that too. But anyway, you know, you have like Rez floating around over towards Donut. So often he's had support as well if they've tried to go for like these fast Donut splits. On top of that, think about Red Room. Think about how dominantly NIP have had that control.
Now it's a change. Now they're actually fighting for mid. And you see Nerds is not ready for this angle. Conflict's pushed all the way down. He was not expecting that play. First time NIP take mid, it's going to force ENCE quickly into B. They know there's a gap. They're going to take it. But Brolin at the back of CT has been putting on a masterclass. Snappy needs his kill. He chases it down. 3-on-4. There's a flank. Alexi's got the bomb. He doesn't know. They're coming to him. He's confused. Now he
realizes.
Why was he going back?
Yeah.
Oh,
Alexi, you smart man. That's beautiful. That one hint of just someone running back his way is enough for Alexi to go, I've got the bomb. And he knows what's happening.
Are they going to go push mid?
It looks like they are. It looks like they want to try and play around this, play around the lane control, try to take that away and deny this bomb pickup. This is such a ballsy way to play the round with a minute left. They could go walking into D here, right? Yeah. He is going to get given a fight here, but he needs to win it. He needs to win this one, and Rez will not let it happen. Put that AWP away, bring out the AK, and he'll give you the results. Snappy, 1v3. He opened this with the kill in the B site that was meant to set ENCE up for success. Now he's left chasing shadows, and Rez will knock him out of the round. NIP, double digits secured. And that was so many of these rounds have just looked beautiful for NIP. I love that realization from Alexi B. I love everything about it.
And just, you know, they're not being stagnant, they're not being complacent. Not only have they made very aggressive moves, but they're changing their round openers. They stack B one round, then it's Brolin just solo CT, trying to get info. And again, it's a good reaction from ENCE. They see they have a gap, they take B, but it's these little mistakes. They leave the bomb on the B hit. D is out on heaven. No one's brought the package into the site on a 3-man hit into B. Yeah, and look at what it does to them.
Dude, my heart's kind of going out to Snappy right now, because in a lot of these rounds where they've tried to get the ball rolling, he has been the guy. The one round they have is because of Snappy, right? He got that 4K run through the B site. There as well, he gets the opening kill, deals with Brolin, who's been a nuisance, right? Like Brolin did about 150, 160 damage in that round, and Snappy was the guy to get rid of him, but then they didn't have the bomb. Snappy is trying to do all he can while he's, you know, balancing plates, essentially, trying to bring his teammates back into the fold as well. But this one just feels way too far gone. It's like, just from how ENCE looks so disjointed and so lost, like NIP have kind of dominated the game in terms of having control of it. You know, ENCE are having to play on NIP say so.
And they say no. Nay, not today. In an elimination game here at the Legend stage. After ENCE at least went 2-3 last time. Back at Rio. They fell to Mouse in that final matchup. They may not even make it that far. Flash is good for head trick, but he holds his own. He's 4-4 right now, not even been required. I mean, he went all of Mirage, Harry, without taking an opening fight. It's been all the rifles today, but still Hedrick was rock solid in late rounds. He might be needed in this one. ENCE going for a methodical B hit, and Madden does what we need him to. Double entry into the cave. Config falls after one. The trades are looking good right now for ENCE. They could finally be onto a second round.
This needs to be the second round for ENCE. This is the best spot they've been in such a long time. Oh, Diha, don't hang around and give them a reason to go for this. That nade drops in, but he just puts enough distance between him and that HE.
Oh, that's going to waste your time. It's a good molly, but...
Oh, it's a good molly.
Smoke it now and run.
Yeah, now he's going to go through it with the smoke. It's a cool move from Rez, but yeah, time is not on their side here. Pijamas nails that one shot needed, and Hedrick is not in a position to win this round. Gonna knock out one man as he tries to leave and secure their second. This time it's on the back of Madden to open, and then Pijamas with that very important kill to Rez as he tries to push out through Cave. If that fight goes at all differently, NIP are running away with that retake in the 2-on-3.
Yeah, it just took the best rated player for ENCE at the challenger stage of Madden to get that double entry, or otherwise it's dead in the water. Nice round for ENCE. They're looking for scraps at the end of the half. They're looking to stay alive here in this series on their map pick, on a map that NiP rarely win, and on a map that ENCE have beaten some of the best on, taking down Cloud9 twice.
Oh, B-Rush again. B-Rush again here, out of ENCE. Last time they tried going straight back to this, they got bodied, they got destroyed. Is it going to be a different story this time? No, they're deep out through the ramp, and Brolin's only going to go 1-for-1. Config is spammed through it. Nerds catches him on the lip of this smoke. Hedrick tries his hand at the trade, but Nerds has got a gnarly angle. Rez scoped up, full Cyclops mode the whole damn way. But Nerds ready for him, or so you'd like to think. Just looks away at the wrong moment. 1v3 for Rez has officially begun, and Pijamas doesn't want to face him through Cave. There's some spam damage done either which way, and honestly, putting Rez down this low, this should just force the save out of NIP.
Yeah, not enough money to go for it. You know, he wasn't liking his AWP, but he still wanted the scope. Interesting buy for the Donut side, but it's still ENCE breaking through B, and that's all Nerds. He has that. I mean, to call it a one-way is, you know, being facetious. He just sits behind NiP's ramp smoke.
I'll say
he can see right through it.
I would say, you know, Nerds is the guy who wins the round. Snappy is the guy who sets up the round, right? He gets like the 2 first picks onto these defenders as they're moving in to give the room, and then Nerds.
Yeah, how can you see him there?
Like,
great angle.
Yeah, okay, because we saw that from the other POVs, right? And it didn't.
They're aiming right at it. Like Hedrick scoped on Nerds.
Yeah, like knowing he's playing around the smoke. And then I see it from Nerds' POV, and I'm like, no, to be fair, like, how even were you seeing these people? That is crazy.
Nerds is shooting legs right now. But whatever gets you the round. 3 for ENCE. Back to back on the T side. Looking for a 5-round T half. Could just be enough. It's felt as good as done, but ENCE have given us reason to believe yet again.
Yeah, the one thing that could still be brutal here is because both of these rounds come down to one player surviving for ENCE. You know, if they lose this next one, they're actually broke heading into round 15.
Who isn't?
But the same can be said for NIP in this situation, and we want a competitive series here. At this stage in the tournament with these 2 squads, you want it to be competitive. That mid smoke has missed, and so Config moves into middle under false pretenses. The nature of the game's kind of changed here. A bit of an unforced error from NiP to give the opener. Rez desperately trying to claw it back, and he will manage it. 2 from the man in middle. And suddenly it's back to a level playing field. Brolin!
What?
Wow!
Hello?
That is...
Not normally.
That's one way to go about it. Start shooting before he's around the corner, jump mid-spray, continue shooting as you land, and then you get the kill.
Profit.
Of course. It's an ancient technique there employed from Brolin.
Well, he's saved the round here by keeping it in the favor of NiP, but there's still some low players on this CT side. Rez is roaming right now, hearing the mid control. Brolin now needs to care about Donut and A main, but the bomb's going back up B. Snappy's way into these rounds. Hedrick, he's got to commit to this almost. He's so out on a limb with no support. He's going to go down ramp, and Nerds is coming back to face him. Looking for that headshot angle, but Hedrick is crouched below it, and he might just find this kill. Now you know that Snappy must be nearby. Cave bound, creeping into the site is the captain of ENCE, and his back turn might spell his demise. 11-3, Hedrick, the late round player that we know him to be, saves NiP and breaks ENCE's money at the end of the half. We said 5 might be enough. 3 certainly is not.
And considering how that starts, a 5v3 for ENCE, to have it go so quickly against you because of this play in mid and whatever this was.
He heard him running, that's why he
was but
still.
No, that's really That's really hurting now. Like, you've had a couple of these moments, a couple of these rounds that really hurt you, and you can withstand a couple of them, but how frequently it's happened has been terrifying. It's another fast B play, because really that's all ENCE have had in a lot of these rounds.
And Brolin's just been the bane of their existence, always finding the 5-on-4. He is 6-0 in opening duels right now. He is continually causing problems at this B site. He goes a little bit too far here, but of course Brolin survives somehow, and off the reload, Config begs them to go through the smoke. They won't. Showing 2 separate guns at ramp will instill some fear in ENCE. And Madden needs to crack open cave. But ENCE already don't like what they see. They're going to rotate round, go back through the spawn, attempt elsewhere. Hedrick hasn't been AWPing Donut this game much, but in the last couple of rounds, he's in position. And so that could be perfectly timed with Rez on the A site, 14-3. You know, there's been no weak link for Nip, but the best part of this game has been watching the 2 Swedes, the inconsistencies, the question marks for this organization perform incredibly well in a crucial game. Can Rez keep it up?
Util reigns in. Oh, smoke spam for Alexi. He does so much damage. Not even a player spotted yet. And Rez is about to knock out the planter. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong for ENCE right now. And Nipper laughing all the way to the bank. Alexi with a stellar round. It's left on a Madden, and he'll get silenced by Rez from the donut. This is domination for NIP.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep, my heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why didn't I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Yeah, let's fight together. Wait for me. Wait.
We're on the bomb.
Jump down. I can be doing beast flashes. Wait, one more.
Careful walk.
Ready?
Flash, yeah.
Flashing. Go.
Come on, bit.
A swing.
Boost the pit.
Okay, come with me.
Swing. Planted pizza, boys. Okay, should be.
Nice. Bomb inside.
You hold.
And rush.
Nice.
Rush. Close to Nana.
Nice!
Shut the down!
Nice! Let's go, guys.
Not enough clucks to contain Config in this one. He does not care, and he is bringing the heat, as is every player of NIP. 12-3 on their CT side of Ancient, and right now, ENCE are just 4 rounds away from elimination.
Hearing that TeamSpeak clip from the NIP camp has really, you know, showing what we were all thinking, and that is that this is a game where they are all kind of flowing, right? Everyone is playing in tandem with each other. You can hear Alexi the whole time talking in the background, like managing everything down to a T, and everyone's just reacting to what he's saying, reacting to that flow of info. I bet if you listen to the ENCE TeamSpeak, it would pale in comparison right now. You know, you can imagine that they're down in the dumps, but this is like the brand of Counter-Strike that all players live for, right? Where you're just synergized together perfectly, right? And you're flowing like water. This is the games that you live for.
Oh, what? Gooching nuts.
Oh, and then it forces him in a Brolin.
No.
Wow, what a pistol round.
Where did that come from?
In seconds. It's over for ENCE.
It's done.
It's over. There's no beating back in this one now. With that pistol going against them, they know as well as we do their time in the major is drawing to a close. Okay. And what a way for it to look to go out.
No, just getting spammed by Alexi B through the wall bang with a Glock. You can do nothing right, and Nip can do nothing wrong. Here we go, folks. The unraveling of ENCE. An uncharacteristic look yesterday against Into the Breach showed them to be silent. And this series is as empty as well. Not the team that I thought would break under the pressure. Not with the rise they've been having over the past 6 months since the Rio Major.
No, I mean, you know, I as much as we've been singing Nip's praises, I think you have to focus on the impending heartbreak that looms for ENCE at the results of this one.
Yeah, not a double-digit player in sight.
But, you know, I think the thing that hurts so much about this one is not even about, like, the individuals going quiet. You can have games where individuals go quiet. It's just the fact that you felt so out of this game. Like, it wasn't even close. Like for the purpose of this matchup, you weren't even on the same planet as NIP.
And how unexpected after their run in Challenger, right? They looked amazing against FaZe. They defeated them. They went 3-0 in Challenger stage, and ENCE have looked like just a shell of their self from that previous week. 3-on-4. There's a hope here in making this force buy worthwhile. There's no molly to clear Snappy, so he could get a one and done with the P250. They clear the wrong side. They go back in for a check, and even Snappy only does damage. 10 seconds, though. There's a way. Got to hit a couple of Deegs, and Madden does deliver. They're chasing in 2 kills in an instant. The plant just allowed. Deha needs a clutch.
Low HP on Brolin. He does have a chance here. There's Deha. Oh, but he's missed that opportunity. And with each shot he misses, the pressure starts to come on that much more. Hands trembling now, heart racing. You know that your tournament lifeline, your time at the major, all hinges on winning this force buy. Tap on the bomb, but he can't do it. And NIP move up onto 14. It's not a huge celebration yet for Nip. This is just the steps to get them there. But for ENCE, that sinking feeling sets in as it's left down to one man to pull that round back after a good start for the ENCE squad. You could almost see the pressure getting a Deha in that moment. Wondering how has it so quickly come down to just me versus the world, just one man having to do it. And he's not able to rise to the challenge. Force buy again for ENCE. It's really the only option they have. They want to have as many chances to upset with forces before this half is over, before this game is over.
And it will be over soon if NiP have their way. An ENCE team that make a clear 1-for-1 firepower upgrade since the last major circuit, and Nerds Vivalded it. And while the results spoke for themselves in the debut at Pro League, it is a different day and it is a different ENCE. NiP grouped for a B hit. We've got a scout from afar. But Hedrick, the AWPer, known to rifle, doesn't like his odds yet. Gonna go back and throw some execute utility. And NiP line up what should be the final blow, and it's all a fake.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, you know ENCE are twitchy. You know it's not going to take much to pull the wool over their eyes. They've lobbed out this util. They did shuffle the ENCE setup around quite heavily, but now they take red and they look to go back to this B play. They've lost Brolin in the meantime. Alexi's been mollied. Oh, that molly spread, unfortunately. Tags him as he goes out wide from it, and so it will find him. 10 seconds on the B play again, and this time Madden's Deagle knocks out the bomb, helped out by Snappy as they look to take this one over the line. Hedrick given a couple of kills, but not enough to win the round.
Tactically, that's a very curious round for NiP to do that play so late, because they throw the full exec, they make it very clear, they pull 4 players to B. I thought they were just going to run Donut, trade out. You know there's surely not more than a player there. Even if there's 2, you're 4-on-2ing at worst case into an A hit. Sure, they get unlucky, Broden gets scout shots and Deegs land, but they smoke Donut and they go for a red flank with 20 seconds. That doesn't leave you really any room for error, and so a surprising call there from NiP. The Donut option was way safer. So ENCE, yeah, they hold on. They're given an opportunity. They better grasp it with both hands. A 12-round streak needed to end this in reg. Play like you got nothing to lose, because really at this point you don't. Snappy sits ahead of the smoke. He finds a double, and all 3 for the captain, who has been seemingly the one consistency of this map for ENCE.
Yeah, that's the thing that I think feels sad about it as well, is like for Snappy, you know, I think he's kind of struggled to have much in terms of a read on this game, but you can kind of understand why. NiP are keeping it, or were keeping it in that first half very proactive. They were constantly switching it up. On top of that, when none of your stars, none of your like opening players are really delivering, and a lot of the actual, you know, output of your team is having to come down to the captain. It's like, well, how much does he have to do, right? He's trying to kind of balance the mindset of his team while calling, while also being the guy creating space and having to win rounds. This should just be a flat mowdown for Nerds, and he's going to take them all to the grave. Him and some Pius just stealing that ace away right at the end. Ends up onto 6, but there's still worlds apart between them and NIP. Sometimes you see this, though, as you get to the end of a game that's been very, very dominant, especially in a 1-2 matchup where, you know, it is like you're done at the end of this. Your run at the major is over. Sometimes that can be liberating, maybe the wrong word, but like you said earlier, you know, you play like you have nothing left to lose. You want to leave it all out there on the field. So let's see if ENCE can try and make this prettier at least, starting to embark on the initial stages of the comeback here. They take 2 flawless rounds. So now the question is posed to NiP as they come back out with rifles. Are they going to let ENCE get that ball rolling? Are they going to let ENCE rebuild? Or are they giving some false hope before tearing it all away?
Very much could and should be. Would be probably the best comeback of the major so far if ENCE were to make this interesting. But NiP vying for an A execute, leaving Brolin on a B lurk. Got Alexi with lineups towards the A site, Donut smoke. They might even pop config out middle as well. Changing their mind at the last moment, going for a mid take here. NiP wants to try and find an opening kill. And it's giving them nothing right now. We've got Madden, who's going to play his fullback once he sees them come through. And that will be soon enough. But again, you don't want Nip to overcomplicate this round. 40 seconds. They're going to have to chase Donut right now. Madden gets a lot of spots off there. He's holding on to position. He's getting himself entrenched right now. He's playing for a multi-kill at 30 seconds. And ENCE, or Nip rather, they're going to go back to B, leaving Config in red. Look at the pull-out. Config hears this. Players running through spawn to reinforce A, but Madden can confirm soon enough that this is not the object. This is not the move. It's once again up to the captain.
He's going to have to do it all. Nerds wins that one fight. The Snappy is the focal point of the round, and he might be able to hold on here. Swings it wide, ends up getting dropped, but they don't have time to plant this bomb. They can't win the round. NIP leave it down to the final few seconds. And the smoke spam goes a long way for ENCE. 7 rounds between them and Nip. Still a ways to go.
You thank that you have the buffer here, because some of these rounds really are just getting a little bit too complicated, too late. They're not leaving themselves with enough room for error. And even though they're getting the entries, they're falling to the clock. That's 2 rounds now. The Nip have essentially done the same thing. A default that takes way too long.
In the same way, though, that like ENCE in this first half, they had this point early on where they were trying to play like a very structured game, and then it just became, okay, we're just going to go B, right? We're just going to run at them B because we've kind of set this precedent of these slower rounds. And then if you remember the B play, the first time they did blindside Nip, right? That was how ENCE got their first round. Nip have that degree of freedom. They have that ability at any point in this game to completely change the way the game's been playing up. They can just call for something a lot faster, a lot more in your face, a lot speedier. And with how ENCE have kind of been set up early on to want to hold on to some of this util to later in the round, what with all these last second plays coming through, I think that's going to be extremely potent when we eventually see it bought out for Nip. That's something that's always going to be in the back of your mind if you're Snappy.
Because you don't have the buffer to lose 1 round. Suddenly it can all come crumbling down. ENCE living on a prayer.
One thing that maybe is boding well as well is that alongside Snappy now you have Nerds, who's been giving some good performances, but Snappy falls first on this slightly faster B pop. Little more up-tempo to open as they take away lane early, and on the back of the 5v4, Alexi's called for it to go a little slower now.
I just want something basic here for Nip, right? You've got a 5-on-4, you've got an untraded player. Just go for the B execute. Doesn't matter if there are numbers here, there's a stack. You should have faith in your entry players right now. We have a lot of firepower on this server, and so Nip grouping for a hit is the safest option to avoid this overcomplication that you could call some of these T-side rounds. It's the same reason ENCE make the gamble. They know that that's the best play for Nip, and they've seen Config in middle. We're going to have this contact up ramp. Smokes and flashes start to fall in. Diha does some damage, but he swings into the rifle. Pius hits his in cave. Madden, the only man here with a smoke in his face, has a bit of room to maneuver. 3-on-3 right now. Config is lost to the hands of time. They're planting the bomb. Hedrick's hunting the orb. Where's Madden gone? He's going to try and pick another. Madden hiding behind the smoke, waiting for the flank.
Config's only got a deagle to work with, and he fires off too soon, so now they know he's too far away. He can't win this round anymore. ENCE, keep this coming in. That's now 5 in a row for the ENCE squad.
Very nice try for Nip. Config plays it extremely late, though. Just he's not to know that ENCE already used their rotator to pad B out with a triple stack in a 4-on-5. So he's trying to kill Diha on a rotation, but he's already in the bomb site. Very awkward round there for Nip, as they have been on this T side, with ample opportunity to find match and series point. It's pretty close.
Yeah, with each round they build, more and more players are going to get switched on. More and more of the regular faces that you're used to seeing from ENCE are going to start to shine through again. So
it's been that guy.
Yeah, if you're Nip, you really need to stop this before it goes too far past the post and everyone on ENCE is believing in this insane comeback, right? Because the sort of insurmountable odds can kind of fire you up in this position. So Nip, they still have 6 rounds between them and ENCE, but you can feel how the nature of this game has changed. There's a few more risks being taken. There's a couple more, but even then, I say risks. They're like they're more well informed. They're not as loose. They're not as wild as in the first half. They're more calculated risks, and they're teeing up their players to succeed. The individuals are starting to look better as well. NiP don't want to outbrain themselves. A lot of these rounds have been very, very slow.
His setup is great as well in B for a contact B play. There's no util really for NIP. Alexi's lining up something, but they're going to just pop through the smoke. Great flashbang though, but still with 2 players in the site, they go 2 for 2. Brolin gets a crucial entry back out cave. It's still nipped down a man. They need this plant. It's been eluding them in many a round. Brolin just goes through the smoke and they collapse like some pious. Snipes them down inside of the site, and ENCE continue to leave nothing unsaid.
That's kind of scary, because now it's like, you know, the slightly more fortunate shots, you know, like you land something like this, that's going to pump you up. Some Pius wasn't even intending to kill Headtrick over in the back, and he gets delivered it through the smoke.
If Brolin doesn't go through, that plant probably is allowed, right?
Yeah, because he wouldn't have had a reason to shoot, right? Yeah. He wouldn't have felt the capacity to have to hit Brolin as he tries to push him.
Ooh,
yeah, wild way of thinking about it, but yeah, I guess so.
I mean, you know, it's not inherently a bad move for Brolin. He knows the AWP is there. He's hoping he can catch it, but yeah, it shows that NiP are still feeling a little desperate in this T side because they really should have ended this game by now. This is 6 rounds in a row for ENCE, from 14-3, and now looking for double digs. It's NiP are in a hole on this.
Yeah, no, this kind of is a whole different game now. You know, we need to forget about how dominant that first half was. NiP do just need that one like standout round to rise above it all. And here's that B-pop we were talking about earlier. That full pace change that they still had up their sleeve, but they're up against ENCE that are believing and ENCE that are warmed up, and so they struggle to get this foothold over the bomb site. They're never given the room. ENCE are here to play. They'll lock them out dominantly.
Yeah, great multi-kills, but just poor clearing for NiP. No one even looks at Snappy. He gets a kill, he gets blind, he hides. No one even turns. It takes 2 frags from the captain before NiP are even considering that. Sure, there's a lot of audio going on in that round. There's flashes, there's communication. They're looking for long players, but look at just how no one's turned for that frag. Dear oh dear, 10 rounds for ENCE. A different game indeed, Harry. NiP need to slow it down and play off of this AWP now. Let Headtrick go for a rare opening kill. They can boost him on B. Rez actually gets one out middle. It's Config. He throws himself through the smoke. He's been getting a lot of position there. But not in this round. Nertz will win that head-to-head. It was Nertz who was getting cleaned up in mid in the first half. Now he gets his vengeance. Partial to an AWP, but won't request it from some Pius. Oh, you're hoping that flash can get you something. NiP get up red again, and this round rests on Rez.
Going to try and push this in a little bit, clear out the red room, but that offers up Nertz. He's caught lobbing a flash into middle. Suddenly we're into the 4-on-3. A faster donut explode on the cards here for NIP. Diha up close has got to be the hero, got to be that guy. Need a multi-kill out of him and he dies, getting nothing done. Rez has crafted this round, giving them the openers, and there's Brolin looking to close it. ENCE, they were believing in this comeback. They were chaining rounds together. They took 7 in a row. But it might not be enough. Snappy 1v4, wishful thinking to think he's going to be able to offer much up here. Swings it wide and Brolin finds him. It's NiP on to 15, now just 5 kills away.
And it's the Swedish Stars who started this second map. They will finish it as well. Another 5 kills between 2 players in Brolin and Rez. Meanwhile, FaZe are trying to make it 3 maps in their own pick, or their own second map of their series. But 15-10 now, NiP ready to end this.
Earlier on, you know, ENCE had already kind of gone through the grieving of this game. Right? They'd already gone through all that, this idea that it was out of their hands. But those 7 rounds got them believing again, and that's opened them up for this. If it ends up culminating in a loss, you had that moment, that glimmer of hope where you were all believing, you were all buying into the comeback. You all thought you still had more chances here. And so that's opened them up for this loss. If it ends up coming through to hurt all over again, as though they've just lost this series for the second time. This one now rests on getting it back into OT. Snappy does a bit of damage on the spam, but ends up getting dinked in reply. Look at Madden go all the way through the B ramp. He's in there. Spawn while Headtrick was still standing around lining up util. That comes as a real nasty surprise to Nip.
Now they know they can't really commit with this A hit, because it's going to be held well by ENCE after a play like that. Going to come through Donut, try and find Nerds. He smoked it off, putting down a barrier. Nip go through. They don't care anymore. They're just rushing him down. A crucial trade from Config and an orb spotted in the temple. Still gets headshot on a pre-fire from Rez. Pius has to give it up. And over the top goes Config, trying to cover this plant. It will get repositioned. Config burst his flank. And Madden needs to burst their bubble right now. Their hopes and their dreams rest on Config. And he is the dream catcher and the dream killer right now, looking to ace to end this series and send ENCE home from the Legend stage. It's Nip to do it into a mini foe comeback for ENCE, but it falls at the final hurdle.
Yeah, insanely well played from the Nip squad. They stay composed. They put a stop to that comeback. It went from being, you know, what felt like a bit of a wash of a series to one that ENCE ended up offering a little bit more in. But for ENCE, this one really hurts after a clean run through the Challenger stage. After having this miniature resurgence on the second map, they all bought in to the hope of taking it to a third, only to have it snatched away there towards the very end.
Yeah, while Nip impress, ENCE regress from Rio, a 2-3 matchup they lost back there. They don't even get 2 wins in this stage. That is a real shame to see the capitulation of ENCE after what was such a solid run in the whole year, really combined for this team. But for Nip, a new height, new heroes, a new reason to get behind the magic that this roster provides.
ENCE once again meeting their end in the Legend stages as NIP to keep their heads above water, and man, an even more bitter pill for Snappy and his squad to be swallowing, because that comeback dream almost looked like it was going to be brought into reality. Matthew, 7 rounds in a row, but just too little, too late. NIP are the ones to survive. ENCE, end of the road at the major.
Yeah, you said it. You talked about the comeback. We should not get baited by this moment. We should not get baited by the few rounds that ENCE put together where they were actually competitive and they started having good communication, being sort of assertive on the map. This would hide us from the truth, which is 75 to 80% of that game was a no-show. It was an absolute no-show, a no contest. NIP was the only team really truly playing Counter-Strike, and I'm sure the ENCE players are aware of that, and this is going to be a bitter pill to swallow.
Yeah, definitely. It just comes to an end on a weird, scrappy buy there, and simply not enough space for ENCE to make any mistakes.
End of the line for their CSGO legacy, unfortunately, at the final major. We've got Snappy on the bikes with Mads.
From elation at NIP to a little bit of disappointment here at the ENCE team. Snappy, sorry for your loss, but talk us through what just happened on this last map.
I don't know, like, I guess in this Legend stage, we just cannot buy a good start in a way. Against Vitality into the breach and now Nip, we had 0 good starts to the half and 8 bad starts. Like, we lose every single pistol, every single second round. Like, we just cannot get any economy going. We're on eco constantly. I think in the end it hurt our confidence because we weren't playing our A game. And when we weren't, if you aren't playing your A game, you cannot win like this in top tier CS.
And you mentioned these slow and not fortunate starts that you've been having. Ancient, you were down actually 3-14 at one point, but then started scraping rounds together. Did you believe that you guys could have taken this all the way to a third map?
Yeah, I mean, I kept believing. In the end, it didn't work out, but we tried our hardest, but it wasn't enough. There's nothing to say. We played bad CS and we didn't get any easy way out in terms of like winning some pistols. I don't know. We need to go home and look at some of these. I don't even know if you can do anything about it, but we are just shitting ourselves when we start out like this. So it's bad.
And looking back at the Blast TV Paris Major for you guys, you had a great run in the Challenger stage, something to be exceptionally proud of. Right now, what are you the most proud of out of everything that you've witnessed here?
I would say there's not, right now in the Legend stage, I don't think there's much to be proud about. I played against a bad game against Vitality, and I think we just played not to lose in the end when we had no confidence. Like, nobody gets these free frags, and I think people were playing not to lose rather than play to win, and I think that was the biggest deal.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Snappy. Have a great day. Hopefully, back to you guys at the desk.
Snappy spoke about, being slow during that series. We're talking about a game that when we're coming from that second half of map number 1 into the beginning of map number 2, 15 rounds in a row for NIP. It was the recovery that you were talking about, Matthew, that you were worried we wouldn't see from ENCE, and we certainly didn't.
No, and I think Snappy's on the money. I think he's being very lucid and down to earth about what happened. They got worried, they got scared, and they started playing not to lose. And it could translate very easily in Counter-Strike. When you watch that game, you see moves aren't being made when they need to be made. Yeah. People are sort of passively waiting for duels to come to them, hoping that the gods of Counter-Strike will provide them for kills. And I've been in that position. I know exactly how it is when you do not trust your first instinct and you are playing a second or two behind the music in Counter-Strike, and at the highest of levels here, there is no way it works. NIP were the complete opposite.
Yeah, you can see it on a macro scale. You can also see it on a micro scale, like Dika in that 1v2. You see him second-guessing himself. He's not sure how he wants to clear this. Does he want a wide swing? Does he want a jiggle peek? Everyone just losing confidence. And to be honest, NIP did put them in that position to be scared, starting with a good half. The good half doesn't start just magically, right? When Snappy says we didn't have a good start, it's not like a coin flip who's going to start well. The first, second gun around, we had a very good kind of approach to pick off the default, to punish Dika, the whole thing that Danny pointed about Nertz's mid-aggression. They played around that beautifully to get a great CT half.
Yeah, obviously we're focusing on the commiseration, the heartbreak for ENCE. That is because they are eliminated. Just for NIP, simply surviving to make it through to day 4 of the Legend stage. One more shot of making it through to the Champion stage. And for them, obviously an incredible result to be putting it through. I mean, you're probably hearing some screams right now. I'm keeping an eager eye on that B stream. 15-14.
I have no intention of ignoring you, Freya, at all, but it is complicated. It's complicated for me not to pay attention to the screams that are happening down the concourse. We know FaZe and BNE are fighting, battling it out on Barrage. Last time I checked, it was 14-14. That's what my iPad actually showed me. I don't know what's going on.
15-14.
There's some screams happening. We might just be. It's just down the road. You follow my hand, you'll see these teams over there. And I'm being so curious. I feel like I'm going to miss history.
If you've got dual monitors at home, get the A stream and the B stream up simultaneously. Move your eyes like that. Yeah. You got to be bugging-eyed, that one. Man, that would be absolutely insane. Obviously, we've totally derailed the point about NIP, but we do have to focus on this one. Man, this is crazy. Imagine you're in FaZe's shoes right now. This has happened not once, not twice, potentially now 3 times being beaten by BNE in the most crucial situation.
Absolute kryptonite, it seems, for Kerrig and Synopsy and his gang. The Mirage game looked like they had a good start, but they seems like
BNE on a run of 6 rounds.
Seems like BNE can close this out, especially on the CT side. Seems like they have the number there.
So you are FaZe, you are Kerrigan. Your job right now is to stop a 6-round streak to stay alive in the Paris Major against a team that has already eliminated you from Rio and has beat you back-to-back in best of 3.
To just push it to overtime, to then potentially go to a 3rd map.
Yeah.
Like, all the odds are stacked versus you could hear a pin drop in here. The tension is palpable. It's absolutely insane.
I'm having flashbacks of the Liquid Fluxer situation for you. I think this is where we are for FaZe. This is all or nothing. It's survival or nothing. I think if FaZe can make it to overtime now, they might just be staying alive, but this is the moment. This is the moment that decides everything.
This is absolutely insane.
I don't know even what to say, honestly.
I'm just watching the clock tick down.
It's a crazy situation that we are witnessing, the potential end of FaZe in the major cycle of CSGO, going out without even being close to the actual playoffs, like coming through the challenger stage fairly convincingly, but the loss to Into the Breach, which is completely took everyone off guard.
Look at them, just look at them. It's happening right now. It's happening on our screen. Look at the body language. We hear the comms. I hope the comms are picking up in the mic a little bit.
Yeah. And it's only comms coming out of BNE.
BNE, the hype is definitely coming, and there is a reason to be hyped, right? They are one round away from eliminating FaZe once again.
Again, it's a 2v2, 15 seconds left. I'm just getting some info from production. Obviously, we can't show the game on our monitors.
I'm just keeping an eye on what's happening, Freya. I'm just giving the people
Somebody run over there and get him right.
Oh, that's overtime. What a survival.
Oh my God, we've gone to overtime. Oh my God, my heart rate is not healthy right now. Yeah.
I'm feeling stressed by proxy. Overtime. They're staying alive.
You can literally see them wiping the sweat off their brow like, man, they are so
flip a
lucky.
coin. But just think about the implications of what we just witnessed these 20 seconds. BNE were 2 frags away from putting FaZe to bed, closing their campaign in the last major. Now it's going to be overtime. This is why we love Counter-Strike.
As we just reiterate, you know, the first map, that was a 16-3 victory for BNE. It was just pure domination.
Which was FaZe's pick.
But that's why it's make or break. That's why it's make or break, because if you are BNE, everything is lining up for you to have this historic moment once again. You've just smacked the hell out of FaZe on Overpass. You move on to Mirage. You put that comeback 6 rounds back to back. You have 15-14. This is it. The script could not have been written better.
Let's also talk about BNE. Like, they're a team that came into the major cycle a year ago. No one really expected much of them. Like, oh, okay, they're doing something online. They have some good individuals, but no one expected them to prove it on LAN again. Do it first in Antwerp, then in Rio, getting from Challengers, Legend stage, and now their dream is to make the playoffs, right? Everyone is dreaming about the major title. I know for them, it's crazy to even talk about that, but just getting the playoffs, making another step for this team would also be insane. But the first they need to beat FaZe, and then another victory for BNE.
That was a 3v2. That was the 3v2 that BNE had in the last round.
Yeah.
Conversely, a 2v3 saved by FaZe.
Man.
At this moment, I guarantee you, when you get to that point, every single micro round, micro decision has a ×10 emotional effect on you. You turn a situation like this. We saw the elation for FaZe Clan. When you're BNE, how strong can you, how able are you to remove that from your mind? You were 2 kills away. You had the potential, possible, potent situation to win that game. You missed the 3v2. Now you have to reset your mind, and you're going to overtime.
I'm sorry, production, we totally derailed this segment. We've got to put the train back on the track and celebrate NIP's victory. Of course, they need to fight another day here. We also need to recap the final round because this is the Alpine Ace of the Day. Config, once again, pulling off a masterclass. Would you call this an NIP masterclass today, Matthew?
I mean, I did say that Config was going to be part of the conversation, knowing the map pool that was shown. I think he showed up big time here. You can see how it is Gusto and the finesse in the clutch as well. That was a very tricky situation for NIP to win, right? It was a undernumbered clutch here. You can see the reaction after that, but he completely outplayed ENCE at that smoke, knowing being right in the trajectory that he needed to be. Great aiming as well. Good ace from Config.
Yeah, great showing from Config here to keep his team alive, but we'll need more of him coming forward.
16-15 now, the current scoreline between FaZe and BNE. Let's take a look at the schedule though, because man, we've got plenty more Counter-Strike coming your way. These are only the opening games of day 3 here at the Legend stage of the Blast TV Paris Major. Of course, so much on the line, qualification and elimination as well coming your way. We're going to throw this one over to a quick break. Well, actually, no, let's watch the match on the B stream. No, we can't watch the match on the B stream. You can go and watch the match on the B stream.
You do that at home.
We're going for a quick break, but when we're back, it's going to be Monte taking on NAVI to see who's going to qualify for the arena.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan, another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cool, Sarah. Let's go continue and get this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain, see what happens.
That's cool. Sarah only been at 9 majors.
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost it.
Welcome back to the Blast TV Paris Major. It is the Legends stage. We are going to be jumping into the games that you can expect to see here on Stream A, but before we do that, we wanted to keep you up to date what is going on right now. FaZe up against BNE. They are playing for their lives. Pimp and Maui are joining me now. My name is Tekkel. I'll be keeping you company for a bit. This is one hell of a game, Pimp, that's going on there. FaZe is fighting for their lives.
They are indeed fighting for their lives against their nemesis in Bad News Eagles. Twice already in a best-of-3 game, Bad News Eagles have beat FaZe. It's now 17-16 for BNE in the first overtime, and FaZe is only 2 rounds away. I repeat, 2 rounds away for being eliminated from the major.
Yeah, this is seemingly just a nightmare on repeat for Kerrigan. The fact that he keeps having to face the Bad News Eagles, and I'm pretty sure every timeout has been spent in that game on top of that. And so it's just it's down to who's just in the server right now. And the fact that BNE is making this competitive over and over again, it's no longer just that Rio fluke. It looks like they are the counter to FaZe.
It's mind-blowing. Obviously, that is going on the other stream. We need to focus on what I think is arguably the spiciest game of today, and I am so here for this. Monte versus NAVI. So much drama, so much fun. Monte's coming in, and this is their opportunity now to literally put their mouths where their money is, Pimp.
You could definitely argue that, yeah. Monte coming in, you know, had a great stint in the Challenger stage. We kind of expected them to go through, I guess. At least a lot of people had them in their Pyjamas. Whereas coming into the Legend stage, I think the expectations would have settled down a little bit for Monte. They're playing NAVI in a game that could potentially qualify them for the playoff, which in itself is a crazy story. But there's also some internal stuff going on between these two teams. We have some Da Young being part of Monte, of course, who used to be part of NAVI, who were not being utilized the way he would have liked to in NAVI. I don't think he ever got a real shot to showcase his individual abilities. He was just the fifth guy on the team. He had to take up and suck up all the shitty roles, to be completely honest. And now he's finally freed up in Monte, and he's doing well. He's doing very, very well. And the team on the screen right here, I think they have a shot at beating NAVI today.
Oh, really? You think they have a shot?
I do.
I mean, a chance. I'll give him a chance, Pimp, but I'm going to still side with NAVI in this one. But yeah, sure. I think that Monte right now are in such an interesting place because we were alerted maybe an hour before their first game of the Challenger stage that they switched in-game leaders from Woro2K to SDY. We see on those numbers that SDY is still performing as an individual. And I just think right now for this team, for Monte, that not having their coach, LMBT, behind them has kind of shown us that they're a little bit more one-dimensional than what we are used to. What we were excited about for this roster coming into the Challenger stage was a little bit more depth in terms of tactics. And now that it's just SDY calling, it feels like they're sometimes just spinning their wheels and hoping that their individuals pop off.
There's so many interesting stories around Monte being the first major for most of these players, the first for the organization. Like you mentioned, the NAVI SDY drama, but then there is another little something, and this is that whole saying of don't ever meet your heroes, because of course we have to address the spice. It's on your screen right now, Pimp. This is Woro2K's chance to really put Simple in his place. He said he was going to do it. Could he do it today?
Listen, I like the balls of this kid. To come out publicly on Twitter and call out Simple, who's the greatest player of all time in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and say something like you're watching right now in this quotation speaks confidence, you know, speaks belief in his own abilities. They played together in I think it was a charity tournament or fun tournament, and it didn't go too well. They got up into a bit of a fight, couldn't really communicate, couldn't really figure out how to handle with each other, and then they had all that Twitter drama going on afterwards. This is a complete different setting. And it's almost a year ago this happened as well, but there's still some spice in there. Simple does not forget stuff like that. Simple is mega motivated in order to pull off this guy right now and make sure that he will, you know, teach him a bit of a lesson. Now, the thing with Woro2K is that I think he's growing better. I think it's a player that right now, sure, at this stage has struggled a little bit individually, but he has the capabilities in order to put up a fight against Simple. But obviously, there's a favorite in that matchup.
Course, and with Woro2K, we just saw some of his statistics for this Legend stage, under a 1.0 rating, past 3 months, over a 1.1 rating, and so there's a stark contrast. And I will say that I think that when he was coming into this team, he had to be the in-game leader, and that's something that was a little bit odd, but what they did with actually putting SDY on it, you'd think that he'd be playing better, but as a matter of fact, he's still kind of having those troubles in terms of finding his own form.
Let's find out now how SDY is feeling going into this matchup against NAVI. He is with Mads.
SDY, you joined Monte directly from NAVI just about 5 months ago in January 2023. How does Monte compare to your former team?
It's completely different approach of the game overall, and people, everything is a different way, but I love it more here because I found it a new home for me,
And you say you love it more here, and it actually shows because you seem upbeat, you always seem happy. Does this affect your gameplay on the server as well, do you think?
Yeah, of course. When you're happy, you're doing things better. It's not about only a game, it's overall in your life, so be happy.
That's good life advice right there. What would it mean to you to knock out your former team, NAVI, and then you guys progress into the 2-2 bracket?
I would be probably sad, but overall we focus only on the qualifiers, that we need to go to playoff. We don't think that it's NAVI or someone else. We just need to win this game because we want to play on the stage, and it doesn't matter who we face.
And you say it doesn't matter who you play, but right now there has been a little bit of a spice between War 2K and Simple. Is that affecting you guys outside of the game?
I think War is a guy who is under pressure performing better than normally, so everything will be good, no problem.
There we go. Samdar Young says it straight out. It's not going to be a problem. War 2K performs better under pressure. This is his opportunity. But we do need to talk about the fact that SDY has an opportunity. Before we do that, I just want to let everyone know, if you're watching at home, FaZe has survived. They are staying in the competition. It is now down to one more map against BNE to determine if FaZe is going to go through or stay alive at least, or go home. Let's get back to this though. Samdar Young, inner workings of NAVI, Pimp, he understands exactly how this team works. He was there before.
I think that's an aspect that sometimes goes a bit underrated. When you have a player playing with a team like NAVI, you have Samdar Young coming into it. He was part of that squad for almost a year. He knows the inner workings. He knows everything Blade likes to call. He knows what Simple's weaknesses are. He knows what players are doing what stuff at different timings. So he knows everything about NAVI there is to know. And it's relatively recent that happened as well. So it's not like it's outdated information. Whereas for NAVI, sure, you can look at a demo. You can look at how Monte's approaching the game. You can look at all the times that Boas is over-peaking and see if you can punish that. But they don't know the thought process of these players. So I think Samdar Young and Monte in that specific matchup have quite a big advantage right there.
And the fact that he's the in-game leader also on top of that. I mean, there's so much you can do in terms of preparation, in terms of anti-stratting. I know he kind of said something along the lines of, we don't care who the opponent is, but it's like, well, you have this information. Please care. Please use what you have and make the most out of it, because I want to see him supporting Boros. I want to see him taking the fight to NAVI. There's one guy when we talk about this roster who we cannot keep off our tongue, and that is Boros. And I think it's going to be a huge fight for him, especially when you look at who he's up against in the server. Bit, you had him as such an excellent rookie in the previous year, and Boros has seriously just stolen the show. In terms of T-sides for this team, it really does feel like for Monte, it has to come down to Boros, because we were talking about the lack of sometimes tactical depth on this team, and if it's really just that one-man show and Waro's fallen off, SDY has to call, who else is going to be that guy that is able to come out on top?
We're going to take a look now at that Boros Bit head-to-head. And this is the thing, as we move over Maui, we're going to NAVI. They're playing against NAVI. NAVI is one of the best in the world. They have Simple, they have Bit, they have one of the best coaches in the world. Is this going to be an opportunity for an upset, or do we need to be realistic here?
There's definitely an opportunity for an upset, and I would argue that even having that matchup between Bit and Boros, the context of that is obviously that we've seen Simple, we've seen some of the NAVI employees as well say that Bit is a great player, a great individual, a great aimer, but sometimes he's not living up to the expectations in terms of his decision making. And I think the same can be said for Boros. I saw Boros against Pain Gaming in the deciding game in the Challenger stage overpeak 9 rounds in a row. Where I'm thinking just go back, dude. You've already done what you're supposed to. Bit has that same DNA, and I think right now Blade he's not struggling with morphing Bit into become the perfect pro player. I think Bit has already settled. He's been part of NAVI for quite some time, but that's just the way it is. So you're gonna have a very spicy head-to-head duel between Boros and Bit, because they will clash throughout this game.
Yeah, and we're going to find out what maps they are going to be clashing on here. We see that the veto is taking place between SDY and Blade. Kind of funny to see those two guys clashing like that. But okay, we're going to get the Anubis pick out of Monte. That is because they have had such a sick streak on it, and NAVI are going to be going with Nuke. I thought there was a chance that they would actually have been going with Ancient in this one, and we'll see if Monte actually let NAVI have that as a third map, because I think that would definitely favor NAVI if we find that to be our final battlegrounds, and we do. So for me, initial impressions with this veto, NAVI favored. It's 2-1 at least. and it could even be a 2-0 depending on how Anubis go, because Monte were so good at Anubis. They were on, I think, a 15-map win streak on the map. But now they're just winning alternating games. They've lost to Pain, they lost to Vitality. And so once they've kind of gotten to the later stages of this tournament, that map has not treated them as well as it did during the online phase.
I just want to provide a little more context to NAVI and the map of Anubis. Yes, the past 3 months, they've only played it twice. They've played it 4 times in the entire history of NAVI, and they've won every single time. NAVI have never in history of their lineup lost on Anubis. So Monte will have to do something that's never transpired, never happened before. And NAVI have beat teams like Heroic, Spirit, Liquid, Complexity, high level of opposition. So yes, the 15 win streak from Anubis, the fact that they play the map constantly in online tournaments gives them a lot of know-how, but they still have to beat a team that never, ever lost on the map of Anubis.
I asked you the question about Sam Dayang having insight into NAVI, but the problem here is that NAVI has lots of content to go on for Monte with the Anubis pick, whereas Monte has very little to go on.
I think the issue for Monte is the fact that once Blade dive into how they play, I think he'll realize pretty quickly that Monte is sort of one-dimensional in the way they approach the game. It is a lot about Boris. It is a lot about DemQQ, who sometimes, you know, goes for these individual openings. We see it on Mirage all the time with Boris and DemQ, and they always like seek these openings. And one thing is doing it against online tier 2, tier 3 opposition, but when you're facing Bit, when you're facing Perfecto, when you're facing Simple, the success rate of these opening kills are not going to be as high as you're used to, and then they get into a scenario where they have to call the mid-round situations 4v4, 3v4, and I think that's going to be very, very tough, especially going up against this guy, who's also individually getting better and better and better as an in-game leader.
There's a couple just spot mismatches for me in Anubis where I really just do think that it's so Na'Vi favored. I think there's one weak point that I will get to, but when we think of Electronic here and we look at some of his statistics, it's that he's going to be controlling that A sort of mid portion, and he's going to be up against SDY. And if you give me SDY versus Electronic, I think everybody knows who I'm going to be taking there. But I think one thing to note in this matchup really quickly is that Perfecto and NPL are playing that B site together, and you would generally say those are the 2 weakest players for Na'Vi. And so if Monte want to have a successful game plan here, I think they need to be targeting those guys.
I normally like to ask for predictions, but I'm not going to do that today. I think we've said more than enough about these two teams. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Monte faces off against Na'Vi.
Hello, my name is Flames. I'm from Team OG.
Floppy from Complexity CSGO.
Hey, I'm Frozen.
Config from NIP.
My name is
Vikander. This is Navi from ENCE.
And this is Zoe. How low can you go challenge?
It's very simple. I get 5 tries to kill a bot. If I kill a bot, then we lower the settings, lower the hurt. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's get to it. And no one's crossing, so it's good. Okay, I got 1 out of 1, so it's very good.
All right, got 1. Let's go. 2. I mean, this is easy so far.
Oosh, first shot. No, I missed 1. Too fast.
What? That counts on my screen. I'm an offer now. All right, tagged him to the door. Yeah, I hit 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5 I got. And he's finished 4 kills out of 5 shots.
Killed 4 bots. I mean, I guess I missed the first one. I missed the second one already. Hello, what's going on?
Oh, I just hit him. Oh, I missed him.
Oh, okay, now I'm missing. I missed again, okay. I'm getting scanned by the game. No, that shouldn't count.
And boom. I'm still super instant. Everything is so fast still.
Okay, didn't hit him at all. Nice. Okay, that's 5 shots I missed, dude. That's pathetic.
Okay, so I think I'm 3 out of 5 in this challenge, and now we're gonna be going down to 120 hits.
Okay, I killed 2. Did I kill 3?
I tagged the guy. I missed the guy. Oh, and I double killed 4 out of 5. Yeah.
4-3.
And now I have 1 more shot, I think, and I missed. No way. And you can easily see that it's important to have high refresh rate.
Let's switch it to 60, yeah?
Nothing looks good in this. It's just moving horrible.
Yeah, miss first, miss second. It looks like the bullets hit now, but they don't.
Okay. I missed the 3rd one.
My bullets go through them now, I swear.
2 kills out of 5.
Come to Papa. Okay, I'm so bad.
And now this is where I expect absolutely 0 hits to go through.
Okay, why are you jumping like that, man?
The game runs like a trash can with wheels. No, I whiffed 1.
I have to get 1 at least. No, man.
They move so quick now. No, I cannot hit them. He was walking across this guy. You have to focus up really good.
I'm gonna sit here until I kill one, sorry. They're unkillable.
I killed the 4th guy, killed the 5th guy. Well, this was one hell of a challenge, I would say. I never experienced like 20 hertz.
Feels a lot smoother and a lot better to play on 240 hertz.
Also, like the colors on those monitors, they're very fun just to play with instead of like having, you know, a gray monitor dead. If you want to like the game, you also need to look at it and be like, that game is beautiful.
We got a game, we got 2 games, and we got beef.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one here. Monte versus Navi. No head-to-head, but there's 2 heads that are going to butt in the server, and we got the odds on screen favoring Navi.
No surprises.
2 Ukrainian teams.
Yeah, 2 Ukrainian teams, and I mean, a lot to be said about this one. Of course, the desk has set the scene beautifully, and you can see this head-to-head. Waro versus Simple. I mean, someone he used to idolize.
Do you think he got himself an out, though, in that tweet? You know, maybe not the first time. So, do you think he's got himself an out there?
Listen, I think it's badass regardless.
Okay.
You know, standing up to power, standing up to Simple. Yeah, you have to back it up. You do have to back it up. I think the fact that Monte made such a deep run, their run through the RMRs into challengers, these guys have definitely done damage. But surely, as Counter-Strike fans, as logic, reason, it dictates that Navi should be coming in as hot favorites. That's what the bookies are saying. But we'll get to find out how it plays out across 3 maps. I'm hoping we get all 3. I'm expecting competition. SDY, formerly in the Navi jersey. It's all juicy. We do love a bit of drama in Counter. And it's Monte Navi. They're going to settle it in the server, the old-fashioned way. Well, not so old-fashioned. Let's get into it, though. Pistol start and a defensive one for Monte. Navi taking to that attacking side.
Yeah, Pistols at noon is pretty old school, if you ask me. Boros and Electronic with the opening exchanges.
Hello.
Fraz now keeps on fighting.
More there. Like, he has help. And they're dropping in. Look at this position. From Electronic. Doesn't matter when Krasnal's aware. And through jail. Last 2 players from Navi. It's Perfecto and NPL trying to get that bomb down, and they get nothing for it. Just the 1 casualty. Monte, a flying start.
Yeah, really could have used that plant there. So worried about the body swarming them, not even punching the digits in. So a great way to kick things off for Monte here on what you would consider their home map. But Pimp made a very good point. Navi are yet to lose on this. They're undefeated, right? 4 of the maps played since it's come out officially. They've won them all, and they've all been very, very close. It's like that I've actually had the pleasure of casting a couple of the Navi games on Anubis, and that's the point I point out every single time, is they're always close, right?
Yes.
But 100% win record, you can't argue with that.
But not enough to daunt Monte from the pick.
Yeah, even though they've lost their last 2 on LAN. The last time they won it was actually an online matchup against Eyeballers, I believe. So.
Which they played in the middle of this tournament, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Isn't it
everybody
mad?
raised a few eyebrows about.
Can we double check as well? We'll get that grand total of like the maps played. Monte have been like grinding an absurd. I saw 100 and something.
Or the last 3 months?
Let's do 3 months, because I swear that it's absurd. I saw the graph. I think HLTV did a graph in terms of the amount of officials played.
140
and Monte,
in the last 3 months.
140 officials.
180!
Yeah, well, this actually looks a little exciting for a moment. Perfecto gets down SDY. And Krasnal needs another. Can't quite finish it. It's bit. He's still kicking, but the bomb now loose. Waro puts Simple down.
That's a terrible
Hey, there's the head-to-head.
isn't it?
First one for him. In Waro v Simple, revenge from Perfecto. Demka to clutch, and the bomb right in his grasp. How does Bit possibly win this? It has to be that perfect headshot, body shot, double dink perhaps. Otherwise, with 14 HP, Bit is already... I mean, he did so much, right?
The time's doing the work here. You can see this considering the flank, unawares as to where Bit has gotten off to.
Oh, yeah. Just by cutting noise. Now he's on the move. Demka on the repeat doesn't know. He's crossed the jail. Bit's playing this very well. That's the headshot. God, he got close, you know.
How did he get a headshot out of that?
Not so
like he
sure.
flicked past the shot right there. All right, they recover. That was a difficult round there over towards the B side of the map. The explosion in the Tech-9s were good. Without the plant, still making a round of this one here. So good damage from Perfecto and Bit combined, but Demka with a nice little clutch to confirm this. And here's the shot. Yeah. Oh,
what is that?
What the hell was that? All right, well, that's a good way to start the day. Yeah, well, maybe we can bring up the Blade Akuma storyline at some point.
Well, not round 2. Come on now.
I know he's got some thoughts about Demka's old team.
Oh my.
I think he said 100%.
100? You never go.
100%.
Only the Sith speak in absolutes, Chadney.
Well,
and Blade.
Blade might be one of those.
Honestly.
But look at the close nature of round number 2. It has drawn Navi into yet another buy. This time a Galil on Bit.
Is this the kind of buy you go for when you think you're better than your opponent?
Yeah, and you want to break them because you know their finances are still very brittle here. Run flash for Bit, going to set up Perfecto's push and the B pressure once more.
Scary. They have got 3 here and even a 4th on his way. Boros, a name we expect to say a lot of. Highest rated player. Felled after 1 is Perfecto. The combined at NPL. 2 charging through. And the site is theirs. Demka and Waro, they are really humbled into this one. Should be no way back in.
Having a little bit of a look here. Let's see if Demka can grab another one of those specials. Yeah, it has been called off to save these 2 M4s, and it's quite clear Navi think this B bomb site can be a bit of a weakness. 2 rounds consecutive, they explode on in through the underpass dark tunnel, and, well, B main, and make light work of the defense.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they probably just tightened up the previous call because it was, I mean, it played out pretty nicely. Bit gets 2 on the way in, and it's something clearly they can replicate. I mean, NPL this time with his Tech 9, and there is some weapons to be retrieved. You can see those M4s litter the battlefield, and they're going to be actually unable to find it before the bomb explodes. You haven't got the health for that. You can see they've had a conversation and called it too late.
We gotta get out of here. Skedaddle.
They keep their armor? Bam. Whoa, 1 HP calculated from Bit. Okay, well, there's Navi's first, and it is just that war of attrition. 2 force buys back to back. This is NPL's second as well. You can see Perfecto and him combining beautifully.
Yeah, they didn't manage to get back that M4. I saw them scampering towards the side to see if they could find it. That thing could have been blown to Timbuktu. But you haven't heard that one in a while. Shout out to everyone born in the 80s. Actually, probably before that.
Timbuktu.
Yeah, probably more like my parents' generation. I think they were born in the 60s. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
When were your parents born? Let us know. Tweet us at MachineGG and SpunJ.
Yeah, that's not the poll. The poll is about SDY and MPL, and we've also got that little storyline. SDY's revenge. A possibility here today as we do settle into, well, I don't even want to call it the first gun round, but it's a round with an awful lot of rifles.
Yeah, it's a round with guns.
Still in the tug of war of the early game, and, well, Boros has taken an awful lot of space over towards B here, so you can have a head-to-head between the 2 young guns. Boros, he is one of these baby-face killers, and he loves the aggression. He's sharp, stubborn with the fights.
Super interesting. This is actually my first opportunity to see Boros in the server from the commentary desk. And Demka, a nice find onto Simple.
That's what we saw FaZe doing a lot of yesterday, the way that they would contest middle with multiple bodies. Oh, Electronic with the barrel spotted, knows he's stuck doors, wants to spam away. He's going to have to try and call his team forward here.
This is control more than anything else, and yeah, repels that Deagle investigating. Krasnal sent back towards B side, and it's the right call considering. It's the right call. He's supposed to be hanging with the rotates there, Electronic, but he hasn't found anything lethal. It's NPL actually onto Demka first.
Well, they could drop back.
They might.
If they're quick.
That was the A-hold.
Right now.
That was the A-hold, and Electronic has the rotations as well through mid.
It doesn't matter.
All the fights coming their way. SDY does claw one back, but it seems like it's all for naught. You're not going to go for A-site defense with these limited resources and health pools. So, and you could immediately, Chad, I need to start picking your brain, because you could see a very clear game plan from NAVI. By having Electronic mid, and then knocking on B and holding to that A push, you can kind of simultaneously, like your immediate reaction is they can go anywhere as soon as you saw Electronic's position.
Yeah, so not only controlling that mid rotation, which we know is the fastest point between both sides, but keeping so many bodies busy, which could isolate and actually force that push. The most important kill of that round was MPL's frag, because it opened up the map. At that point, it's not, because Demka's going, hey, it's going to be B, it's going to be B, A is clearly clear. No, hold up, I'm dead. Now they can go anywhere, and meanwhile, Electronic's still being a nuisance. So even if they wanted to try and rotate back and fill that gap, they had some issues.
And they struck in perfect unison, you know, like as that push comes out and MPL gets that frag, you get another, Waro, obviously, knee-jerk reaction to contact, starts maneuvering, Electronic punishes, and Perfecto strikes into dark, like 3 frags in the same amount of seconds, and just like that, you're tied up. It's 2-2, and I think with 2 saved FAMAS, we're going to be seeing potential third for NAVI.
Yeah, this should be the conservative approach from Monte. Just use these saved guns, see if you can do a boost or maybe a little tricky play with them. Otherwise, don't invest. Know that you get the 2,400 loss bonus into the next round of play and get yourself out a gun round. But Waro will be miles away from an AWP being available here. And we'll have to see how Simple trends in that same regard. Dark smoke and just an early exchange here as both teams vying for their map control. Nothing crazy out the gates, no direct pops. Pretty tepid, just feeling each other out. The A site, as we can see on the radar, top left of your screen, extremely open right now. This flash at the ready to set up SDY for a pick in middle with the FAMAS. So there you go. You see what we're talking about in terms of using these weapons and trying to set them up. If SDY is able to call mid clear, sure, it's not even really going to matter. Perfecto still puffing up his chest towards Dark, and the rest of NAVI are going to start waltzing in towards A with a little bit of util to make their life easier and bit. For a couple of headies. It's Perfecto to take first contact.
That's a great one. SDY from that mid window does connect onto Perfecto, and he could get more, you know. Yeah, well handled onto Simple, but bomb is down. Best case? What's the best case scenario now? You've already got that bomb down and ticking. You're not going for a retake. You've taken 2 frags. I guess there's some rifles you could try and find.
Grab an AK. That'd be nice. You
could try.
Demko, who's trying to make his way through Dark, but MPL, as he glances over, he might be able to deny this. Demko has grabbed it and needs to disappear. Quick, smart, and he is away. So realistically, a pretty good round. I would say them having the FAMI carried through to the next sucks. It's still serviceable, but we all know we've all used it in our pugs, in our matchmaking games, and everyone is left with a bit of a distaste in their mouth with that weapon. So hopefully that doesn't come back to bite the likes of SDY and Waro into the next round. But NAVI have taken the lead.
We get to see probably the closest thing to a full gun round here. Is
they did get out the Waro Orb. Okay, so saving those guns. Yeah, saving the guns. They were able to prioritize it here. So Waro needing to look to find some impact here. Simple with it on the other side, and maybe we can get a head-to-head between the two. I just feel if you're going to give Simple, the GOAT, any extra motivation, you might be staring down the bottom of a 30 bomb as Boros. Look at this aggression.
That's a suspicious smoke. Yeah, you can peek underneath it for Dark, but he's actually using it forward. Obviously vulnerable to that mid window, but he's taking a chance here.
It's A push as well.
Uh-oh. Boros booked. Nice catch, and yeah, just caught out by this mid push from Electronic, and SDY has to concede it.
Yeah,
you have no hope. No hope. Oh, God. Already they're in trouble. Demq calls like a main clear, but still, he's got to call for a full rotate through beach.
5 NAVI players in middle.
Yeah, this is cool.
5.
This is interesting. And SDY gets a face full of it. Oh, just like that, they completely collapse.
Mauled. Simple might catch him on a timing here. Oh, okay. Krasnal got the better of him right there. If he can get that open, get out. That'd be a tidy save. Scoops up the big green and finds another. They're going to feed him more, I hope. No, Electronic and Perfecto just need to tighten this one up as Krasnal looks to save. And after the elimination of 9, one of the few remaining polls here, I see Pasha hasn't turned around. He's still going to come.
I love that. Of course, we got Diha, we got Ralin.
No, we don't have Diha.
Oh, we had Diha. Sorry. Yeah, I hadn't processed that one.
Bit of a sore
Ralin, he's still fragging.
They play ENCE this evening into the breach. No, they play Liquid this evening. Sorry. Yep, ENCE on the brain.
Yeah, now I'm intrigued about that one. We get the privilege of casting that one. Shui, of course,
up against
from
Apeks.
the GL boys.
One of those two teams are going to be into the playoffs, which is crazy. That's the biggest underdog name. One of the two to make it all the way to the top 8 here. And we're still seeing if we can have recovery from some of the bigger names. FaZe, if you are not focusing on that match right now, Blast.tv, you can check out the A and the B streams. Anders and Jason are bringing you the 3rd map of that affair, and it has definitely started to heat up, especially with Mirage. There you go. You can see that action on your screen. Check it out in 4K, all that good stuff. But we need to focus here on this little tussle.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see SDY ply his trade with that shotgun he's chosen to pull out here, round 7. Perfecto tasked with a crawl towards Dark. It's Bit maintaining main.
Good chip damage onto Simple, right? Fortunately, he has the AWP, but that HE goes in below half.
Stubborn as Demko. He really does want to maintain this A main. And Bit to take it from him despite the flash. Mismanaged. And a weapon upgrade for Demka. That maintained AWP out of Simple's corpse is well in play. Warrow's over towards A, as it does look like NAVI are setting their sights on the 2nd letter of the alphabet. And Boros to receive them. Nade does look good. Ah, that's chipped away nicely.
Yeah, M4 is going to have an easy time now.
Still only 2 here, though. Krasnal and Boros.
Another one.
Another nade, just shy. could have been a whole lot better, but 30 bullets in the magazine. Boros is prime, and he's ready for this final commitment. First contact, they're waiting for it. Maybe waiting for that main smoke to fade, MPL to be that bomb delivery from main side, but 3 through dark. It's telegraphed, it's apparent. You got 3 CTs to receive. Vision clear. Frag. Oh, go on, one more on the alligator. And yeah, down goes Simple. That is a big round to win. Some weapon upgrades and 4 alive as Monte keep it just a 1-round game.
Oh, and the cash with the shotgun as well, so SDY. True. You think, okay, close mid, you can understand it. If Electronic keeps coming for this map control, sure, but even gets a chance to get in position over towards the B side of the map. And this is some big old shots on that auto shotty.
Just those jaws come a snapping. And that first shot was quick as well. Well played by SDY. He got the best use out of that shotgun possible.
I know a lot of people thought that maybe SDY could have stayed in this NAVI roster as well here. So I think he might be trying to make a case for exactly that. Having to do the in-game leader duties for the team. No LMBT here as well. The coach unable to make it to the event. Looking at more
let me check
damage.
in on Util.
They're actually, doing a great job just with the softening up.
And that's, before, okay, I'll wait till the end of the round. Simple.
He might have this.
He should, and does. Take down SDY. Committing, perhaps. That Molly implies as such, especially with bit 1, but here comes Krasnal. He's still on the site, as is Boros. Electronic the 1. Ooh. A well-tamed spray from Krasnal for his second make it 3. He's locking down B. It's only Simple, and a 4th for Krasnal. He ties the boys up. That's 4-4. And Krasnal taking the quad all the way up to 10 frags.
And that's a massive 4K right there. That's just broken the finances of NAVI, who will have to take a bit of an eco right here. So massive work stalling them out. No way in towards that site. Perfecto with something to say off the back of that round. So he blocks Dark. He knows he just has to focus his attention, and this is great shooting. You can see just how procedurally he is looking for all of these fights around the pillars.
Wow.
And great work from him. And they're getting real loud about things early. Waro onto Simple. We'll grab another one for him. Quickly into Electronic as well. The 2 biggest hitters for NAVI dead if there was any hope. For a little round like this, it's already done.
It's good to get Waro just feeling the shots, hitting a couple, getting that AWP warmed up. It actually looks like they're coming for some more. He's got some help. SDY helps put it in, and it does look like a near-perfect round. No damage, no worries. Monte take the lead.
And Boros hasn't had to get activated just yet, right? So the fact that you have Krasnal and SDY with 10 apiece leading the server here has forced a timeout from Blade and Co. So putting their heads together here with the cash money they've got. It will be 5 AKs, but it just in terms of the approach, they want to go for another default. Does Blade want this to be a bit more direct? Is there a pressure point that he wants them to try and find? Because he's looking for, right, how have they been approaching the map on the CT side? Is it same as normal? Have they made changes since the 2 maps that they've lost here throughout Blast on Anubis?
Early days, but I did my util damage calculations, and about approximately the 3 frags worth of utility damage, so 300 plus. Not bad for a start on your CT side. Going to be making those fights a little easier. You can see it there on your screens. Nice work from the boys. And Perfecto, the only man who's managed to find anything going on that T side.
Yeah, as we know, can be a little bit more difficult on that T side unless you're doing those nade stacks or you have a particular molly to lock in a player. CTs is where they can find that softening up, and they're still doing a great job with that. So Demka trying another little nade for exactly that purpose. Nobody up towards the rugs, as it is quite prevalent here that they want to target this A site. Now, this is something that I believe Vitality did to Monte. They pressured this A site a lot. Sometimes there was only 1 player there. Sometimes the site was completely open. As you can see here that they're playing a 2-2-1 spread. So Demka will need the support of his team shortly. Bit has baskets control. SDY is actually rotating over towards B. And Demka has just evacuated the site to back up middle here. So this is exactly the same situation as Vitality. Sometimes they were just able to outmaneuver their opponents, as Waro will take down the in-game leader on the lurk.
And I think you can see his motor mouth was moving. I think they just cleared B long as well. So
It's a fake. Oh, is it? No, they're taking the bomb back now.
They're coming into A, and they're going to play retake with the man advantage. What are NAVI supposed to do? Only MPL with a smoke and a flash. He has to place them well.
Yeah, get it down.
That's the util dump. Should cover off Akon.
Oh, he's missed that one.
That's a weird smoke.
That's actually a good entry into the site here for Monte.
They can use it to slip past this bit angle. So many. A 5-man retake. You don't get these every day. And it's already headshots galore. Lovely onto Boros. It's bit with a double as well through Akon. And nearly perfect is SDY. Just the one blemish on that Na'Vi record for the A take. And that's going to fill them with some confidence.
Any evidence that that A site is so difficult to retake as the CTs, especially without a flank? If nobody's coming from behind, you've only got the connector and the heaven position to try and retake through. And when you've got aim stars like Na'Vi have, Bit and Perfecto just chiming in with some headies right there, you're not going to have an easy time at all. Now, that conditioning, what does it change, right? Monte know that that's a weakness for them, that leaving that A site, it is going to be a lot harder for them to get into those type of rounds. So what do? Well, they start 2-2-1 again. So stubborn in their approach. Tomorrow, taking down Electronic, the fight will come their way.
Wow, that is one way to get an offensive defense into action.
That just happened so quick.
So yeah, Electronic dies mid. Wara goes aggressive. Simple as well, cut down to side by that dark push. It was Boros that succeeded there, and there's more trouble for Na'Vi. A very convincing round out of Monte. I say that as Bit's still alive, and well, he's operating with only 25 points of health thanks to Krasnal.
Yeah, for now, right? So as they push down A, he should be dead. Oh, Bit.
Okay, that is a stunning shot, and the smoke might force Waro into a weird hunt. He doesn't need to. Molly stairs, Waro can go for it. That's brave.
If he had the Molly down a moment earlier, he could have actually looked for that fight up towards the mid window and had a chance there. So at least some damage for a bit, but a really good round of that offensive maneuver from Monte. And if you're not going to smoke dark, your AWPer has to hit the shot. And when I say your AWPer, Simple has to hit that shot, right? If you're not going to be smoking that position and you're just going to try and run on past the CTs, we'll be happy to take that fight, especially with some coordinated flashes or other utility, as Na'Vi will be humbled here. Oh, just a little love tap to Waro leaving spawn. Right click, not a left, so all good. As back towards A, back towards Demka.
Again.
Electronic is hemorrhaging in middle.
Yeah, no, right now mid is not his fight. That isn't working out for Bit either. Leaping through the smoke, thrown out by Demka, and he nearly gets 2. Perfecto with 2 points of health, and yeah, he is going to lose his teammates in the process. Aggression, nade, shrapnel finishes the job onto Perfecto. And 1 man and his Deagle up against 5. The first is stunning, but it's only the first, and the second is starting to get a little bit out of hand. Aggression from SDY to remedy the situation, make it 7. And this is CT side Anubis, Chad. Is this something you could already start to celebrate?
It's a good CT side.
It's a good CT side.
It's a good CT side. Anything more is going to be cream right now. They'll be very happy with this. And I love this play from SDY, just in terms of the details here. You know, you don't want to be scared of Simple, because this is what happens when you're against a Simple or a ZywOo. People lock up, they're afraid, they don't want to peek. You give them a lot of room, you allow them to choose their fights. SDY, nah, I played with this guy. I sat next to him. He yelled at me for months.
Would you use the ZywOo clutch as an example?
Yeah. Well,
he might have just taken that by force.
Yeah, there's always a bit of ZywOo luck in those.
He loves this.
The stubbornness for these fights, but it's a factor, right? It's definitely a factor to get stuck in. And
B worked for Na'Vi. 2 of those rounds nearly, 1 of them translating.
Flash.
Oh, ahead of it. Krasnal goes looking, but they are looking into the flashbang. It works out. 2 for 1. And they take down Simple and NPL. I wonder if that was deliberate.
Yeah, worth the bait, right?
Design.
If it means that Krasnal is going to go down and you get 2 back, sure.
Hold on, Waro.
Hard clear this.
This is hard. Okay. He has to be so quick on this flick. And Na'Vi will take the pace out of it. Cutting noise, hoping Waro oversteps the line. You can see that's a headshot angle held by Bit. If Waro is
I'm curious where Perfecto goes here. Does he go stairs or does he go rugs? Because if he comes down the stairs, Bit will need to clear this.
Yeah, sure. But he's going towards Waro's scope. And he gets the frag. No trade.
Yeah, they must have known that was possible.
But they don't have the bomb. Like, you can have B right now. It needs to be picked up. Bit has to go alone.
Oh, and they're not pushing A, so they're actually thinking back. But look at this regress.
This window is huge, and the whole squad's coming.
Electronic hasn't drawn anything.
Oh, Bit. Dead. Bomb. Lost. And yeah, Waro's frag. And that gap from NAVI, hoping Perfecto managed to just get that bomb across. It was a bit of a kind of a idealist expectation of him.
He's heard. He's dead. Okay. Well, I'd be getting real hyped if I was a Monte fan right now. This is looking great. They're not afraid of fights. They're consistently staying active on the CT side. They've won 6 of the last 7 rounds. This little maneuver right here, setting Boros up for 2. Krasnal to the Blood Altar with his offering.
Let's go, 6 shots.
And humbled Na'Vi yet again. And you're right, they did win a couple of rounds over towards B, but that's when the economy was light on. That's when there was no AWP in play. And actually, Warrior's got a rifle. They're not needing to operate with the big green
Does that
here.
imply something else is coming? You certainly could have afforded it. Or maybe it's just a consideration of these Na'Vi weaponry. You don't want to be caught out by anything quick and Tech 90, but as we can see, it's Deagles across the board.
Yeah, Boros might be very happy with that, considering how tidy his aim traditionally is. So maybe a little bit of frustration in not connecting the dots onto bit right there. But it's very stubborn how they use their sharpest tool.
Right.
Go dark and fight. You know, you don't need to give him too many options about playing out clutches or mid-rounds. Just headshot.
Yeah, and I bet for Boros, that's such a luxury. He's like, wait, you want me to go do the thing I enjoy the most? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. None of this closing rounds. I'm going to open them. NPL spotted out.
He's so dead.
Yeah. I mean, what's he supposed to do? What is he supposed to do? Boros is unleashed. Combines with Krasnal for an opening and in pursuit of 9. This is looking divine for Monte's start. And on their pick, no less. Though Na'Vi do have a 100% success rate on Anubis so far. Moro going to build upon another. It's that rifle. Ooh, gets 2 for the trouble. 9 up, one final round of play ahead of us, and they are within touching distance of 10 on this defense. It's really going to set them up nicely for a T side on their pick.
Yeah, and good management of the finances there. Monte have so much cash because of this string of rounds that you can just drop away that M4 and bring in an all for Warrior here. But we do have that B stream underway here, and it looks like FaZe, I don't want to speak too soon, but have recovered. They lost on Overpass, their map choice 16-3. And then it was a real tussle on Mirage. They had to fight tooth and nail. Now they're on their home turf, I would say, of Inferno. But let's see, can Navi salvage anything before we go into that halftime break?
It's been quite a few rounds in between drinks.
SDY again, it's just been this consistent jarring presence in mid and dark, right? They're really taking advantage of these pushes, and with nade in the hand, Perfecto's stuck, gonna burn until he goes down.
Yeah, lovely. Still level. But this run around from Monte, who missed shot from Waro, won't make the same mistake again, and look how quickly it falls apart for Na'Vi. Simple, helpless. Knife out. Admittedly with the bomb on his back, but there's 3 here as he rounds these corners. As he looks for these jewels, he would have to play it to perfection. Not a single misstep. And an AWP, his first jewel. Yeah, Waro collects. That is quite the half. Monte can be proud of that one. 10-5 as we swap sides. Can Monte throw the final blow on their T side here in map 1?
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Aramite, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything for me. I'm fucking ready.
It's time for the second half of Anubis, our first in this head-to-head. A little bit of a rivalry between these guys. It's NAVI and Monte. And interestingly enough, this is the lowest round count NAVI have posted on their T side of Anubis, though it remains an undefeated map for them. Chad has already highlighted just how competitive these games have been. They're all full 30 or more, or at least close to it. And so NAVI, they haven't necessarily come into this half with as little as 5 before.
No, and the way that a lot of the rounds they lost, they were over in the blink of an eye. Like 3 people just died. Maybe they get 1 trade back, but they're in big number disadvantages. And I think as we are keeping track of the beef, I think Woro has the better of Simple so far, but fast, real fast. And Boros, of course, he's the point man here, but can't find the opener.
That's a big frag from NPL to post. NAVI will be very happy with that one, especially if they can build upon it. Simple from the temple. Levels out the head-to-head. Fake plant, hoping they've charged through the smoke. And in the meantime, yeah, that's DemQ on that P250. Long range, not comfortable, but that P250 can work its magic. Still a man advantage for NAVI. 3 crawling out of dark, and they will clear out SDY. It's all NPL. Lovely work from the newest NAVI name. Sure, you can hit some shots through the smoke. They're using human shields now on that defuse. A 10-second one, all from NPL. He charges through the smoke, and it's electronic. Keeps a lid on it. And so NAVI will take the first.
NPL with 3 kills and a defuse. This is audacious, but if he wanted to drop Simple in AWP right now, we could. I doubt to see things unfolding like that. He has bought into head armor, so cancel that. But he could have.
Technically, theoretically.
Yeah, but a couple of nice ones there from the young gun. Very, very green is NPL. His first major. It's the newest addition to the roster.
Don't know why that surprised me so much.
All right. You had the whole 6-man situation towards the tail end of last year with SDY, right. And then they kicked off this year just going, well, we'll stick with NPL. And, well, SDY, he has found himself on a roster that he's had to work hard. We spoke about all the officials they've been playing.
Yeah, got the stickers, got the top 16, and now 1 best of 3 away from the top 8, from the champion stage. I mean, this is already a story in itself, Monte. How far can they continue to push the limits and subvert our expectations?
You see how good the second round purchase for Monte looks after the plant. A bunch of Galils and AK. Shotemka taking some sacrifices for his team here, but so much presence in middle, and both teams just exchanging smokes. Electronic, Boros is in the window, and Warro's found him. It's all on Simple. Has to stall this out on his own.
Big frag, and an AK-47 for the GOAT, backing away. Safe and sound, and keeps things level. NAVI wanting to get this conversion. Humble Monte and close this gap. It's an important pistol conversion now.
Oh, they're fighting dark. It looks like they want to go for dark space here because they've lost middle. So, you know, we're starting to get this game, this puzzle. It's the same way CT solve other maps. I thought they were going to go a little bit more aggressive here, but I suppose the MP9 of Perfecto doesn't allow him to go for that type of a fight. 2-2 split right here. Simple and Bit to try and lock things down. You can see they are worried about middle.
Yeah, that was my question, is how are they addressing it? Woro, though, he's going for a bit of an audacious push. NPL the same, up canals, they can.
So many angles he's worried about here.
Yeah, understandably so, but are they considering this? Oh, what a shot out of NPL, another big high-impact frag.
Woro around the world.
Yeah, but look at how much of an element of surprise.
Oh, he does.
Wait, what? Simple's aware. Oh, and wrecks him. Lovely work from NAVI's defense. You thought there was an element of surprise in that, but not for Simple. Not a fraction of a raised eyebrow. He knew what was up and handles it nicely. They'll be happy with that one, taking it and forcing Monte down into the eco. So we're looking at potentially just 2 rounds. Most likely 2 rounds. In the way in which that started was, of course, an opening. It was Simple that took control of it. Finding Boros on that re-aggress, that pop out of the doorway. Thought the element of surprise would catch him, but we thought that a couple of times. Simple very aware, I guess, NAVI, of comms. It's also an indication that their comms are clean in terms of what gaps are available, what do I need to consider. Oh, it's just his straight up awareness.
Okay, well, Boros, you have a Galil here. They've entrusted this into you, and you have to get something done. The spam at range and nothing. That investment all for naught. And mid has been, well, obviously it's a key component of a map like Anubis, but in terms of the heads up and dry fights that we've been seeing from both teams, they really want to stand and bang right here. So trying to put their individuals on display, but with the weapon disparity, of course, NAVI are going to make mincemeat of this. And Electronic in the first half, he was giving up death after death. So it must feel nice for him to get a little bit of revenge in the second half of play. Look at the bodies just littering top mid.
Probably need to chuck out those berries as well. Probably not good to be Selling them bloodstained.
No, it looks like a scene from Attack on Titan top mid there, doesn't it?
It does. And Electronics, the Titan, looking to rip one final innocent T away. There it is. Okay, SDY goes down. And Navi get that full 3-0 start. Dreamy. Just a 2-round game now, but I will remind you, 10-5 half. Monte, after all of that, still have the lead.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it is going one way. And one way only. After Overpass, after the Mirage game, seems that perhaps BNE are feeling a little broken in
You're getting the bad news.
Yes, yes, indeed.
To 30,000 feet where the Eagles soar. Can Eagles go that high?
I don't know. Yeah, no, probably.
Eagles are pretty cool.
I'll check on the internet.
How high?
Flight height.
Of Eagles.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
10,000 feet is, of course, what I would be saying.
Yes, exactly. That's what I meant. This A aggression here with 2. They will find the window, but the attack will be over towards B. So MPL and Perfecto. Now he brought this up. They might be tested, and here it comes.
Yeah, this is a lot for them to handle. Good timing on the 5, but not perfect on the crosshair placement. Perfecto to be flushed out. Borat bounding through. Well tracked, and nearly 2 on the MP9 bit. Another smoky, might consider it. Yeah, trying to find a gap. Oh! He actually gets him! That's mad. Treating that M4 like an MP9, and we've got a game here. We've got a round here. It's simple. It's electronic. Quite the duo. Krasnal in dark, likely noted, but waiting out the smoke is simple. This frag really determines a lot.
Bomb half gone.
Krasnal's not ready. Just considered it, but still
Simple's got nades.
Gets him.
So many nades.
One smoke, and it's all good. It's all gravy. Woro spotted at one. Beautiful timing.
Huh? Electronic's got to find the bomb here. He's got the kit. I don't know if he's got time. This is going to be real close. Down to the wire here. Lost in the smoke. Lost in the source. Monte are going to pick that one up.
Okay, I can't help it but assume it was electronic, that fumble of communication. They're going, who has the kit, who has the defuse, and just a momentary lapse in that. Couldn't find the bomb perhaps in the smoke. I mean,
yeah, that could have happened definitely here because, look, there was so much of a lull before the retake got underway. The bounding bit, that was nice.
Right, look at this red bar, right? Look at the red bar. It's about to change in the replay.
But because they're taking such a longer period of time, like on the retake, they should have already discussed who had the kit, right? Because nothing was happening.
You're right.
No one was fighting. We were waiting.
Someone's going to say that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or at least you'd hope to. So that's a clutch and a half right there. That's a big one for Woro to win by virtue of just staying alive.
Yeah, the pacifist clutch. Just a cheeky 1v2.
Making John Travolta proud.
And we've got more action already. This is quite an action-packed game. Just the first map and already. Well, Monte have got their first on this T side. Can they build a consecutive out of it? Bit alone on this fountain position. Actually opts to just dip away off the info.
Well
Playing
timed.
it very cool, very calm.
And that's enough, right? They were just searching for this fight. And this is modern Counter-Strike. You're having different moves to look for fights, to take some territory, and then you back off and you try something else. There's no full commitment. You got 1 minute and 55. The better you can use that clock, better you can manage that time. And that pressure, right? Breaking point of the finances here at NAVI early on in this second half. If Monte can pick up this round, if they're able to secure this one right here, right now, NAVI will be down to an eco, and Monte looking to close this map out and defeat NAVI on Anubis, the only team to be able to say they've done that.
They're re-clearing, or at least considering it. There's still 3-8.
It's this B site again. Maui brought it up. He brought up the positions that they're playing here. Right, MPL, he's had a decent showing.
Certainly, but coming his way, and he got caught with a nade in his hands. Still, it's Perfecto for the first, and they know it's MPL. Hiding at the back of the site. Hiding on Cliff.
It's the bomb dark, though.
Yeah, loud. Oh, Bit didn't catch him. Demka had the bomb. It's still down now. Okay, NPL holding down. The B site is his. First the pistol. Doesn't clear his corners. Would need another. Simple should have him. And it's all onto Boros. One of the 3. No time, no hope as the headshot comes through. And NPL, yeah, you have a right to be smiling. He knew that that was up for debate. NPL's the one to lock it down.
Yeah, I said he's had a decent showing. Now, he only has 11 kills, and 2 of those just came in that round, but we saw the impact he had on the CT pistol. He did have that Tech 9 round early on, right? The T side was pretty bleak for all of NAVI, to be completely honest with you. So this is just great in terms of him staying alive. And oh, look at that, the young smile. Happy with that one. Didn't get yelled at for going down early, so... it is going to be now Monte, the one's broken in the finance department. From the winning down to... Oh!
I was looking at MPL's multi-kills.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
That happened very quick.
Simple's dead.
He is very much dead.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't got armor, they haven't got nades, but they have got a kill. And that's come through that Desert Eagle on Boros doing what he does best.
They can win this type of a round now. That's come in so early. So early within the piece.
Yeah, check out the minimap, bro.
They've just evacuated A completely. They're just going to walk on in for free.
I think Bit is there in time.
But this is still a hard fight. They can swarm him. He's slightly out of position.
Hedge. Oh, okay. No armor. No problem for the plant. Can they really find a round out of this, though? Perfecto. Nice work. It combines nade and spray.
They have kits. They can take their time. MPL with utility as well. And Electronic needs to make this work on the flank.
Big fight. He's won it out, and now the flank is present. We know that's crucial component for these CT retakes of this A site. Electronic tries to take pressure. Perfecto deals with the first. Is SDY. Another from SDY. Can he hold on? Oh, so close. 7 HP in it. It's Electronic's flank. An important double, but it saves NAVI from a very red face.
Yeah, and considering the purchase right there from Monte, you're thinking that's a great round. But this could have been the round that broke them. And this is the shot from Boros. All right, just the pre-aim onto Simple here and bang, flatline, sit down. You're going to watch for the next minute.
Nice shot
and
from SDY.
Watch on Tensor Hooks here, I'm sure Simple was, right? This was such a close round, and SDY even turns in time. A spam battle, the skirmish for both. It's Electronic to connect the dots first.
He's having a great game with SDY.
But so much damage done in a round like that. This is still a very, very good showing for Monte, right? They've kept NAVI right where they want them. Win a round and you break them.
Could very well be round 22. Perfecto going looking around that smoke. Absolutely nothing to report. Demka safe and sound. Controlling any A main aggression. NPL, he's got aggression. Supported by Perfecto. They will recede, not pushing the line, not pushing the limit.
Slightly off topic here, but while we have a moment, if they remove that box where Demka plays behind outside A, you actually help the CTs infinitely. And in a map that is pretty T-sided, maybe we just remove that box. Just get rid of that. Thanks, Jay.
Because, I mean, I saw Rop spending every single round there for 45 seconds.
Or at least make it, like, somewhat spammable.
Yeah, maybe. Or, yeah, even if it's just like a little bit of a bangable wall, you can do that for info.
Electronic. Will the barrel betray him?
That's a nice dead Electronic, but an immediate response.
They know Perfecto's out of position. Do they pressure B now? Oh, they can't. It's blocked.
NPL's the one responsible. And here comes a taste of util. There isn't much left for them. And that's a good opener. NPL, one and done. Demka's in.
Do they go for this? Remember, no finance, Navi. Oh, Simple. He wanted to go.
Yeah, he wanted
so
to.
deep.
But it does keep him trapped, and Boros is coming to lock the door behind him. Yo, you don't need to, but Boros, he's got something extra special for Simple with his knife out, completely unprepared, as this will break NAVI. Bit will be happy to hold on to what he's got.
He really needs to hold on to this. It's only 1,900 lost into the next. Actually, no, sorry. It's bottom of the barrel. It's 1,400 lost into the next. Not even 1,900, which means likely force buy. So the M4 will be the biggest weapon they have to boast going into the next round of play. Let's just look at the next few rounds here. Assuming Bit is able to hold on to this. If he jiggles, he might jiggle into the AWP. Oh, Warrow. Did he see him? I'm not too sure. I don't think so. Takes a pot shot through. Will not connect there, but this is the thing. Navi have to force with the loss bonus where it's at, right? 1,900 will come into the next. Oh, I guess they don't have to force, but you would traditionally force in this environment. Right? That is the type of purchase that you'd be seeing, because that means their next gun round is going to be flat, very flat. So, oh, look at having a good time.
The contrast.
Having a real good time.
The contrast, like
they didn't force
a straight tut of the tongue. Yeah, well, they've got Bit. They can count on him to.
I don't know about this.
I mean, it concedes 13.
Yeah, but their next gun round sucks as well.
Right, 14?
But that's the. Do they partial into the next, or do they full buy, which is not a full buy? It'll be very light on it. It'll be FAMAS's MP9s, rifles without much util behind them. So Monte, if they can just secure this one, if they can get past this one saved AK, which it looks like they're about to do. The bomb heading over towards A here as Bit's AK clears out the polar opposite side of the map. He's so far removed from any impact.
Krasnov just flashed dark as well, so that's going to maybe keep feet planted. Perfecto at least, so 4 on the wrong side.
Simple's not considering middle right now, is he?
Yeah, he's going between the two. He's going between the two, and he's hunted. And executed. Boros has got the A site locked down.
Bit has to save again. Everybody else can have a look and try and get themselves an exit. And Perfecto won't have any luck at that. But Bit has to stay alive here. Oh, yeah, you saw that.
That's
look
info.
at his mouth moving. Motor mouth there.
Yeah, that's info. And as you just discussed, this is just trying to protect the president. You just want to get that AK out into the next round of play. There's still plenty of time on that bomb. Bit trying to find a safe haven, trying to find a safe way to save hold of the AK, but jumping across, he does get tagged up and finished off. Waro, the one to relinquish the control of the AK-47, and now NAVI staring at a very ugly number.
It has to be a partial. It has to be a partial here. And this one looks like it is going to reach its logical conclusion over there on that B stream. 12-4.
Yeah, you can see FaZe.
Well, I guess they're on a bit of a partial.
Exactly,
Now, maybe there's a bad news Eagles comeback. You never know.
Certainly up for debate.
It is the counter, after all.
And this is quite a historic head-to-head. You can check that one out over at blast.tv. Check out both of the streams simultaneously.
Okay, so they had the saved AK. They didn't buy behind it. They take another partial now because I think the most money they had was in that 3K department. So that's 2 rounds for Monte. 2 rounds against these very, very light buys. And if they convert with ease, which Waro's opening should provide, they're set for 14 here. NAVI, as usual, taking Anubis the distance if they want to get it done. Hold up, that bomb is loose. Bomb! That's an AK found.
Ooh, awkward. Very awkward. As Electronic does gift Waro 1, but perhaps the distraction. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a mess on that one.
Got to finish your meal in that moment. Demka, you can see he knows what it means right now. But this is the moment that Monte just needs to reflect and go, okay, they've taken 2 ecos, essentially. This is a full buy round. This is everything they have. And actually, it's NAVI that wants to take the timeout here. But wanting to make sure that they can recover this CT side. And that T half, it didn't do them any favors. Something that maybe they'll be regretting.
Yeah, the lowest haul they've had in their 4 successful Anubises, or 4 total Anubises, was 7 against Heroic. They got 5 against Monte, and it does seem to be following them. Admittedly, they got off to a decent start, that 3-0 CT launch from that pistol.
With that in mind, right, NAVI being undefeated on this map, Monte having such a streak, but that has been broken on land here in 2 consecutive games. They lost to Pain and Vitality on Anubis, right? With that in mind, you're thinking, oh, maybe Monte would take the veto somewhere else. But I love the confidence to return to a map that they have put the hard graft into, right? You are going to lose maps eventually. That's how it goes. And we need to know, NAVI have taken back-to-back timeouts here. Blade has called 2. He's called 2 to make sure that he can get his orders across. So 60 seconds combined here. He obviously wasn't happy with the first 30. And he must have some important words in this moment because this buy,
1,000-yard stare.
Even though we just said it was a buy, they've taken 2 rounds to be able to save up for this. Electronic and MPL both have FAMASs because they need the full util. Simple has an AWP, yeah. And guess what? No defuse kit in sight. And they took basically 2 ecos for this moment. That shows you how poor the economy was. When you get reset 1,400, it's not the hard drop off the Grand Canyon like it used to be. It's more of that pendulum swing.
Yeah, I mean, it was that route. Like they managed to get them down, whittle away that economy, and they're reaping the rewards now. Going through their flow chart. See the combination there from Bit. He throws in the incendiary and jumps over the smoke so as to clarify no one's disrespected it, but they are lining up for a util. Demka.
Oh,
what?
Mitch just backed her. He was waiting for the flash. He was waiting for the flash.
Demka doesn't play by the rules. No flash required as he's found an opening. This is all up for debate now. Anubis.
You might have to save right now if you're NAVI already. I know the bomb's not... Oh, wait, hold it. The bomb's not committed at all.
Yeah, but they're leaving B. They're leaving B. Completely leaving B. Perfecto. NPL. Simple. All evacuate. Worried about A. Understandably, because Demka's got it.
But this is a terrible fight for Perfecto now. This is not a good duel for him to take, especially against the likes of Boros. This round has just gotten freaky. Demka's screaming. There's no one here. There's no rotation. There's no noise. SDY the long way round.
Okay, so then you have Boros and Krasnov kind of sell it with a bit of a half commitment.
Oh, Krasnov.
Okay, well, he spotted one dark side.
But the bomb's coming. The bomb's coming to his stairs.
SDY spotted. Don't know if they saw the bomb. They are heading A now. Demka's now had control for a long time. Will dump his util. Simple heaven. Trying to distract was Perfecto. 2 from Akon.
Boris's flank is coming. Boris's flank is the round.
It is the round. as they get themselves into the side. Take your time, SDY. Demka gets them both. Simple down. It's a Demka round. 15 in the bag and a 4K from Demka.
Oh, getting real loud. I don't think Warwick can quite believe it there. The laugh, the smile on the face, and the head-to-head. We're talking about the beef. Well, looking like we're going to be one up in the Warwick column against Simple here. SDY's revenge. This is how it needs to begin. And that is a huge one. Look at the mood.
Honestly, I'm getting goosebumps, Chad. Just trying for a moment to see how much fun they're having with so much at stake. This is a game for the champion stage. A best of 3, and then you throw in a rivalry on top of it. Like, Counter-Strike keeps giving us these gifts. Drama out of this world. 3 CTs to defend B, but bomb on Demka A. We'll see what happens with Boros poking and prodding.
Yeah, you got to put him away here. You've got him up against the ropes. You got to put him down.
MP9. Oh, and that FAMAS has taken down SDY. Forced away was Perfecto. Still has info. No one's taking and occupying the space. Hoping that would force a fight for Boros. Oh, in the flames. That is very brave. He wants 2. Only gets the 1. Sticking around. What a shot. Perfecto. He does not want to give this one up.
It's A play here. Damq and Warro looking for the finish here. Simple up in the heavens.
What have you got? What have you got? Simple up against Warro on this fight and catches him with that molly in his hands. Demka could do it again.
Electronics so low.
This is a clutchable sight.
He can definitely win this.
This is really up for debate. Demka double. Low HP. Electronic. Oh, he just averts his gaze, just considered heaven. And a little twist of fate in favor of NAVI. They will see at least another round of play.
Oh, that's so fortunate that he just looks the wrong way. Yeah, that second deagle shot.
For sure. And Electronic as well. We didn't quite catch it, but he was managing to get the opener with that FAMAS as well. This is Perfecto's first. Great. Damn. Check out the second. Just aware and
steps back into it, yeah. Oof, all right, well, Monte, they could take a timeout here to at least discuss how they want to close this, but apparently they don't need the 30-second breather. This is some of the traps that you do see teams without their coach fall into, where they just feel that they can get it done and go, but even just that 30 seconds to recenter and understand you're only 1 round away from knocking NAVI down a peg here. But not to be taken yet, maybe into the next where they'll still have finances. A bit more pace towards this mid-pressure. Second molly's missed. Electronic can stand and fight.
And he will. 2 great
Can't miss those.
A double headshot spray, and there could be more if he spams the smoke. SDY confirmed to be behind.
Oh, that's a gift for Electronic. Just missing a molly, right? An unforced error. That's Monte just not landing a molly that is pretty popular in how you want to take this mid control. And they tried to do it quick. You can do it in a set standing way. They tried to do it on the run. So right there, not landing the bottle of flame, and Electronic profits for 2. So in towards B. If they get in, there's a chance.
Yeah, but Simple's here. It's not your typical expected setup. Perfecto elsewhere. Simple suspects it's B, and the AWP should have the first chance. Smoke obscures his view. On their way, limiting Simple's options with the flame. Tagged him up, and they've zipped him up in the body bag. Quick one from NPL back. Can he extend play for NAVI? They have a 2-man advantage, and he's doing well to survive. Playing around the fade. Warro, SDY, a great headshot from SD. What? Double. He actually takes down NPL. This is manageable, but not one Perfecto's watch. Back-to-back doubles out of Electronic and Perfecto. 2 rounds on the trot. It's those 2 as they exchange a fist bump.
Yeah, Simple can't be too frustrated at NPL there. As soon as a lurk smoke gets thrown out in main, there's nothing NPL can do about that situation, right? Because now it opens up that entry point to 2 separate avenues. But this is where it went wrong, right? I'm glad we caught it because it's that missed molly that made the difference. Otherwise, it would just look like Electronic is a genius, but he couldn't stand and fight without them missing that molly. So that's the good graces of Monte's unforced error. And they didn't take a timeout again.
Yeah.
Very interesting. They're at the bottom of their finances here, Monte. You do this, you're going to have to take a save of your own. We'll see if a plant comes in. That might make me eat my words, but if they go down without the bomb plant, there'll be issues. They want to test bit again, and we've seen them be dissuaded on this side of the map before. We've also seen them have great success. Demka to get them 15. And well, they're controlling Electronic well here. Walking into Simple's AWP again.
And Simple collects Boros as well. High flying scalp to find and post early. Not going to dissuade them from the commitment, though. There is a smoke on bit. You'd think that's what he's going to drop out to respond. Oh! And, okay, Kraz now. Simple just gets hit with some straight BS. A headshot through the smoke. I think the flames already imply that they are nervous. You can see it. Just before the smoke even fades, they drop it. They were convinced there'd be a commitment off the back of that, but rotations have come through. And they creep contact. Moro going to be posted if Perfecto's brave. He's actually rotated off.
So it's just bit. He has no help. No help.
Will they overlook him? Will they overlook him? Look how well he's managed his angles. And SDY again in the feed. I want to reiterate, he is up to 27. Up against his former team.
Number advantage on the side of A. So hard to retake. So hard to retake. Navi are done.
Yeah, this looks like Monte are going to be the first team to take Anubis off of Navi. Their first taste of defeat on Anubis and picked into them by Monte, who lost the previous 2 they played. And just like that, Waro takes a step in that direction. One back, but that's all. It's all Waro. One more on that warpath. 16 secure. Monte up in the lead in this grudge match for a spot in the champion stage. And one map away, up against none other than NAVI.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
You know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So...
Oh, you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run. And, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. This is a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move back. Closer. Yeah. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
Pim said it at the start of this game. You said no one has beat NAVI on Anubis. Well, Monte just has, and this is that whole thing of playing against your heroes, right? You come into this, and you know this is your opportunity. Monte, their first major. If they win this, they get to go to the Legend stage, but not the Legend stage, the arena. But more importantly, this is your chance for people to talk about your team, for you to knock your legends off the top spots.
Yeah, we may as well start from the top in that regard. For Monte to go into the playoff at the last CSGO major ever, that would be fantastic. That would be something no one would have expected coming into it. And fact of the matter is that now they're only one map away, based on the fact that they beat NAVI on Anubis. And sometimes you have games where it goes back and forth, and you can argue that one team were not necessarily better than the other. I didn't think that was the case this time around. I think Monte were the better team. They had a very aggressive CT side. They were good to close out the game on the T side as well, and the individuals showed up once more. Young has been absolutely fantastic in this game as well, and general at the major as an in-game leader. One of the best fracking in-game leaders we have at the major, which is quite interesting.
You mentioned it there. They've been so aggressive on their CT side. Monte got off the ground running super fast, and no one could slow them down. We're going to head over to the Mahone zone now to break that down.
That's correct. Aggressive CT sides is the answer to the T-sided Anubis. So Monte, they did a lot of that, and I want to break down this one round here, round 11. It shows this perfectly. So first thing we're going to see here initially is that SDY is going to toss this flash. Now this flash pops just into the window like this, and it's meant to blind anyone here towards the canals. What that does is it enables a double peek here towards this dark position. Burrows, he comes out first. He takes down Simple. At the same time, Kresno, he's able to trade onto Perfecto. And the effect of this flash, you can see from Perfecto's point of view, as he comes in, the flash pops right here, pops at the window, and it doesn't allow him to fall back. Now at the same time, Worrell, he also takes an aggressive angle towards mid. This angle allows him to catch Electronic completely off guard. And the reason why is because typically when you have a player in this area, he's normally not going to be playing on this left side. He's going to be playing on the right side where there's more cover and it's easier for him to fall back. Because of that fact, it catches Electronic off guard. When he comes in, he's not expecting that angle to be used on the left side. And lastly, it does not end there. SDY, after the 4v2 happens, he also tosses this smoke. This smoke seems rather unsuspecting, just seems like a smoke to delay, but this smoke is actually a one-way smoke because then it allows him to peek towards canals and find NPL as well. From NPL's point of view, he cannot see SDY at all. He cannot see him, and that's why this one-way smoke allows him to find this kill very, very easily. And that was really the key for Monte winning this CT side half, was because they were not afraid to take the fight to NAVI, and as well, they had all these tricks up their sleeves to take them down.
Thanks so much, Danny. Maui, this was the thing, right, with Monte. They came in prepared. I feel like they knew what they needed to do right at the beginning, and that was exactly what they did.
Monte just have the reps on Anubis. It's why it has been their home map, more or less. And I think we're starting to see Anubis shift in terms of the meta. This map, as soon as it really hit the competitive pool, a lot of people were saying that, yeah, it's all so obviously a T-sided map. There's nothing you can do as a CT. And we have another round to actually demonstrate on top of that, pretty much the next gun round, round number 13, where, again, Monte get aggressive. They go for a flash play towards long B here, and they go for this wide peak. And even though Simple finds that opening kill, they just keep hammering it, throw another flash. Boros gets the double kill. And here, 4 versus 3, they just clamp up. They still actually hold some of that pressure. They push that onto NAVI. There's a couple of trades here and there, but just look at how active Monte stay in this one. Just so much movement, so many timings that they allot themselves. If you make a play, you might catch your opponent looking the wrong way, and that's exactly what Monte embodied in this one.
We have to get into the spice because we brought it up at the start. I want to bring it up again. Young, his old team, he came in here with an axe to grind, and he made sure that they were watching him the entire time.
It's been fantastic so far, Young. In this match, of course, against NAVI, we spoke about it. He knows all the inner workings of how Blade likes to call, how Blade likes to prepare, what are the weaknesses of Electronics calling, etc., etc. So there's a lot that Young can use in a game like this, but it goes into his whole tournament. I was just looking up his stats, right? The beginning of Young at this Challenger stage, he didn't perform that well individually speaking, but ever since they were in the do-or-die situation at the Challenger where they had to beat Pain in a 2-2 game, he's been averaging a rating of 1.9 1.2 against Pain, FURIA, Fnatic, Vitality, and NAVI.
Wow.
That is absolutely outstanding for the man on the screen right here. The in-game leader of Monte right now makes a great case that he may be the best fucking in-game leader we have at the tournament.
Yeah, and with SCY, it's obviously with the fact that he was on there. You already mentioned it, Pimp. There's just so much beef between these two teams. It's like I'm conducting another restaurant review or something. I mean, Waro2K also having a good showing for himself. I mean, there's just so much history between these two guys, and for Monte to come out on top right now, you know that Navi, they gotta wake up. They can't play like they did on Anubis, where it felt like it was so frequently Monte who were the ones that were being the more proactive team.
The thing is, if you look at this lineup, I mean, all of these players in Monte are popping off, and it's almost like they're popping off at the right time, Pimp.
Yeah, them QQ also had a great showing. Boros had a couple of moments. You can mention pretty much every single player from Monte. The player on screen right here, again, he was super active on that CT side. He was also great on the T side. We saw the 4-kill, you know, nearing the end of the game, where he also took matters into his own hand. And for me, that's the keyword for Monte in this game. It felt like they dictated the game. It felt like they controlled the pace of the game. And it was constantly Navi running after Monte, trying to catch up. And I like that. I like that when an underdog is coming in and they take charge of the game. They didn't make it messy. They didn't make it an ugly game. They simply just played better Counter-Strike than Navi could.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe Monte was also a team that on their days off were playing other tournaments.
Correct. That's true.
This is the thing. They are grinding non-stop. We're moving on to Nuke now. First time in the major. They are literally fighting to get into the arena. Is this a team that could maybe cause an upset and do just that?
I think that Nuke is quite favored for Navi. I'm not gonna just, you know, jump the gun on this one. I think that this is one that Navi picked with purpose. And when we go to this T side, it's like I kind of preface that matchup between SCY and Electronic. I think that SCY actually proved me wrong, that he actually bested the opposing in-game leader. This time it's going to be a little bit different. With Electronic playing sometimes towards that outside area, I do think that he has mastered that position much more than he has the middle of Anubis, because, yeah, last game it was clear that the prep really worked in SCY's favor, but I don't think this is going to happen on Nuke too.
There's obviously a reason why Navi picked Nuke, and I think Blade saw something in the way Monte plays a Nuke that he thinks he can exploit. But I do want to point out, we saw Monte play Nuke against Pain Gaming, where they were down 0-1 in the 2-2 game in the Challenger, and their CT side was absolutely fantastic. They destroyed Pain Gaming, and I want all you viewers at home to look out for a couple of these plays that I'm going to mention for you right now. Waro2K pushing in ramp with the AWP backed up by his teammate. That happened a lot of times. Waro2K pushing Yard with the AWP behind Red happened a couple of times, and Waro2K pushing Door as well inside happened a couple of those rounds. He is everywhere on the map, and that's something you have to look out for, because right now I think Waro2K could be the guy that will actually send Navi into the 2-2 game and progress Monte into the playoff.
It'll be really interesting if this is how it goes down. Obviously, we're also watching very closely to the B stream, because one of the favorites there, FaZe, they are battling it out on their final map as well. Okay, final thoughts on this game. Do you think Navi is able to bring it back in the second map?
We're going to a third.
We're going to a third.
I have a feeling Monte is going to win this game. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I haven't been impressed with Navi so far in this game, and I think Waro2K is fantastic CT side Nuke, so watch out for it.
Can you imagine if that happened? I'm not thinking of this world. Okay, I'm going to imagine that whole situation in a bit. While we do that, we're going to take a break. When we get back, Sponge and Machine will take us into game.
I remember more Monte clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had a one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monte.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for our second map between Monte and NAVI.
But do we have to?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather wait maybe 10 minutes and check out how this one finishes, because a 12-3 half for FaZe had myself and Chad kind of just, you know, feeling like we could focus on our cast. But it seems that the second half from BNE on this T side is equally as potent.
I guess they've got a grudge match as well.
Oh, it is a grudge match.
FaZe BNE history. Just how many times BNE have been able to dispatch a FaZe. Like, if BNE win this, it's not a rivalry. It's a one-way traffic.
Yeah, and I mean, you just can't help but feel like for FaZe, in the back of their heads, they've got this idea of we can't beat this effing team.
Yeah, it's been difficult for them here, and this is a team that likes to stand and bang as well. So, yeah, you guys know where to find the action for that Blast.tv, but we need to turn our attention to NAVI versus Monte, map number 2. Now, on this side of the server, we don't have Heartbreak on the line. We have Euphoria, right? That's what's available here, as the odds have shifted, now favoring that of Monte. Bit of a surprise there, right? But in this matchup, one of these two teams will be locking themselves in for the champion stage, the arena. Not far away now, kicking off on Thursday this week. It's Monday. The loser goes down to a 2-2 matchup and has another opportunity tomorrow. And that is where the pressure will be at an all-time high. Now, NAVI coming into this, quite the favorites, but Monte have put up a fight. And you know what that music means. We're about to get underway with map number 2. Monte, no slouch on a map like Nuke. Something where they, you know, they have a bit of comfort themselves. NAVI peeking into this, I'm sure, for a reason. Blade staying up late, watching the demos, looking for the gaps. And NAVI have decided to take this as their choice in the best of 3. Let's get it underway.
Starting on the defense of Nuke is Monte. That's discussing. They think they've got something to punish here. On Nuke. Navi's Nuke, I will reiterate, is one of my favorites to watch. Especially when they get off to good T starts. Warrow doesn't seem to be too interested in that happening. And transpiring as he does take down Simple. Put that one in the tally, Chad, as we'll be keeping track into our second map. Now taking all of that space. Lobby is Warrose, and Boros deletes NPL upon his first question. Electronic just returning to the battlefield where he lost Simple. A smoke, sure, but Warrow holding for his cross back. They've got full control. There is nothing to really get concerned about. This should just be a nice leisurely stroll in the park for that pistol. Can they keep it clean, though? Keep that Kevlar?
Yeah, keeping that Kevlar would be a really nice way to kick off this. Another pistol for them. It'd be 2 out of the 3 so far. And Warrow with 2 more on the plate. Electronic tries to clear. Not lazy. Oh, this one could be getting crazy. All right, well, it's Perfecto and Electronic. Just got to deal with the Jewel Berettas.
Yeah, okay, that bomb. Oh, they're trying to get it down, but the combination of the double Jewel lead does lead to 1. Only Perfecto whittled away to 29. Bomb and Vent. They're making a round out of this. Perfecto and Electronic, now just Perfecto. He's in hot pursuit. You can hear that Vent chasing him down, stampeding in. They're going to swing over the door and split the difference. He needs both. Oh, perfect from Perfecto! Oh! They recover! 2v4 to start off proceedings here on Nuke.
Massive stuff right there. That is crazy. Electronic gets 2 on the way back in lobby. Then there's 2 sets of Jewel Berettas. 1 on Heart, 1 in front of it. 2v5, mind you.
Oh,
wild
wow.
stuff. Spin on a dime. That's Warrow and Boros who hit absolute bangers. And you don't want to give Perfecto a chance. A grimace as he drops down the vent and dancing with that P250, making him look silly.
Oh, that was it. I think that was an NPL saying, Harosh.
Oh, yeah.
Harosh.
Nice one, Perfecto.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Oh my God, it's over for the boys of BNE versus FaZe. What a marathon that game was.
And a mental hurdle for Carrigan. He's had a bunch throughout his career here, right? Cloud9 being one of them. We all remember the Boston Major, then the new Cloud9 roster as well. But congratulations to FaZe for surviving, as, yeah, we've already had an early exchange.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be all fine for NAVI. I say that as, yeah, Simple's got another one hunting him down. Now, it's not the fun clear. You can see that nade was looking for Demka as well.
It's going to be Heartbreaker as we are bringing in the scenes of that stream as well. BNE.
Yeah, I mean,
hard graft, right?
Especially considering like a very legitimate comeback on that third map to have the tenacity.
12-3 down.
From 12-3 down.
This is a kill.
And that is a kill. Let's see why.
They're winning the force buy straight back.
Yeah, we've been thrown through a loop on that one.
That's all right. I think we'll allow ourselves to have that. We had a crazy clutch. We had FaZe surviving. And we've had a force by win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't feel so bad about that 2v4 anymore.
No, not at all. And I'm interested to see if NAVI are the ones who want to buy back into this. Yeah, okay.
Oh, it's contagious. It's contagious every time. I mean, not only is the what's the opposite of euphoria? The despair. Something that's somewhat of a package deal with the euphoria here. But quickly changing hands. NAVI, an incredible perfecto clutch, partnered up with Electronics double as well, but now it's Monte. Let's see. Let's see where this one goes. Deagles and that force buy you were talking about, Chad, and we can see the smokes being considered. I can see Electronics going to be...
He was considering the lurk Squeaky, but they have two, so... Well, they had two.
Yeah, he's just thrown one down. He's going to grab the other as well, so... I thought I saw him chuck it out.
Yeah, Bit had one as well. So there it is. Okay, so the Squeaky lurk smoke's in play. They're not actually going to use it, but they're just trying to at least put the question mark that maybe someone's dropped down that vent and needs to force out a rotation. So here it is again, round 2.
Second attempt. And he's going in front of it. Demka. No. He says no. And there's another response. Look at this. They are communicating and competing just through smoke grenades and Molotovs. I say that as Electronic gets the lineup set.
Action on Krasnal here as well. He's got this Mac-10 close heart. It will be this top explode with the hot molly.
Krasnal eats the flash, but no immediate pressure.
They have to go. Time.
Yeah, and Boros going to be calling up a lot. Spotted out, and Waro helps him out. No problem. 19 seconds. That is a problem for NAVI.
Yeah, need to die now. Very limp second round, well, third round force fight. A second round consecutive here for Monte. Simple. Takes down Waro. Sure, needs to die. Yeah, offers himself up there. Demka will take him down. And the head-to-head in map number 1 between Simple and Waro as part of this little ongoing feud. 4-3 in favor of Waro. And here in map number 2, it's just 1-1 so far.
All right.
So we can keep track on that. There's all that fun, good stuff. If you missed it, it's still there on Twitter. They haven't deleted the tweets. They're more than happy to stick by their words. We've also got SDY up against his old team and the Blade Akuma situation as well.
This is, you know, this is a competition. After all, there is going to be a little bit of beef. You can't just sit there and say, "Oh, just hope they have fun."
I hope the best team wins.
The best team will win.
That's my standpoint, and that's because I don't win or lose.
Oh, that was a chance for Simple. Whistles a Deagle bullet past the ear of that jumping CT. Waro and SDY are going to have their first farming session here in Yard.
I want to bring up something that Pimp pointed out as well, just so we can touch on some comments from the desk. Oh, are we going to get the fight? For info, didn't see any.
You're all right.
Not going to commit. Okay, he was talking about Waro pushing ramp, pushing door, pushing yard, right? So I think, whoa.
That looked clean.
That looked real clean. Nice little ace right there.
Add that to the list. An ace from Krasnal, and especially nice because it was the only SMG in play. You just go ahead and farm 5 times 6. I'll let you do that as he finds himself Monte, a third. Nice and easy. Look at this. Especially without the X-ray, it's even easier to enjoy. Look at that.
Ace number 9, I believe this is, of the Legend stage. Had a whole bunch over there in the challenges as well, so racking those up. But here we go, the guns are out.
And the defense is about Waro. Aggressive yard to start off. Up against Bit, overlooked. Should be dead, should be, isn't. As Electronic does finally deal the final blow necessary to put Waro in a grave for round 5. SDY opting for early secret battle, and Bit seems prepared for this. Ooh, SDY bests him. An important return to the equilibrium. 4 on 4. Resmoke on door. Demka brave to consider potential threat in main. That gap in their info as SDY is relocated. This is an important duel. Yeah, Perfecto's nailed that. Takes down Demka without a bullet fired out of the AK. Just caught off guard. Wasn't expecting that. Falls to Krasnal. Can his MP9 do anything here? Up against the rifle, the answer no. Perfecto, a big one. Boros, oof, kept quiet. Just the one out of him on the defense. Should be a nice response from NAVI. The bomb will go down, and the round soon to follow.
I was just doing a little bit of investigating while this gun round was playing out here, because look, the way that NAVI like to sprawl across, take that space, then allow them to make the moves, right? And you saw a bit of that happening here. So finding those picks and then coming in for the close. But when SDY was on the NAVI roster for that stint of time, he played Nuke 9 times with them. So from those 9, they had won 7, lost 2. But the point I'm making here is it wasn't that long ago that SDY was understanding how NAVI were approaching this map and even had the opportunity to play within that system, right? They would have integrated him as much as possible to get those best results. So we even had, was it in that grand final as well? It was the best of 5 grand final in the Cologne, where they went all 5.
Yeah, well, we remember that one.
Nuke
Wow.
was the final map of play right there. So SDY, in terms of Navi's Nuke, he should have a couple of insights here that they should be able to help with, but that can go both ways, right? They can try and exploit some of those expectations that SDY might have, but also the game has evolved. They've integrated MPL. Things have changed for Navi. So those are remnants, and maybe not even useful considering how much Counter-Strike has been played.
What would stop us from speculating, though?
No, and that's the thing. For me, these details are so hard to point out in terms of the layers of like how players like to play in clutches or what reaction this player likes to make in a certain situation. Oh, Moro, squeaky push.
He did it on the pistol. Navi well drilled not to give him anything. But we'll see if that stands the test of time. He flashed it. Perfecto's convinced.
Here it comes.
And Demka's coming with him. Big frag. Bit gone. Swing into Demka. That is a great opener. As it looks like Monte have put Navi straight back to yard. Electronic and simple, though. That's a pairing I'm not willing to write off. Now, already the rotation's down, so Krasnar will be the canary in the coal mine, as it were. You can see Boros is already making sure nothing's happening warehouse and doesn't spot anything on his first look. So it falls down to these two. Simple. Can't guarantee his safe passage, as these CT pieces are constantly in motion.
It gets across undetected. They are aware this is a possibility. That's indicated by Krasnar over towards the single door stairs, just having a little bit of a looky-loo. His rotation point, vent possible, but never a fun way down once they have that secret control. So probably Boros through ramp, but here we go, the first fight.
That's enough from him. Nade might finish him off, but avoided nicely. They're known. And Krasnar playing around that decon door. He's dropped it, or rather closed it. So it limits the options, and with 20 seconds, bomb is on Simple. So that is an important win. Simple, can he get another? Ramp, the fight, can't get the headshot. Boros' position just too good, and he will keep a lid on it. Neat and tidy. You can see Demka enjoying that one. That one must have felt good. The aggression, the way that round started, like that's gonna get under Navi's skin.
And they know it's coming. If Pimp's pointing it out, there's no way in the world that Navi haven't spotted these tendencies from Moro. And you knew that they had because Perfecto threw that defensive flash, right? So really good work from Warrior to be stubborn in the approach and still pull it off. And I also want to highlight Boros playing that off angle. He wasn't taking the fight into the door. He was allowing Simple to come out.
Yeah.
So it looked like, oh, Simple's going to get this fight. No, Boros just playing the tightest angle, knowing that his aim is true. It must be a dream for Boros to be able to play on low ping.
That's true too.
Especially when you're an aimer. Like, it's like you're walking on a cloud with how well the low ping feels.
Well, yeah, we saw it with Spinks as well. Well, all of the Israelis, those guys really do have that land buff, training with the weights on, Rock Lee style. And Boros has taken him off, liberated from it, rocking that ping. 0 MS must feel pretty damn nice. Monte Navi.
This is kind of how Navi's T-side felt on Anubis, though, right? Like, a lot wasn't going. The rounds they were winning, it was like, okay, they flatline him, great. Well, there's a Simple Warrior head-to-head. Let me jump that one down. But it feels a bit flat. It doesn't really feel like there's direct approaches. It feels like they're always the ones being reactive. And if they get taken down early by an aggressive move, like they're trying to knife him. Come on now, boys. Come on now, boys.
Oh, that's
careful with that one. Maybe wait till round 15.
I mean, you know, they're independent human beings. They can do what they want. But I've seen
targets.
Yeah, pick your targets carefully.
Maybe Simple, stay away.
Yeah,
no, don't be doing that.
No, because there are a couple of things that rile up the GOAT. And one thing is when you have the audacity to run at him with your knife. First time out.
Yeah, and understandably so. Like I said, this has felt pretty flat, so might need to inject some life here, Navi, because this one is already starting to get away from them. Pistol, they lose the force buy, as we were somewhat distracted. Maybe they were too. And then since then, Monte have done great guns here. Really good work. And the desk highlighted how potent their CT side is. You just have to go back and look at that pain matchup. Flatline them. So let's see how much more they can layer on here.
Bro, I just checked opening duels. Waro has been a part of 6, and he's won 5.
In 7 rounds?
Yeah.
Okay, well, where is he? Let's start with the Orphan, shall we?
Maybe we should. Oh, that looks good. Doesn't find lethality. Krasnal alive. Tagged up. Fight. Ooh, one out. Equalized.
Oh,
and
dear.
converted. That's a tilter. Body shot slowing you down in the Molotov at 100-0. Krasnal, despite taking early damage, actually finds the opener, and it's on to Simple. Navi have put all their pennies into this round of play.
Yeah, and it wasn't losing your star player in the first 25 seconds or so. Blade had made a call. He took a timeout for a reason here, so the whole strat has to change. Electronic needs to pull this one back together. Now, they have plenty of util, but they have no map control. They didn't take yard. They didn't pressure the AWPer. This is how it was in 2014, where you can just stand and bang with an AWP from Warehouse. Without a smoke, he's going to have a field day.
They got one smoke. It's just not happening. I say that as the other two have thrown out. Excuse me.
They heard you talking.
One extra smoke.
Still gets the fight he's looking for, though. He was never conditioned in the round. He could stay Warehouse. Why would someone like Waro back off?
I like his movement as well, just maneuvering through those smokes. He has an unscoped, so getting pushed. Ooh, big one from Bit. Doesn't pull the trigger yet. Waro slow on that one. Big from Demka back into the site. NPL 1, Perfecto, good night, and all onto NPL. He's found out by Krasnal, and Demka screaming to high heavens as he delivers a double. He's been hanging out with the big boys here.
Oh, yeah, okay. And it's not unusual to see Navi looking a little bit on the emo side of things here. But the reason Monte are just so jazzed, just so hyped about all of this, it's the first major for 4 of their players. Everybody bar SDY, right? He's been here before, and he's here again. But he's now leading this team, taking over the in-game leader duties in lieu of Waro. No coach of LMBT here. And Demku, he's the hype man. He's getting fired up. The headsets are on. They've got the in-ears in, but they're hearing and they're feeling this as Waro. Again, aggressive this time. Oh, not through squeaky door, but down the van. And I wonder where he learned that trick.
True. One of his greatest inspirations now, his greatest opponent, as Simple, stands in Waro's way from getting himself to the champion stage. Nice from Perfecto, will be punished. Demka ready, but not able to find Electronic. Another would be crazy. It's Simple that will finish it off, and a Simple 1v2 emerges from the settled dust. He's not ready for Boros, and that's as easy as it gets. A 7th put in the pocket for their defense. They are flying so high. You used the word jazzed, and that's exactly how it feels. Monte are absolutely loving life right now. Anubis, great. This is Navi's pick. Sure, you've done your homework. Sure, you've crunched your numbers. You've watched the replays. You know what to expect from Navi's T side, but it seems like they're right now, Navi are running on empty.
I don't think they realize what this may mean for tomorrow, right? I don't want to predict too far into the future, but remember, FaZe is down there. They just were able to take down B and E, right? So they're in the 2-2 pool. They're one of the options available to play tomorrow. And if you're Blade, yeah, you're realizing that. You're sitting back watching all of this unfold, seeing that there's no tenacity. They need to find themselves here, Navi. This isn't the beast that we're used to. It's a bit like Liquid to open up the challenger stage, really, isn't it? And they're a team who's turned it around in a big way. Liquid taking on Into the Breach here on this main stream. After this game comes to its conclusion, that one for a spot.
I think that loss to Liquid from Navi is one that...
Oh yeah, that Yakinda game.
Yeah, that Yakinda game. On a different plane, a different level. Another opening from Waro.
He hasn't gone aggressive ramp yet.
Oh, he's going to be frustrated, but fortunately motivated because we got Demka right with him.
It was 3 aggro yard. You can't even respond to this because Navi were going for some space of their own. They are getting owned right now.
This is, it's pure ponage. And knife out from Perfecto. Hoping he can move a little quicker.
I feel, and look, this isn't for a certainty. I don't want anybody to quote me on this, but if G2 win their game and Na'Vi lose this one, I feel like there has to be really good odds. It's either Na'Vi versus FaZe or Na'Vi versus G2 tomorrow.
Jesus.
Like, that feels like a certainty.
When does Demka choose to engage, if ever? Oh, he does. He engages to great success, and with the collaboration of SDY, it puts it all onto Perfecto. This could be flawless. This could be an 8th round. They can win out their CT half in the first 10 rounds of play.
Oof. He's dead.
So dead.
Yeah, nothing he can do. Nothing he can do at all. Right, you can see the direction these rounds are going. That's the problem here. Like when we talk about Na'Vi and we know that maybe if they get 4 or 5, it's all going to be fine. They can turn it around on the other half. They can be competitive, but not if they keep losing openers like this. Warro, again, involved in another opening pick. You pointed out those stats a little bit earlier. He's 6-1 in that department now. Just cannot stop him. Just cannot stop him. Simple looking, well, not shaken, just, I don't know. Smile on his face. With a scoreline like this, they're able to get themselves into a Tech 9 buy. It's going to be 5 Tech 9s in total. Util just across the yard position.
Electronic's going to try his luck.
Trying to wrap heaven here.
Yeah. And then you got that inner hit. Simple. Going to be trying his luck, and it's good from Perfecto. Squeaky should be open for a little bit of space for Na'Vi to stretch their legs. That's a good smoke to limit Hut's options. Ooh, SDY. He is on a knife's edge right now. And this could be it for Na'Vi to get the juices flowing in the right direction again. I say that, Electronic making some decisions. Krasnal will hear this. Bombs on Simple and Hut. It could all end if Simple loses that bomb. He can't afford to. And Boros, is he really diligent? Oh. So, wow. Rifle and a frag and a trade back. SDY. Oh, it could be a head-to-head right here if Simple could and doesn't find Krasnal. 6 in a row. Trotting along nicely for Monte.
Damn. All right, well, Na'Vi, you're going to bring out the guns again. You've already taken a couple of timeouts. It really hasn't earned you a whole lot. And once more, I will remind you, pistol and then losing that force buy. And at the time, it didn't really feel like that force buy meant a lot. But you can see for the flow of the game that that was a very, very important round. There's just been no traction for Na'Vi. So they're on ice right now. The tires are just spinning.
Bite your hand off for 6.
You need some opening kills here. That's the difference maker. And the way that Warro's been approaching this, I mentioned he hasn't done the aggressive ramp play, but it has been Yard, it has been Squeaky, and he's going to do it once more. It's just so annoying for an AWP to be combat ready.
Oh, wow. Hold on. SDY is going to get a nade straight down the gullet, but he might have a fast flank. Look at the smoke already down. The rotation's there. Demka is adjusted.
Very heavy.
Even Warro's
yeah, and Boros considered it for a moment as well. So you can see SDY communicating quite heavily about what space has been given up here.
Right. So you've got Boros ramp side, you've got SDY if they want to come warehouse, and you've got this 2-man setup down lower.
Which is perfect.
This is it.
Perfect.
They're playing like flawless Counter-Strike in terms of rotations. Okay, Warro, he'll smoke that out. Doesn't have to take the engagement initially because you can see Demka's going to strike as well. Distraction! Destruction! Demka! Onto Electronic, another opening for Monte. And more from SDY, a perfect setup for the CTs as they pursue 10. On Navi's pick, SDY gets the bomb down as well. Bit helpless, and a nice catch from Simple. He actually takes down Warro. But it's all for naught. A nice shot in the chat. Warro like that.
Yeah, I'd be saying nice shot too, especially when I'm about to be 10-2 in the lead here.
I think that's a cheeky one, actually.
Exactly.
I think that's a cheeky one.
Yeah, you can have the kill. What, you've got 6 in total. Warro's at 11. He's 6-1 in opening exchanges. Perfecto now just trying to find a place to save. Krasnal as well, 4-0. Demka was the only new name in this round to attach his name to opening exchanges here. This is miraculous stuff from Monte.
Yeah, that is.
And again, I want to repeat, this is the first major for 4 of the players. How many of you have heard of Krasnal before, right? So this is the thing, you have to look at, I think it was I don't even know how to say it, but they had a rooster. They're a Polish team, I'm pretty sure, for Krasnal.
Right.
Like, this is the thing, a team that has just been grinding online, just day after day after day, match after match after match. Like, you mentioned it, they're playing another tournament while they're in this tournament. Right, and you only get that out of the tier 2 teams who are trying to break through. And shattering that glass ceiling right now are Monte. This team 6 rounds away.
Yeah. And
6 rounds.
6 rounds. Boros, Woro, and Demka. Only 9 months in the roster, but check this out. Krasnal 6, SDY 3. This is just finally finding the perfect blend. And in terms of making an impact, sure, I would have argued they'd already done it, but for them, they are not happy. They're not satisfied with legend status, with stickers in the game. They want to take down NAVI.
I'm sorry, 2-0 is nuts. 2-0 is insane.
No. It's beyond comprehension. Look at this. And I take a look at the ADR as well. Krasnal, Demka, and Woro in the 90 mark.
Look at the buy. 2 Galils, 1 AK.
MP5.
An MP5 and a Deagle.
It's disgusting.
Things are going well for Navi, huh?
Yeah, it's real panic stations now. Like the whatever kind of red alert, purple alert. I don't know what the worst alert is, but let's use that color now.
Missing persons report might need to be filed shortly. This is insane. They have just been dunked on here. 2 kills for Bit, 3 for MPL. They're not in the game at all. Perfecto's got 10, sure, 6 apiece for Electronic and Simple. These are the heads of this beast.
Oh, you guys are poking the bear.
Yeah, they are.
You guys
Wooden
are
spoon
poking the bear, stirring the pot.
I don't think there's any doubt on which players have more impact on Nuke.
Certainly, it's indisputable.
Not even a conversation.
It's indisputable.
And Simple's been in some good form this stage, right? He was actually the highest rated player in the Legend stage coming into this game.
Yeah, but we're on our 13th round now, and with Krasnal and Woro with 10 opening kills between the two of them, Navi have just not been able to get any sort of ball rolling.
They haven't conditioned the map at all. It's never felt like Monte are worried. Navi tried to go top a lot in the early stages. Then they went to go secret into 2 players. Like Monte are not just 1 step ahead of them here. Country mile right now. You got to get 5, Navi.
You definitely do. This duel from Bit onto Krasnal. Sure, you hit the head, but it's SDY. Gets NPL dead through the flames. SDY Braves looking to hold on to this top site. A great duel. Electronic looking for this third, and it's denied again by SDY. Woro on the flank found by Simple. And now a 2 versus 2 emerges with a lot to play for. They don't have the time. They don't have the time, and they don't have the health. Boros takes the round by force. He could have run away. He could have played the time, but he wanted to take the bloodshed and salt in the wound. The closest Navi have come, and they come up empty-handed.
Oh, and that right there, that defines Boros as a player, doesn't it?
Let me see the time on this.
4, 9, 8.
He kills the bomb carrier.
7.
And not knife out.
That's the round.
Come on, then.
Just get stuck in. Takes the duel. Simple coming for the trade. You got to get up early in the morning to beat Boros. This is insane. Your first major to make it through to the playoffs. It's not just the top 8. It's the stage. That's a whole new beast, a whole new environment. We're talking about best of 1s. Well, this is a best of 3 against one of the big 5.
And Navi, one of those teams whose T side is, so potent typically.
Yeah, look, maybe Nuke a mistake in the veto here.
I don't know.
This is...
What gaps did Blaze identify?
None?
Maybe we could, we'll stack that Woro squeaky push, guys. It's going to be fine. Oh, they've been so limited in their finances as well. Like, how bleak is this? You're coming into the penultimate round of your attacking half, and you find yourself with Tech 9s, a Galil, and an AK on Simple.
I'll tell you why that is, Alex. The bomb's only gone down once.
Yep, that'll explain it. That will explain it. Hold on. Woro might be on for another opening. Can he really find a 7th?
Hey, Perfecto.
Hi. What are you doing here?
Thank you.
Is
I'll
he gonna
take
go?
that one.
He's going.
Of course.
He was going.
Why not?
He hears one, and he's coming for more! That is so brutal. Finally, they fell him, but yeah, the damage is done, I say. Is overlooked is Electronic. Bit in Electronic. Reacting or recovering, I think is a better term.
I just love the way they use Boros. Wind him up, let him go. He's not coming home. He goes out to battle.
Yeah, right.
You know he's done. Take as many as you can with you, mate. We salute you. Now they just have to find these final 2. 50 seconds left. Hoping for the regress.
I understand Bit's nervous, but he hasn't picked up the bomb yet. And
that's not going to matter.
Yeah, they're coming for this couple.
Look at that. Even if Warrior didn't find Electronic, 2 players are about to go peekaboo up secret. It's just flowing so well. Monte riding this high, riding this all the way to the top. I can't see a way Navi get back into the game here.
What a beautiful story. And they've been grinding. They have been on the grind, and it is hard work paying off live in front of us.
Bit here and this.
Okay, Dit. He's managed to get that bomb down and isolate a frag. Oh, a miss from Moro. 39 damage dealt. Demka will close, and that will put them up to 12.
It's a team effort. Everybody is online for Monte right now. Every single player is online. It's a well-oiled machine. You can just look at the frag distribution right here. Boros adds a couple, and look at his crosshair placement. It's making sure it's at the tippy top of that head here. Just the monster mash right now from Boros.
I loved that. He's running at me. Yeah. He's running at me. Boros.
No respect.
19 years of age. Mohamed Malhas is doing him dirty. And doing what he's been doing all year long, but doing it up against some of the very best. Incredible work.
Well, we might have to bring up that tweet from Waller again, huh?
177 maps in 3 months. It's a lot of Counter-Strike, going through those repetitions, going through those routines. It all just feels like second nature at this point for Monte. He will be smoked off. Warra, this is unfamiliar territory for him. Hasn't seen too much of this, and nor of Monte. Body's behind it. We'll need a flashbang. Or, yeah, MPL surely. Gonna be helping him out. Doesn't look like it, actually, as Warro's core electronics crawl. And potential for more. Here comes the wrap. He's not ready for this one, for sure.
Finally blindsided.
Yeah, that's great.
It's the one time it's felt like he hasn't known where the fight's coming from.
And that's not bad either. Boros will take one from the grave, thanks to the flame. 3-on-3. Navi, this death pack, charging in towards Demka. He still manages to catch one. And they're always taking engagements. It's up to Simple, and he can't handle Kras now. They close with 13. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a break, but don't go anywhere. 3 rounds away from Monte making history.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Hootsie. First grand final like Manassi. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
It means the world to me. The event where I won my first arena match and then I win the trophy as well, that's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight, but obviously I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time, give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in 2 places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I loved before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
Many A nades.
A nade.
I'm blind. Should be. Cash
Blind.
on ramp.
One
Hot,
mid.
dead.
Out, door, dead, bomb.
Close hot, one more.
I'm staying alive. Side.
Down.
Bomb, bomb, bomb.
Out hot. Side.
Dead.
That's him.
Maybe
Bomb
drop
down.
it, guys. 10
seconds. One more hot. Wait.
And
door
wall.
coming. 10 seconds.
I pick door. Side pushing.
Hot. Nice! Let's go! Take, man! Let's go!
Just a taste of what it feels like for Monte right now. Pure elation, and understandably so. They come into this T side of Nuke, ready to throw a knockout blow. Sure, not completely eliminating NAVI, but it's securing themselves a spot in the top 8 of the last global offensive major.
Get
and
it out of here.
SDY up against Simple. His old team, his old colors, and he's doing them dirty here on Nuke. They will build 2. Waro as well has got beef to settle, as this looks like a very quick trip to 14. Every shot connects. NAVI completely discombobulated. Lost in the source, as this could be a perfect pistol. One more frag to determine it. Bit will get one. Tries as hard as he might to get that second, but it's Boros standing against him. And they can feel it. Holding on to this momentum.
Yeah, they know what it means, not only just in terms of the round count, but this match right now. NAVI have a choice to make. We force buy, we lose this next round, we have got no money yet. Again, what a shot from SDY.
Too much fun.
Yeah.
Too much fun.
And why not? Nothing more fun than winning. No better feeling. And again, 4 players, first major, all the way to the playoffs. Pinch yourself, you're not dreaming.
I love it. Can they do it with style? Can they do it with pizzazz, Chad? That's my next question.
Oh, this celebration might be one for the ages here. This is the feeling you play for. I know this isn't the major trophy, but just considering where this team has come from, where these players have come from, and the amount of graft they've put in to go up against any of the Titans and to take them down in such a fashion. Proud's one word.
And the crowd is another, because those boys are about to lock it in. Like stadium Counter-Strike on your first major for 4 of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
This hasn't even been a game. NAVI didn't show up on their map choice. It's like, wait, did we pick Nuke? Are we sure? Because it hasn't looked that way.
Boros, he's going to have to clear his corners diligently if he wants to get through an MPL. The bait, the hunt, the headshot. Boros so ready.
Who's baiting who?
Drilled him. And more to come. Perfecto solid. He's still not going to overlook perhaps the Simple dig. He hides in plain sight on the bomb site, and it's going to have to be special. Not looking great, not looking hunky-dory. It's 15. And Monte, one more round away from the playoffs of Global Offensive's last major. The team that's been on the grind, nose to the grindstone. This brotherhood are heating up something special. It has been a run of rounds, Chad. This is madness. A sprint to the finish line.
NAVI won the pistol in this map.
This is incomprehensible.
This is done.
Does it end here? It's MP9s. NAVI looking like a shadow of their former selves up against Monte, picking Nuke and getting it handed to them. Their ass, that is. Boros, so you do it again, this head-to-head. He's got 2 to trifle with now, but he's got a degree of restraint as they maneuver through lobby. Can it really be just an 18-round game? Look at this. Waro onto NPL. Boros opens up ramp. They can go back for lobby clear. Krasnal to do the same. Maybe this is enough of a distraction for SDY. He does catch one. Perfecto bounding around the site. Should be traded. And I think that's it. It's only Simple. It's only Simple. He's still thinking about the 18th of September. As Monte securing top 8, 1 frag away. Can Boros end it here? Yes, he can! That is beautiful! The storyline of that one. Take away your ego, because the time will come when I will destroy you in tournaments. Yes, maybe not the first time, but it might be a very special time here. Waro promised, and he lives up to that promise here, securing the champion stage. A ragtag squad grinding their way to victory. And in Paris, they make their mark and they send NAVI down to the last chance saloon.
Machine said it well, but I'm going to just recap. This was a squad that we're looking at right now, their first ever major together. For 4 of those 5 players, their first major ever. They go through the Challenger stage, they make it to the Legend stage, and then they face off against the world's best for a chance to get into the arena. There was beef. They were the biggest fans of NAVI. Varus was a fan of Simple. He said, you were one of the players I looked up to, and one day I will beat you. And look at them now. Monte makes it through.
Not only did they beat NAVI, not only did they just qualify for the playoff at the very last CSGO major in history, these guys from Monte, that in itself is a massive surprise, but they absolutely smacked NAVI around. They murdered them, they destroyed them, they dismantled them on the server. It wasn't even a fight, it wasn't even competitive. At no point on Nuke were the game any interesting at all. It was just Monte running all over NAVI. You could argue when the score was 4-2, yeah, this can go both ways. Ooh, maybe. But as I pointed out, the aggressiveness coming out of Monte on the CT side, them constantly moving around, Voro 2K being ramp, being in the door, being yard, everywhere. It was exactly like we spoke about coming into the game, and it felt like NAVI had no idea whatsoever what hit him.
They say to never meet your heroes. Well, I think that actually helped SDY. I think that helped Waro 2K. I think that gave them the extra motivation they needed in order to find this victory.
Waro 2K is with Massive right now. I would love to hear what he thought about that game.
Well, Waro, as Maui said, never meet your heroes. You met him, you thrashed him here, and got a spot in the playoffs. What does that feel like?
I feel very, very good. It's first time I go to the stage and I will play on scene. It's insane emotions. My team played today super good CS and I'm so proud. I'm so proud.
And that's super good CS. It was a pleasure to witness, to be completely honest with you. You broke Navi's Anubis streak. How did you do that?
Anubis was our the best map, and we know we should win them as well. We check how they play, and we understand we don't need to do anything special. We need to play our game. We need to be confident, and that's it. On Nuke, yeah, we know, but we start on CT side, and we know how they play on T side. And if we play like without mistakes, it will be the same like on Anubis, and we did it.
And it was kind of clear to see, on Nuke especially, this confidence. You just kept pushing Navi and just closed down everything that they had in store for you. Did you guys go through some very, very intensive prep, or what was that down to?
No, it was only confidence, and I understand how they play. Like, they have a lot of structure, and if you will break them, they will not do anything.
And this is going to be the first time on the big stage for 4 of your players. Does that add an extra layer of nerves to you guys when you have to go into the arena?
No, to be honest, no one had nerves this game. We was full confident. We scream a lot. We was hyping, and it's helping us a lot. I think in stage we'll try to do the same and do our best.
Well, we hope we will. I have one more question for you, though. There was this one tweet. You've been beefing a little bit with Simple. Tell me what it feels like to come out on top of that beef right now.
For me, it's how to say, not matter, but yeah, I feel good. And what I say, I don't need to say anything. I already said it a long time ago.
Confidence. Back to you guys.
I know that at the start of the Legend stage, Maui and I were on agreement here. We didn't want major upsets. We wanted the Fab Five, for want of a better term, to make it through. However, I'm okay with this because this story, Maui, is such a magical one. The beef we've seen on Twitter, that's fun, but also the Sumdai Young moving into Monte, not having their coach with them. Are you okay with this upset?
You have to be. I mean, the thing is that going into this one, we prefaced all of the beef, all of the history these two teams have. The fact that this is actually one of the few domestic matchups we've seen in the entirety of the major. Basically, both teams having majority Ukrainian rosters. And so at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that are watching this match right now. And I think that they were going to be happy no matter what happened, because both of these teams are representing their country right now. And they're both actually doing such an excellent job on the world stage. And in some ways, you got to think that probably Navi's happy too. Not just the analysts, not just the pundits that wanted the favorites to go through, but I think Navi can congratulate Monte on just kicking their ass.
The results on the screen right here as well makes it super, super legit. Taking down FURIA, yes, I know FURIA have been struggling. I know they went out of the major yesterday, but that's a good win. Beating Fnatic, sure, Fnatic may not be the best of the best, but there's a world they also go far in this tournament. Losing to Vitality, there's no shame in that whatsoever. I think Vitality right now are one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, and then dismantling Navi as well. It's very, very legit. There's nothing to be said about the seeding, to be said about an easy route into the playoff. This is earned by Monte. They were better than Navi today, way, way better. So of course they should be part of the playoff.
And Navi's going to be terrified because there's a very good chance they're going to be going up against a very strong team tomorrow. But what was, before we talk about that, because we'll do that at the end of the day.
Okay.
What was it that Navi was lacking in the server today, Pimp?
Absolutely everything. They lack the sense of direction. They lack the individual powers. They lack simple sometimes as well. You know, we praise simple a lot, and we really set the bar high for this guy, and it must be so frustrating sometimes to be simple, because you can always point him out and say, you're the reason we're winning, you're the reason we're losing. But when you're playing against a team like Monte, who's playing with so much confidence and playing to disrupt the system that Warrior2K was talking about, sometimes you need an individual to stop that. You need an individual to stop Monte and stop them moving forward, and no one answered back. Simple didn't do it, Bit didn't do it, Electronic didn't do it, Perfecto, you can name every single player from Navi. They just couldn't stop Monte, and that was what I lacked for Navi right here, because as a team, they weren't ready for it, but then you got to step up as individuals.
And I got to just give so much credit to Monte, because I think, Pimp, you were actually aboard the Monte train after the first map. You said that they had the setups, they had the ideas to make this a living hell for Navi going into their T side on Nuke, and they did just that. Like, that was such a great style coming out from Monte. The way that they were aggressive outside, aggressive towards ramp. Every time there was some sort of play that Navi wanted to run, it felt like Monte had the reactions necessary. Or if they weren't even reacting, they were just getting ahead of the action. They were pushing them down. They were making this so uncomfortable. Usually you see favorite teams, you see the better team getting into the faces of their opponents and saying, we're not going to let you run your game plan. We're not going to let you even try to exec into the bomb site, because we're going to take the fight to you. And that's exactly how Monte played. You could tell that they were so motivated for this matchup.
What we also have to highlight is the fact that their coach is not here. They only found out a few days before they made their way to the Blast TV Major that their coach would not be traveling with them. And I remember during the challenges stage, that was a question we asked them, how are you coping without your coach? And they said, we did all of our prep. We know what we have to do. It's okay that he's not here. We're ready. And I mean, look at this. To get all the way, I feel like this is a team that has been grinding so hard for so long, all in preparation for this moment.
I'm not going to make the argument that not having the coach here is a good thing for Monte, but I also do feel there's something to be said about a team of their stature, that you don't want to overcomplicate things. You don't want to take too many timeouts. You don't want to try to outsmart Blade. You just want these players to feel confident. You want them to play with energy. As Warrior2K was saying, it almost sounds, you know, way too simple. Yeah, we were playing with fun. We were yelling. We were screaming. We were having fun. We were running around doing whatever we wanted to. A coach wouldn't necessarily allow that if he had an idea that he could tactically change things. So I think it's almost an advantage for Monte right now that they're playing with no pressure whatsoever. So yes, sucks for them and sucks for the coach LMBT that he's not here to experience. He's part of this journey as well. He's part of why Monte are where they are. But I don't think it's a net negative, to be honest.
When you take a look at this lineup, obviously for the casual Counter-Strike fan who's just come in and goes, who the hell is Monte? Now they want to put their money behind them moving into the big arena. Who are the players they should be keeping an eye out on?
Well, I think there are two clear stars for me on the Monte roster. I think that Boros has proven to be one of the strongest mechanical riflers in this entire stage. I'm talking the likes of people like Twist, the likes of Nico, the likes of Rops. All of those guys have to watch out if Boros is the guy against them. And on top of that, it just seems like actually Warrior2K, despite having a tough time, was reinvigorated today. He actually was able to inflict so much damage with those opening setups. But the thing is that there's no slouches on Monte. That's what's exciting about this team. The names that we aren't saying, the names that really escape the headspace or the minds of fans are people like Krasnal and Demq, who are actually just satisfying their roles so well, usually on the extremities, usually the people in anchor positions, the less glamorous ones, but still, it never feels like they're making mistakes. They're actually sometimes taking initiative, like they did on Anubis to Navi, and so they have this ability to explode in the server as well. And when it's not just just this hierarchy of, oh, these are our stars, they're going to be the ones doing stuff, and everybody else just get out of the way, but actually, no, Demke, we're going to flash for you, or Krasnal, we're going to flash for you, then it's like, that's why the team had fun. That's why they said it was such a good time for them.
I just want to leave everyone and all the NAVI fans, all the FaZe fans, and all the potential G2 fans with a bit of a nugget right here. I've done the calculations, and as far as I can see, there's no way that NAVI is not facing either FaZe or G2 tomorrow in that deciding game. So if you're a NAVI fan, if you're a G2 fan, if you're a FaZe fan, tomorrow is going to be wild.
Hot damn, that's going to be fun. We do have a schedule of games for you, so you can make sure you miss none of the action. I can't believe that's going to happen. I cannot wait for it, but there you go. 2 more games to go. Into the Breach faces off against Team Liquid next. One of those teams will be joining Heroic, Vitality, and I thought I'd be saying Navi, but here we are, Monte in the A-Core Arena. We will be finding out exactly who that will be right after this.
Heroic look like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them.
Kein fucking beat them, never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
It is time for me to claim my British citizenship.
You can't switch like that back and forth all the time. No,
I'm South African, but I'm also British. I have dual citizenship, and today I'm British, and Maui is American, and we are going to war because it is Liquid versus Into the Breach.
You want to fight? We know how that went last time, 1776. Let's think about that. Yeah. Well, let's get into this one. Let's get into this battle. It's one for the ages. It's one that the score has been settled. Honestly, I think we know what happens when America goes to war with Britain, but we've got Liquid before us. We've got a team that has, in some ways, confused a lot of fans because ever since their addition of Yukindar, things have looked pretty good for Liquid, but they haven't been a championship team. First tournament that they played with Yukindar, Cologne, make it to the playoffs immediately. And that was a big surprise to a lot of people given what Liquid was doing before that. Then they're in ESL Pro League, come second place to the champions of Vitality. Then they play the Fall Finals, losing to the eventual champion in Heroic. They then play the World Finals, losing to the eventual champion. If you actually take so many of the tournaments that Liquid has played lately and where they have placed, they are losing almost always to the team that ends up winning. So in some ways, it's hard to count them out for going deep into every single tournament, but they find themselves here 2-1.
You say that they were absolute trash in the Challenger stage. They were embarrassingly bad.
Yep.
Then they came here and suddenly they're looking very good. And I'm going, well, hold on. They beat NAVI. They looked impressive. The Heroic, they might have lost, but they still looked really strong. So I just feel like this is a team that is inconsistent, Pimp.
Yeah, it's a team with no flaw, so to speak. They can lose to pretty much anyone. We saw that in the first Challenger stage. They lost the first 2 maps, and they even lost the first map against Fluxo as well, who probably have been the worst team we've seen all major long. So that was very, very bad by Team Liquid, but from that point and onwards, everything has changed. The players have stepped up. We talked about NAVI coming into the tournament as well. He had an abysmal start against Apeks, but he's been an MVP candidate ever since, playing some solid Counter-Strike. Yekinda, I want to put focus on towards Yekinda, actually, because how he played in the Challenger compared to how he's playing in Legends, to me, is the biggest difference for Team Liquid. We know he's the talisman. We know he's the guy making the difference. We know he can open up any team in the world of Counter-Strike, and we saw that on Banana in a game where he just dismantled his opponents. You see the difference right here. I know he stepped up later stages in the Challenger, but the way he's been performing in Legends, that is a Yekinda that can power Liquid to be up there and potentially, Maui, contest for the trophy.
Yeah, and I want to shed a little bit of light on what happened in the Challenger stage and kind of the story for Liquid in general, which is that when they come into tournaments, they're meeting from multiple different areas every time. It's rare that they're just flying in straight from a boot camp. They're usually having Yekinda fly in from Latvia, NAV flying all the way from the west coast of Canada, and then you've got all these other players just kind of somewhere in the middle. And that's why every time they come into a tournament, they're a little bit cold, and that's okay for them. They know that they can power up. They know that the quality of the players that they have is actually enough to boost them as they get deeper into tournaments. They just have to survive, and they did. They survived the Challenger stage despite an abysmal showing in the beginning there, and that's why, looking at this team, I think that they are one that is destined for the playoffs.
We obviously see the quote here from Yekinda talking about the boot camp. I mean, this was a huge conversation during Challenges because they kept talking about how great this boot camp went, how well everything was going, how they changed everything up. Then they were trash and we were all laughing about the boot camp and all these things came out. None of this matters now because they came into the Legend stage and I went, holy hell, Liquid's going to the arena. That's what it's starting to look like.
Yeah, they could, and I agree. Right now, Liquids are one of the favorites to make it to arena. You say it's okay for Liquid to come and be a little bit cold. I think they themselves have accepted that's part of the journey. That's part of how the team is run. I would, put on a third perspective here and say that it's unacceptable, honestly. The way they're running the team right now, the lack of potential they're using, I feel Liquid can be one of the best teams in the world. I feel Liquid should be a team that is winning trophies from time to time, but the fact of the matter is that they don't really practice whenever there's no tournaments going on in Europe, because Yekinda stays in Europe, the rest of the team goes to NA. As you said, they're spread out all over the world, so yes, we can praise them for being competitive, we can praise them for being good, and hell knows, maybe they even go to win this major. But what if they actually took it as seriously as FaZe Clan, as seriously as Heroic, as seriously as Vitality? Don't we think Liquid could be better than they're showing us right now? I have a feeling they're just wasting their potential, and I'm not a big fan of that.
If they took it as seriously as FaZe Clan, they would just be 2-2. They might have started 0-2 in this stage. I think that the way Liquid's doing it, knowing that they have that room to breathe, is fine. I think that procrastinating is something that a lot of top
American
teams,
mentality.
A lot of top teams just seem to procrastinate nowadays. They get it done, takes them a while, but eventually it'll happen. And for Liquid, I'm not counting them out to win this one, despite the fact that the Challenger stage went so poorly for them. I would have them still in that Fab 5 of teams that have a great chance to win the final major.
People wonder why NA sucks when that's the mentality. It's okay to come in cold. We could lose a couple of games. We'll be there. Maybe not. Maybe next time. That's the problem. That's the problem with NA, right? Take it seriously from the get-go or don't show up at all.
Pimp's coming over to the UK side, which is nice. We have tea and scones.
You're even worse.
I was trying so hard. Here we go. We've got the veto now. This is it. Let's see how this plays out. I am very curious, Maui, as to how these decisions will impact.
I think that this one should be relatively straightforward. After the permabans coming out, I think that Liquid should be going for overpass. It's a little bit of a punish into the breach, and it's a map that I think Liquid have shown a lot of promise on. And if I had to guess where Into the Breach would go for this one, I think there's a couple options, but For me, I think that they've been liking their Anubis a lot. We haven't seen it too much at this event thus far, and it would be nice to see if they can actually compete with a team like Liquid. But there we go, Overpass, there it is for Liquid, and we'll see if Into the Breach do decide to go with Anubis or maybe somewhere else.
That's
always
the issue.
possible.
That's the issue, yeah. They go for it. They go for it.
Okay.
And that makes sense. That makes sense for Into the Breach, but it's no punish pick. Liquid have won the map 3 times in a row.
Yes.
On a bit of a streak, haven't lost it in 3 months. So if you're Into the Breach right now in this video, regardless of where the third and deciding map is going to be, I feel like you already lost out on the fact that there's no punish pick against Team Liquid. And you take into the account that the third deciding map is Inferno. And we saw Liquid play very, very well on that map, especially against Heroic.
Let's talk about Into the Breach, because the truth is there are a lot of Counter-Strike fans out there who had no cooking clue who this team was during the RMRs, unless they were from the UK. And now here they are. They are at the Legend stage, and they are playing right now to potentially get into the A-Core arena. So what is it that Into the Breach has done correctly to find themselves here?
That's a very, very good question. You're saying there's a lot of people who didn't know who they were coming into the major. I'd argue there's still a lot of people out there not knowing who these guys are, but we gotta give them respect for what they've achieved. The way they qualified for the major was very impressive. The way they've conducted themselves so far in this tournament, especially the win against FaZe Clan, very impressive. And some of these individuals on the screen have played very, very well. We'll talk about Cypher. We'll talk about Rallen. Rallen to me is very interesting because I used to compete against him many years ago. He's been around for forever, and to be honest, back then he was pretty average, and I think he has been average for the vast majority of his career, but he's come to life now, and he's finally found success. He's found a home, and this team, it's a team that I don't want to face if I'm anyone of this tournament. They are scary to face right now. They're playing with confidence, they're playing with belief, and I guess UK CS is back.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get it's just a qualify. All they've done is qualify so far for this Legend stage, and I think that you say maybe their RMR run was impressive. They didn't beat a single team that made it to the major. Sure, they've done some stuff so far now that they've gotten here. Obviously, they have wins over ENCE, they have a win over FaZe, but I just think
good to me, yeah.
when you look at, they haven't done it in BO3s yet, and that's to me where the real action starts. And so, to give Into the Breach a little bit of credit, the wins that they have accomplished, I've been actually fairly impressed. I think that their communication to me has been incredibly strong. When I've stood behind them, or we've heard those push-to-talk moments where we're able to hear the comms, it is clear that there are so many people giving ideas here, because Thomas, the in-game leader of this team, was by no means an IGL going into this roster. So it is a group effort. There is a lot of crowdsourcing going on.
I desperately want to break down that conversation, but before we do, Volt is ready. The guy that you see on your screen right now, he chatted to Massive, so let's find out what he thinks about this matchup.
Volt, your team has oozed confidence throughout this Legend stage. Ahead of the games against FaZe Clan and ENCE, you know, Cypher came with some good comments. Thomas came with some great comments as well. What's your confidence level right now going into this one against Team Liquid?
It is the only NA team. We're not going to lose to NA. It's time they go back home. We're going to run a Nitro. We're going to run a Delige. We don't really care that we're playing against them. You know, they're top 10, like whatever. Would beat FaZe, would beat ENCE. They're just the next on the list.
To the Breach, and with good reason. What have you guys done between yesterday and today to kind of keep this hype train rolling?
It's just the same prep like the other games. Nothing special really. We chilled a bit more today because the game's a bit later, so it's good that isn't like too early. But I think we'll just do what we did in the other games.
And I mean, one best of 3 stands between you know, and Team Liquid going into the playoffs. What would it mean to you personally, and also for the UK scene, if you guys make it there?
It's going to be unreal, to be honest. Getting into the playoffs, this is the first major for a UK team, and if we make it to the playoffs as well, I mean, that would be unreal. Can't really describe it in words, but I think today's the day.
Well, no words needed to describe the feelings that you ooze right now. But you mentioned to Blast.tv that it's easier to play against these Tier 1 teams than Tier 2 teams because they play simpler CSGO. Can you elaborate on this a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, these like Tier 2 teams, if you want to call them that, they play like a different style in terms of they have more unique things come into the games. Tier 1, I would say, is much more simple. They don't do like insane like micro plays. It's just like basic CS, but they just make decisions much better, and I guess sometimes like they have these star players that can just shoot really hard. So I guess like for us, for example, playing against FaZe and ENCE, we were able to dictate the pace against them, and that's probably why we did so well. People are going to argue it was the best of one, and maybe in best of threes is different, but I think today we will try to show that we can play best of threes as well.
I mean, I need to be a little bit difficult here. That nice interview, very happy. Oh, we can play against these big teams. They just have these good shooters, which you mentioned as well. There's lots of people talking in this. They're all very excited. When you're playing a team like Liquid, Maui, who is calculated, who is organized, who is planned, everyone talking, everyone excited, everyone running around, best of three, it's going to be a little bit difficult.
Well, that's, I think, been the problem with a lot of Tier 1 teams, the teams that are partners, that they haven't actually always had good communication out the gates. I think that Liquid was a victim of that in the Challenger stage. I think that FaZe, until their backs are against the wall, is a victim of that too. And then once they get yabbering, once they get chatting, then they finally show their full potential. And I think that Liquid should know that that Into the Breach are no slouches, and they have to have those comms up immediately, or else they could be the victim as ENCE and FaZe were before them.
If Liquid continue the form we've seen the last couple of days, I have no doubt that Liquid will beat Into the Breach. They are a better team, they have the better map pool, they have the more experience, but I'm not going to argue against the fact that it can be a close game. I think Into the Breach have impressed me a lot so far during this tournament, but the way Liquid have played the last couple of days, even in their loss against Heroic, has been utterly impressive.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's coming home. Oh, that was cringe, but I had to do it.
USA, USA. Get me out.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where, you, like, okay, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience, and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. He's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over, and the security guards just like went in front of me, and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers, and Refresh goes to the bathroom, and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back, and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside, and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people. We were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real, you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're Stavn, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stavn. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Very good evening, Counter-Strike fans. We've already had quite the whirlwind tale, and now I'm strapping myself in firmly for another Into the Breach the pride of Britain.
Can you contain your excitement? Do you think it's possible?
I'm not going to say anything.
All right.
I don't want to say anything.
Let's get excited if it happens.
Oh, I guarantee I'll be doing that, Chad. But this is the closest the UK have come to being relevant in Counter-Strike.
This would be the most historic win in UK Counter-Strike history as far as CSGO is concerned. Look, if we go back to CS Source days, we took 1.6. Maybe we can have some different conversations. Yeah. But as far as CSGO, at our last CSGO major, the team with a British core make it all the way to just being one best of 3 from that stage. We're about to get this stage started. Overpass into the breach on the defense, Liquid on the attack.
Oh my God.
Imagine another miraculous upset victory here.
I mean, I just don't know what to expect, right? I mean, into the breach, taking down FaZe, making it look easy. The fact that Liquid had a challenger stage they want to forget, but then they had a previous best of 1 where Yakinda just decided he was actually going Super Saiyan. So I just don't know who and how this is going to boil down. Pressure onto Volt. Already down to 3 HP. The Goosh good, and Lige will finish onto it. So into the site nicely. Rallen. He's on a quick short flank with Cypher. Cypher already catching a Lige, and it's Naf back. Double from Nafly to secure what I would assume is the round. Crucial's already brought down to just 20 HP.
And Crucial must really like the Brits, huh? Endpoint.
Oh, he's an honorary Brit. He is an honorary Brit at this point. And getting himself that ticket to the major after so many times of asking.
Right.
It's honestly...
been a mainstay in CSGO.
Yeah. Crucial's story is one of determination and tenacity. He didn't stop, didn't at any point kind of hang his mouse and keyboard up when the victories weren't coming as smoothly. And now to be into, well, one best of 3 away from the champion stage. The stickers was an achievement. You know,
yeah,
that was amazing.
Get immortalized, right? But we could echo that same story with just Liquid's run throughout the challenger stage and now the legend stage, right? They've really turned things around. They've looked like they're playing great guns Counter-Strike, but one of the things with Liquid was they played better CS against the better teams. Right?
Yeah.
Remember we had Fluxo. I know, actually, to be fair, they did blow Complexity and Greyhound out of the water, and you would put Into the Breach into the same category as those names. However, when you look at the best of 1 results they've had here, they've beaten teams who are big names. FaZe and ENCE both falling at the hands of Into the Breach. I don't think anybody would have expected that one to happen. I would say most people's stat lines with the pick'ems definitely back that up. So they've already made a splash here. They've made a massive dent. ENCE have gone home. FaZe almost, right? They still have to play again tomorrow. So they have wounded some of the bigger names. As we do get into a second round force buy here, Into the Breach.
They've dropped 2 FAMAS.
All right, well, wanting to equip Thomas and Crucial with those.
See what their plan is. Oh, they've actually taken them both alongside, and they're charging B. What a perfect call. It's the path of least resistance only Cypher here, and he's already gone. I say that, Volt. Not going to be overlooked. It's Nitro, nice into the second.
Save.
And they'll keep hold of those armored, I was about to call them M4s, they wish. FAMAS invested, FAMI. To pluralize.
Yeah, I like Volt's interview there, you know, with a bit of trash talk, and that's something that I did once upon a time against Liquid at a major qualifier.
How did it go?
It went terribly.
Oh, but a similar stance you went for in the interview.
Yeah, you know, you wanted to
North America, we're going to send them home.
Yeah, we're going to trash these American dudes, was I think the words that came out of my mouth. I did my best, and we didn't win. It was against Liquid on Cobblestone, I believe. So, well, yeah, I think it was Cobble. Yeah. We'll have to go and check, you know, the history. But history is something that I'm sure Liquid don't want to repeat itself here. They want to make sure that they can pick this up. They've been in a position like this before without making the playoffs. So Yakinda, very close, toe spotted, damage done, and well, that's Rallen down, but the FAMASes will survive. And Rallen as well, he's another one of these names who's been doing this for an awfully long time. I remember him back in the majors in the early days. He was part of a team called E-Battle. Back at ESL1 Cologne, back when I was still playing.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, we called him E-Kettle.
I remember that. Well, that was with Grubby.
Yeah, he had his little teddy bear.
Yep, that's where it stands out. Well then.
Hyper, Furlan, Groovy, Heat, those guys, right? Yeah.
Wow, throwback.
I think they became vexed after that, but it's been a long time between drinks for Rallen. The last major he played was in 2015. So he's returned to the major circuit.
And I wanted to talk about Thomas as well. I mean, the fact that he's been IGLing this squad, it's been a change of role for him. And it's been taking
shape.
Yeah, taking shape and taking the UK to places it's never been before. So it's very exciting for that storyline as well. He's been trying to do it a long time, professional for playing all the way back in 2016 and getting to his first major in 2023.
Yeah, and this year, right, we are still in the very early stages of this, and we do need to see Into the Breach put up a resistance when we make it into that next gun round. I think the thing is you can't come into this as Liquid counting this team out with the scalps that they did take in the best of one. Sure, that conversation about the favored teams, they're going to do better in the best of threes, but Into the Breach, I don't think the respect was too high. I don't think there was much respect put on the name. That has definitely changed now.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you and have a conversation about the map pool. And do you think this is a safe round to do it? They are kind of walking into Crucial.
The famous on long.
Yeah, so hold on a second. Now Crucial down, and yeah, limited in response. Ralen's been brought down to 3. They've even got Yakinda calling B clear, so they might be taking that bomb back through. I say clear. Well, he might be caught a little short-changed here. This boost is perfect. It's perfect for that first engagement, but Nitro's movement, he gets the info safely. Now the molly will land, and I think the potency is lost.
Yeah, so we can talk about the map pool here. The fact that we are on Liquid's map choice right now of Overpass. If this one is over Quick Smart, then we move on to Anubis, where we've seen Liquid do some good work on Anubis throughout this event. They're undefeated on it in the last 3 months.
Yeah, and I'm never one to play the veto game, but I was playing it with some of the Into the Breach staff last night, trying to guess it, and we boiled it down to Overpass, Anubis, Inferno. Finding something from Ralen's D. Yeah, very low HP, but he'll be happy to scavenge a little extra.
Well, it sounds like they got the maps that they've wanted or expected.
Expected, yeah. I think in terms of where Overpass
they would have wanted Vertigo if they could have had it.
If they could have had it. Unfortunately, Liquid, not particularly fans of Vertigo.
No, we'll be banning that one. So there was no way that they would find themselves doing battle there. Was the first phase ban from Liquid. Into the Breach removed Nuke. We found ourselves with Overpass and Anubis. Mirage removed then from Into the Breach. Ancient gone from Liquid and Inferno as the third. You're going down... how many appearances he had on Endpoint?
Yeah.
Yeah, enough, I would say.
That is so mad. He was doing the okie dokie into Endpoint from like 2018 all the way until like end of 2022 or start of 2022. In, out, shake it all about. Into the Breach, though, starting this project not too long ago and having themselves a lovely run of things, a run of form. There are RMR performances, sure. Maui critical of them. But you've got to appreciate the scalps they've taken to get here. Can they continue to leave a mark at the major? Not on Elige's watch as he comes around that corner at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And a response is not available. Oh, Ralen, he had like 3 bullets connecting before Elige even pulled the trigger, but still finds the headshot. As this is the hot shot of Liquid, alongside with Yakinda, who's been having some incredible upswing in performance as a Vault double actually makes it a bit of a conversation. It's up to Thomas. He loses a lot of health in that exchange, but a second makes it look rather insane. He's got 70 seconds.
I like this play.
Yeah, but he's going to be...
No, head on. Naf's hearing him.
Hear him. Oh, a horrible end. A horrible sour note for Thomas's 1v3. A little loud as Naf proud and hitting that walk key at the right time.
Yeah, good attempt from Thomas there, but not expecting that maneuver. But Naf, that's where he comes into play for Liquid. He has been phenomenal for this team since the turnaround. A gem, right? I know we were talking about like the likes of Nitro and Elige being the franchise players, but I think Naf's taken that position as far as I'm concerned. Speaking of Elige and Nitro, that's who Vault said they were going to run out. Now, not so possible here on the CT side, but once they do flick over, we'll see if that premonition comes true. I don't know if I'd want to be running at Elige.
No, not ideal, but yeah, you're right, Naf. Definitely player of the week. I saw it on HLTV, his KAST. Popping off, as is Yakinda onto Cypher on this conservative round out of the Into the Breach boys. I'm not talking David Cameron, but... conservative nonetheless. Elige is trying his best to give him a
Thomas,
something.
okay.
That's Elige and Naf lie down. Oh, I need to hold my horses.
He's happy to fight, isn't he? The fact he stepped into that second fight from Thomas. Just spamming away with that 5-7. They will have to clear out this tree position for Crucial. That's the next fight on the table here. Yakinda.
How diligent do you reckon?
Oh, gotta be careful with those swings right there. Crucial spotted now, gooshed, and should be finished off. So... not bulletproof is that tree, but we will find ourselves in a 2-on-2. OC and Yakinda to take on Ralen and Vault with 55 on the clock, and they are heading towards A.
They are, and I wonder if Vault's going to cheat and gamble. He's not. He had the only smoke, thought that could be something to divide and conquer, but Ralen's going to have confirmation that they're coming his way.
Long molly, so they don't actually know where he is on the site. He can dance around the dice.
One would be fine.
They are stalling it out, so OC throwing... drop down smoke, well placed, limp back lurk from Vault, and the AK is here.
The AK's arrived in time. An even battle, but they have to plant. You can see how hesitant they are to commit to the unknown. Good restraint. He's overthinking a little at his vault. We'll just address the potential for B by that cut of noise. One from the dice.
10 seconds. You have to clear this and start planning.
From the dice box.
They're not clearing.
They haven't.
Round's going to do it.
This has to be it. This has to be it. It's off the bomb. That's the round. It comes up Snake Eyes for Liquid into the breach. They do breach with this defensive round, and they'll do so rather convincingly off the pistols.
Yeah, it's Thomas and Rallen there. Obviously, Thomas's double makes the rounds in question, but then it's all just down to Rallen and not over-peaking from that dice box position. Just waiting, calling the bluff. Have they really rotated back? Well, that's not going to matter if I deny the plant. No chance for Yakinda there.
He couldn't find the head as well. I got a little nervous. Yakinda just a second quicker. Rallen, a round winner. Getting hyped up by the boys. Look what it's done. We've got a nice even battle here with the guns in round 6. A forward nade from Rallen does good damage to OC, but it's Crucial's AWP that actually draws first blood, first lethality. ENCE watching now from the sidelines as Nitro's been singed down a little from the flames. Yakinda a double push in this underpass. Rallen's going to be really hard pressed to find a contribution on this exchange. That smoke's on a timer. Yakinda has to address it, so it's Nitro and Yakinda poking underpass and short simultaneously. And it's Nitro that meets Rallen. Great angle held, and he profits from it. Molly forces Yakinda wide, and this is shaping up nicely for a perfect second round for Into the Breach, as OC does manage to at least post one.
Yeah, they need to make sure they convert this round here. I know it's a 2-on-5 turned 2-on-4, but they still need to make sure they don't give away too many casualties in a scenario like this. So OC springs to life up long, leaps forward with the big green, hoping that someone greets the AWP with a jump spot, and they do. 40 seconds left, and save might be the better option here for Liquid. It's a very difficult round to get back into here on the T side of Overpass, and they've started great guns, 4 on the board already. And OC with the AWP, a full bag of utility, it's not something that he can really just give away because they want to go looking. So this is the correct decision being made from Liquid here. You could see the real issue came into play with ENCE getting stranded. He got picked off by the AWP. That was the opening pick that came on through. Then it was another isolated dueling connector. So all these 1v1s, but then some good teamwork from Into the Breach to flush out Yakinda. The molly didn't land perfectly, but they were still able to find that frag. And Cypher wanting to see if he can snatch the AWP. So perfectly found from him.
Cheeky.
That's a nice little find. He's doing his best bonding compression there with the desk on the end. There are some players who do sit a little bit more odd than others. How small? Surely Rallen's crosshairs not that small.
I love the flush out as well of Yakinda. It's like the two-pronged assault.
Everybody's frustrated, right? Like every player. There's very few of them that are keeping their cool in matches like this. So 2-round difference right now. How do Liquid respond? 3 down connected, 2 on the extremities. That's going to be ENCE over towards A and NAF over towards B. And NAF's the one that gets pushed by Cypher straight through. Look at that for a fight. On his own, wins a massive head-to-head right there.
Was there support in any way, shape, or form? He had all the nades on his belt as well. Cypher just goes charging. Nice way to start off round 7.
Yeah, these openers, as far as gun rounds are concerned for the CT side on Overpass, are fantastic. So that's going to be 2 consecutive opening picks here once the rifles have come into the hands.
ENCE's return to clear out the monster position in sync with OC. Silent drop required and executed. And this 2-man long prong should free up Thomas. He has also got to address the potential for a bathroom's crawl, but Liquid, they're just holding that rotation through Nitro's underpass occupation. Rallen calling playground very quiet, suspiciously quiet.
So Thomas is the player that needs to start rotating over here. He's the next closest port of call, and especially now. They've just blocked towards B. Ahead of this, they're coming in.
Yeah, Cypher cowering and executed by Yakinda. Vault known and deleted. It's all Yakinda. That nearly was the 3rd and the round. Thomas has at least put him down, and it's Rallen's flank that keeps us interested. OC and Nitro, an unlikely duo for the close. Rallen slipping ever closer on this crawl. Nitro will have to take a look. A step heard, Rallen's coming, and Nitro's not considered it. Beautiful frag all onto OC. as Thomas has given them something. OC could give us a whole lot more. The North American AWPer. Bomb half gone, and a second frag in the feed. Is there more to be said for OC? Oh, a stunning finish! And Liquid thanking their lucky stars and stripes. They got OC on the ranks.
Ooh, OC, oh my, that right there is a flicky one. A huge 1-on-3 victory. And there was no worries. I saw no kit on the players, but there was one over towards Barrel, so time didn't feel like it was a problem. They just needed to hit the shot, and OC skips a frame into that one. And that's what you want. OC's been the hype man for this team. Self-appointed. Nobody else has been doing it when they've been down in the dumps on the Liquid side, and a timeout now for Into the Breach.
That's gonna feel like a bit of a robbery, daylight robbery back from OC. You think after that Ryan flank, but he plays his positional fallback.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
That monster push, it felt like a lifetime. It felt like a round ago.
Yeah.
That's how the round kicked off. So grab them a big way in. It was Yakinda with the double. Gets the crowbar out.
We do have a tech pause called by Into the Breach, so we can have a little look at that replay. Because, yeah, this was they managed to get back into the site. They maneuvered nicely, and it was Yakinda who did really kick open the door. This was where I thought Thomas had done just enough for the rotates to arrive, but it doesn't
with the
matter.
round flank.
Yeah. OC, and this flick, I love that you say skip to frame, because it does look, you can see the speed of this one. Look at that. Like, actually, ooh. Oh, is that?
Oh, that could be why.
I think we know where the tech pause is going. Oh, our replay ops are goated. Okay, fizzy water. It'll catch you off guard.
Make sure you're always holding it upright and try not to shake the bottle too much, guys.
A bottle of water, as we've been memed into existence. Appropriately against Liquid. Liquid in and out of the server, a problem for Into the Breach.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Pull it off.
We'll leave that one.
Cancel. As they will have to rejig this setup. Crucial. Well, they try and flush him out late here. You can see this forward position, and he hasn't taken much contact until now, so the sound cues are coming his way. Rowland needs to get there ASAP. And that is one way out for Crucial now.
You can see the OC. He's hoping he can punish if he doesn't dismount safely, but he hasn't chosen to.
And they don't really know
this
he's
is such
here.
An
that
all-in.
smoke is also a bait, because they don't know he's here. So when Rowland threw that smoke, it's like, well, maybe it was just a late front fountain smoke here, and Crucial activated, so he does have a gap to work with. I highly doubt Elige checks this, and Nitro's caught off guard completely.
That's an all-in. And he should be traded by Elige, right? Oh, Rowland. Whoa, Crucial actually contributes. And looking for the clean sweep, not to be OC1. And 4 still demanded of him.
The map just got.
Yep, Crucial's already locked your exit. OC, I mean, if he hits this shot, if he can get himself out of that dodge on Crucial, it's a very hard headshot pre-aim. And he still has a chance, pulls the trigger, Crucial bests him. And so 3 from the Dutchman.
I actually think Rowland's smoke was the key to Crucial being able to get a kill.
Because of the fact that...
Because of how late it was,
yeah.
and when they recognized it. Because you see that come through, that's normally a round opening move. Crucial was there already for, 20, 30 seconds at that point because of the club's quad boost, looking for the kill.
Come on, boys, come on!
And they're real hyped about that one, as they will get Crucial back out the AWP, and in doing so, break the finances of Liquid, who have had to opt for a force buy. Tech 9s and not towards B, so opting for pace towards this A side of things. Thomas in connector, they are stuck. They're about to be under a lot of heat.
Oh, they caught out. Thomas, he needs one here. He's had a problem with that finish. Can he get it done on the pistol? He's got enough cover. Look at the backup from Rowland. It was messy, sure, but no complaints. It all should come out in the wash. 4 alive still. The nade won't finish him. OC, just the 10 HP or 16 to be specific. And flying across the Pacific to meet Into the Breach in a game 4, the champion stage. Oh. He hits Volt going walkabout. That was one of the healthy members. And that was the other. Only the 2 of them. It's Rowland, that god. He'll pick it up. They'll lose the AWP. Some great shots out of OC. NS in the chat indeed, Cypher. Whew, got me a little concerned. We'll see that again. Look at this shot onto Volt, but the second's even more of a specky one. Brah.
Damn, what a cracker from OC there. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
That one was a bit touch and go.
But that will remind you who you're up against. These guys are going to be hitting you, punishing you for every misstep.
No, they said they wanted to run at them, so they Had Liquid run it at them.
Well, it's OC so far. You know, that wasn't on their list of
that's true.
Players to bully. This is aggressive.
Yeah, and this should be a very easy round here. So into the breach, an opportunity to level out the field up against the Eco. So weathering the storm of Liquid for a moment. That clutch, it's great. 5 rounds on the T-half already. Very, very good signs for Liquid. Into the breach. I feel it's going to be the same as like Bad News Eagles in a way. These teams are so hype, right? They ride that momentum. They build it for themselves. Like the seeing is believing. Oh, and the nade. Well placed. With a big chunk of damage done here, but this is really just about finding a few kills. Minute on the clock. Rallon looking for this next fight. Should have a lead, easy as you like, and will. And they're not backing off. They're not turtling up.
No, yeah. I mean, I understand it. You just want to back yourself in this one. You've got no reason to lose any of these duels you take head on.
Especially, like, we can see there's only 2 Glocks in play here as well. So these are everybody's favorite frags. And there you go. Thomas will grab another Yakinda into the Deagle. Rallon as well now. This is simple stuff. Recycling the $700 hand cannon, are they? Environmentally conscious, Liquid. And dead.
Is crucial. Yeah, it gives us a little bit of an OC roleplay, but that's 5-5. Nice and tied. And recapping how we got here as well, it's worth mentioning it was a flying start for Liquid. 4-0 and a lost pistol, obviously, or understandably, Captain Obvious continues to exist. But yeah, the last run of 3 is looking pretty hunky-dory in the Into the Breach camp. We will get to see the AWP on Crucial, but it's going to be missing for OC. Tight on funds. And into our 11th round. On the rip. Nitro out to the playground, and he's not playing any silly games.
I think that one of the issues is because Liquid have felt pressure, like NAF with that head-to-head duel against Cypher, just pushing that monster smoke, it makes it difficult for them to default normally, right? So if there's so much pressure coming towards B and they're worried about NAF and worried about them taking that territory, it means for them to take the A space, there's always going to be a worry. And now that Squeaky is not blown open,
cool,
but definitely wide open, it means that Crucial knows nobody is home in connector. Now, the rotation from Thomas will be back towards A shortly. It's all on Rallon right now. The timer of long being a problem has started to become a conversation here. Crucial also freed up to rotate now as well. So Cypher and Volt will be the 2 left over towards B. I don't know if Liquid realize just how much room Into the Breach have, but if they do, maybe they don't care. Maybe they think if we just execute into this, we should be better individually to be able to just trade efficiently and tear them apart.
Yeah, long occupied, and I think Thomas's responsibility will be to housekeep long.
It's going to be 4 on A. Volt's also coming.
Yeah,
they're so confident it's A.
It's a good gamble. Alec, Cloud9-esque with the setup. I say that's a barrage of flames fills the site, but no contact is felt. No contact is felt. It'll be Elise, though. Catches him off guard and manages the spray to open up the account.
Rallon.
This is a massive flank again. Oh, massive flank. Good frag. Takes another. It's Crucial as well, who's contributing from the truck position, leaves NAF alone without the bomb or really time to do anything more than save. They will take the lead off of this one. 4 consecutive from the British.
Yeah, and first time in this map so far, so great guns here. Wrangling back this scoreline, making this a respectable CT half. If they could get 10-5, I'd be very happy with that as they handle business here. So Liquid really trying to push the issue through long and then hope that Bathroom can be dealt with after the fact.
It really helped. I mean, not that Rallon missed his shots, but the fact that Rallon was striking at the same time as Crucial was taking that contact, it meant Yakinda was not there to continue to apply that pressure.
But as I was saying, Liquid, if you're going to forego all of connector control, you're not going to have B short, you're not even going to have anyone babysitting outside the backyard area, which is traditionally NAF's haunt, then they will have multiple bodies, more bodies than you'd expect, right? 2.5, because you can have a rotation player, is traditionally the level of force that you think you'd be hitting on that side. But because they had so much info, there was essentially 4 players there with Cypher just locking down B. So Liquid, if they cannot start establishing standard map control, and maybe it's too late for that, we only have 4 rounds left in this half, they have to take another partial buy. They will need to continue with some of these direct approaches. A timeout taken. What does Daps had to say here?
get it cooking.
I think just they should have pretty good B executes. Liquid, sure, and yeah, miss Molly.
Good golly. It's an opener all the same. Crucial onto Nitro, feeling like he just got him in the forearm there, but finds it in the first bullet. Rollin is loving life right now. He is living his best life.
He's
in his lane.
The classic A rifler, like getting so much room. And this one here is going to sting.
Like, look what it does for the boys. Like, Crucial's even coming over. Cypher. Oh, Cypher. Okay, somehow, miraculously still alive. And that's the finish from Rollin. Activates. I think most of his frags have been in the spine as a 7th is secure. And a 5-round run on the trot from Into the Breach.
Damn. All right. Well, again, it's the info game. It's the info game once more. And an opener, that doesn't hurt either, does it? So Nitro, thinking he was being sly about it, completely blind. Cypher with the reset as well. I can't believe he gets one done. And Volt, the little wombo combo of the two of them to make sure that the site doesn't get out of control. And it's going to feel real good to be outmaneuvering your opponent again, just ahead of the step.
Right.
So it's not just shooting them. It's not just aggression. This time the molly will land.
They did the second.
Well, he's normally on B. Look at this. It's another change up.
This is cool. They did the second. It contains them. He's hidden in plain sight. They're not going to expect this. There's two of them here. Cypher, aggressive and looking for blood. Takes down a Liege, expecting a rebuttal, a response, but Rollin in support. And they've got the bomb. Liquid, thrown through a loop with this aggression.
Playground, it's play time. Look at this. You could lock this down. You've got 3 players here. There's really very difficult way to get into this.
They can't fumble this one.
Where's Rowling getting off to?
I'm not so sure. He's got the low HP. I guess he wants to try and find something else, but...
Well, Thomas is coming over now to try and help us out.
This has gotten a little more scary now. Thomas caught out. Need Crucial. Oh, dear! He's let that one go. Yakinda's a threat. A perpetual threat. Fortunately, Volt is holding his walk up, and Crucial will find Nitro. So only Nav, it's all good in the breach hood. As they find 8, they've won out their defensive half already. This is Liquid's pick, and they are just running away now. That's 6 consecutive defensive rounds. Looking to put the cherry on top now. Liquid, they will not have a full buy into the next round.
Now, this is the thing. It is really good Counter-Strike for Into the Breach here, and the rounds they're winning and consecutive is great. Like, they've been stalling out bomb plants. That's why Liquid haven't been able to buy a lot, right? And you haven't even seen them saving a lot other than maybe NAF, as we see timeout number 2 for Daps, the fellow Canadian, to see if they can change this tune. There is only 2 rounds left in this half to be played. But the point I was getting to here was that with 5, that's enough. 5's enough on the T side of your own map choice.
I'm with you.
And it should be more than enough considering most of the Counter-Strike we've seen on Overpass in 2023. Now, that's been changing in recent history. A lot of teams have been putting a lot of effort into their T side.
Is there not a caveat in the way in 3 of those being pistol and conversion?
No, because it doesn't matter how you get them, just as long as you get them.
Sure, but in terms of how the gun rounds have been playing out into the second half, he's not buying it. He's not buying it. That's fine. Let's see what they can get done here then, Liquid. They have certainly put some potency into it with Yakinda. Might be boosted up, but Rollins safe from that investigation.
It's definitely great for Into the Breach's confidence and momentum going into the second half if you can just keep a clean sheet now. Right, that's a positive.
That's a caps lock
here. And then when you get to the point where you said, hey, we're going to run at them, and you can be more aggressive and try and isolate some of the, I think Volt said simple Counter-Strike is tier 1 Counter-Strike. I'm sure that will be heavily up for debate.
How funny.
But that's where the momentum can help a team like Into the Breach. But as far as the regular game of Counter-Strike goes, we're par for the course right now. And we have to treat it as such as pressure. Volt. Oh, they're going to lock this down. It's Thomas. They had 3 there able to deal with that. 2 in the water and 1 late short.
I don't know if it's an accidental HE or what it was, but that black smoke really perfectly obscuring the view and leading to a bit of a pandemonium on the exit of that door. Clean for the close, 7 in a row. Now looking for that perfect finish.
Well, the players are obviously all geniuses, so everything they do is intentional at all times. Any miss smokes, miss mollies, it's not meant to happen as, yeah, Shell shocked coming out the door. They wish they could slink on back through as we do make our way into round 15. Final round to play for Liquid to try and get something done on their T start. Otherwise, quite the course correction here for Into the Breach. Turning heads throughout this Legend stage.
Yeah.
And this is their first best of 3 at the Major.
Might be good for their mentor just to consider it 3 best of 1s back to back to back after the way they've been going. Let's see how it shapes up though. Cypher, he's got a smoke for Monster, does so rather riskily, and it's very forward. You can see that enables him to set up for something aggressive.
Very intentionally, right?
Yeah.
They're going to push.
Yeah.
Someone has to be anti-flash for Liquid here. Oh, they're running back. They're running back.
On the reload, that was
a boost.
A boost! Okay, nearly 2. Need 1 back. The counter flash is in. Yakinda cowering. Dead now, of course. His back turned. OC, he claws it level. An inspiring aggressive maneuver from the defenders, but there's more to be said about this round. Still responsible for Monster is Ralin.
You can see why that smoke was so risky, can't you? Facilitates that type of a maneuver here. 3 on 3, B finish. Crucial, the only one out of the party.
And it's good from Ralin. Thomas combines as well. Can't be clean. Nitro, he's got something to say about this one. Another clutch.
He knows it's the AWP.
A 1v3 from OC. Gave them 1 of their 5.
He's already in the pit. He's already close.
They spotted him. Oh! He's missed his chance. Crucial has to reposition. Pressure now on the Dutchman. Knows Nitro has to plant, but they both know. Missed shot. Crucial, a 3rd time's the charm. Nitro, no! He tags him up, but it's Crucial that holds on. A team ace to close and a 10-5 half into the breach. They are here. It's a big day of Counter-Strike today as we are towards the tail end of the Legends stage. And Legends taking to the stage. Liquid, only 5 to boast on their T side, but as Chad has highlighted, 5's pretty par for the course on this competitive battlefield that is Overpass. Odds leaning towards Liquid, understandably so, into the breach, making quite the splash though here in Paris. And looking to start strong on the pistol round. T side for the British core, UK core, the pride certainly flowing through many's veins.
I like this. What Into the Breach are doing, just with Rallen showing force here, this is very standard. Like, a lot of teams will go Glocks, they'll come out, they'll clear upper bathrooms with like 4 players. They've just done it with 1 guy. So, speaking of space, Nitro's taking a lot. Rallen puffing up his chest. Nitro's push is massive.
Good from Rallen. He gets info, but doesn't quite execute the frag. So Elise will take him down and confirm nothing behind that.
Thomas is still connected with the bomb here.
Yeah, but there's a lot of crawling in this banana area. Nitro's working on a flank. Thomas has got the bomb. Yeah, it's 100% sure, but it's this flank I care about. Spots the bomb. Confirmation of commitment. Can Liquid keep it clean? Cypher and Thomas a little something, but not much more. And a nice pistol round. That's both so far. Going the way of Liquid.
Yeah, and this is where that gun round conversation you were having. If they're unable to get gun rounds once we make it into round 3 or 4 here, depending on the buying pattern, I would say Into the Breach, take a full eco now and bring out AKs into the next. But we're about to find out how they want to tussle. But regardless, that's where we'll have some issues. If Liquid are getting shell-shocked in those type of gun rounds, yeah, okay, gun rounds are a real issue here. But if they're individuals, light it up like they just did on the pistol round, then it is going to be an upward battle here for Into the Breach, who have the closest thing to a full eco in modern Counter-Strike. The upgrade of about $900, 3 P250s. And patience, as NAF has none of it. Normally slow about things, this time real quick. Great guns, and this means that they won't have to worry about Into the Breach baiting out too much of their util and taking too long with just how much room NAF has. Is he going to play to contain, or? Yeah, he's played to contain. So this is it. You've already got them locked in. You know where they are. You know what's most likely.
Bloody hell. Did you know it would take a sloth almost 7 hours to travel 1 mile? This one moving a little quicker than that. Already got full control of this monster push, and as they do hope that something comes their way.
Now, I wouldn't mind taking a moment here while we do have this next 60 seconds of not a lot happening. The G2 versus Fnatic game, a 1-2 matchup over there on the B stream with Scrawny and Launders right now, Blast.tv. You can check out all the action there. That one is down to the wire. I won't give you the spoiler on the result, but I'll tell you that it's still going on map number 1, and you should probably tune in.
It looks like it's going
very
down.
clutch heavy. Yeah. And from the ruckus I'm hearing next door, it sounds absolutely wild. But here we go. Your turn, Alex.
Oh, Elige has done some shooting, and Volt some as well. They'd love a little more. They'd love a bomb plant, but that's not in Nitro's schedule. Got to get this one done. NAF hurrying to find a little extra 600 bucks, but it's Nitro to do so.
Really good damage. Like
2 frags?
Yeah,
not
and
bad.
it was the FAMAS and the M4.
Yep.
It was the MP9s there that had to do the dirty work. So considering a $900 investment, you now force them to rebuy head armor, have to get out the guns again, probably drop some things across, utility, diffuse kits, and still OC can have an AWP. Now remember in that first half, OC had to come up huge in the clutch to grab Liquid one of their 5 rounds on that T-Hall. Actually, I guess their only real gun round, right, in a way.
Yeah.
Especially because Into the Breach brought out FAMAS very early on their TT side.
Oh, he's going aggressive. Just goes straight through the smoke, and they're fighting Fountain. Going to try and work their way towards the A side of the map. Easy to get distracted by that other stream. Looks like it's all going down, but this one just about to get interesting.
Oh, I like this. So they're doing the snake here. Bit of a classic. You see Apeks from Vitality calling this one a lot. So on a timing, they found a huge gap. Look at Cypher and Volt go.
Wow.
Stretching their legs. They're in business class right now.
Yeah, but Yakinda is going to investigate. How prepared was he? Not enough. Not enough at all. And crucial, will meet OC. Surely that's information. Is it not flowing into their brains?
Look where the bomb is. It's
weird smoke.
mounted.
Weird smoke. I don't want to walk through it. And yeah, Thomas has got the bomb. You know Warp was there. Do you really? Rallen doesn't need to round that corner. And Cypher's got this rotation. He's been run down. Now for great catch. An advantage now slipping away. Thomas trying to go to B, but he's losing teammates left and right. Sure, you can get the bomb down, but whoa, Volt's on the other side of the map.
And they don't know about Volt, right?
Yeah, that's the interesting part about this.
They have to have the penny drop now. Boys, we're in the wrong place.
Does he get the dankest flank? It's, oh my God, this is interesting.
But it's not planted for him. That's the problem.
1, He knows OC was around there too. Here's confirmation presence. Thomas gets another. They're confused. They're certainly confused. Now they'll know it's B.
And they know it was close. Halfway gone. Thomas can win this.
They're both going. He can use this time to hide. Make it an awkward clear. Use time on his side. He takes one down. The trade from NAVI. Check it out. He has the kit.
He's got the time. Yeah, more than enough time here for the defuse.
NT. What? I mean, for a 2v4.
And considering the circumstances of how crazy that round was, Cypher and Volt in A.
Right.
Yakinda goes, guys, there's a problem here. And that one was a crazy round.
Got to give OC some props. You know, he catches one, but actually catches two rather than crossing in his blind spot, but still ready for it and even managed to contribute a third onto Volt, who was a component of that 2v4.
Really good attempt there from Thomas. Like, he was kind of just rotating. He was making the decision. Everyone else was giving him the info. So Thomas made the right call to get the plant, which means another buy. So round 4, the AK's out again, and they've still got Liquid in a breaking point because only one player stayed alive right there.
Yeah, it really is. That Liquid are dancing on a knife's edge, and it's Cypher trying to slice and dice. Careful now. He's got down to 16 off his first engagement. Door blown off. Feliz occupying the underpass.
They've only got 3 smokes to work with here, so...
Make it 2.
Oof.
Make it 1.
Yikes. Okay, well, I know Counter-Strike's about the headshots, but they've just made it a whole lot more difficult for themselves here.
Most certainly. Cypher has taken another lick of damage there.
And the Leash can hear bits of this, so he can call out more, but he should have 1, maybe 2.
Look at that spacing. It should be good for a trade. Ooh. Oh, lovely. Volt will manage to level us out into that 4-on-4, but it's Naf onto Volt in response. Good work on short. What are you doing? Rolling. Walking into the site willy-nilly. It'll be Yakinda that spanks him, punishes, and now you're into trouble. Crucial and Thomas both in the underpass, no territory. You've got 2 on either site now from the heavens in support.
Probably a save here.
Best case?
Yeah, I think that's their better option. They're going to really push the issue here in towards B. It looks like it, so I don't know if they have the time to consider a boost. It looks like they're just going to reroute up shore. And if they can trade out Nitro, they can plant, which means a gun round. So, yeah, I guess worth it in a way.
Yeah. Well, there's Nitro, and there's the plant. Mission complete, and a very nicely handled entrance into the site. A missed shot from OC, a new lease of life now unlocked. He should have been dead.
Naf's low with the kid
round
as well.
should have been over.
Maybe it's on.
It certainly feels like it, doesn't it? Yakinda, nothing to report on his early investigations. Timing everything on Thomas's first fight. He lets it go. Yakinda's too good for his 12th frag, and now Crucial looking to make it hurt. It does manage to catch now, finish off the job. So 3 casualties and a bomb plant. Liquid making it a 1-round game, yet to be toppled on their CT side.
Yeah, Yakinda even so confident to go for that 10-second defuse, even with the kit in place. So just 1-round game now. But as I mentioned, that's actually a really important plant because the loss bonus is already maxed out as we do see some of these trades come back and forth. It was a bit of a skirmish. But yeah, they're getting that bomb down. It does facilitate another AK round with Yuto, and hopefully one where they can use a little bit more than they previously did. So, coach on the mic.
And I want to recap those rounds that Liquid have started with. Of course, just mentioning 4, but it has been with 2 alive, 3 alive, 1 alive, and 2 alive.
So this is the thing. They've got them right where they want them.
Right.
So even though Liquid have won consecutive rounds, Into the Breach have done a good job of limiting those finances. All it's going to take is for them to win a round, and that's going to force Liquid to either save whoever's left or go for a force buy into the next because of the min loss bonus. So Into the Breach are aware of this, and as long as... Look at OC.
Yeah,
19
right?
for him. Thomas, 18 on the other side. The pride of UK there, the engine.
Yeah, you know, maybe. OC's always talked about how he loved playing against those Tier 2 North American teams. Into the Breach, right up his street.
Yeah, exactly, in a way, right? So a bit more direct heads-up Counter-Strike. Maybe
running at him.
He's more familiar with. Rallen with a slip and a slide there, just looking for info to see if anyone has pushed up towards the party position. And this is a standard 1-1-3. This is the default spread we come to expect from the T side on Overpass. You got your pack of Rallen, Crucial, and Cypher to take this A space. Volt to clear out Connector and Thomas, just to make sure nobody getting tricky with it from Liquid on the other side of the map. They're clearing out Connector together, so you see this. Volt from the underside, Cypher and Crucial from the upper, and maybe now they want to take Shore on the fade of this smoke. Thomas has a flash, but yeah, they actually just come out on the fade. So taking a bit of a risk, but a calculated one as the boost to be erected.
No one going to be visible. I say that as naturally NAV does jiggle. Stubborn was crucial.
I just see him with the bomb there and just imagine this weird universe that we live in where he dies and the bomb just somehow gets ejected over into the site.
Yeah, and then end up just like knocking on the neighbor's door, asking for your ball back. Thomas actually played the fade really well. Not ready for that jail position. Nitro and NAF, perfect. Volt not really healthy enough to go for more. NAF is. And the pre-fire, good. Does bring NAF low. Cypher though, yeah, not capable. Yakinda far too quick. And the angles are held to perfection. That shot from Volt is stunning. And OC, he locks it down as a great first. But all tied up then, 10-10, and another 3 frags from into the breach.
Exactly, good damage once more. So this now is going to be a half buy, right? Tech 9s, maybe some Mac 10s, and maybe something really fast here. Because the damage that they continue to do, the position, it's just constantly, you know, shots to the body, shots to the body. They just need to make sure they land one to the head now.
Nice. Really nice multi-kill out of Yakinda. Checking that in the replay. Transferring that spray and holding on for the double.
They're not even going to go for something explosive here. They've only got a few smokes, a few flashes, so I guess they're going to allow this crowd control utility to run its course as Thomas fast.
Yeah, there's a lot of pace behind that, and they do manage to catch Elige off guard. He was forced to just stand and fight, loses his life after one. And rotations have been forced, and they're not in any hurry here.
Another rifle to work with is nice alongside of Rallen's Galil upgrade. We've really got to hope Valve fix a lot of these little spectator bugs that we've got cropping up now, don't we? The water noise, the no gun, the no crosshair.
Oh, the no gun.
New one with the Julies where it feels like the screen is shaking.
Yeah, especially because you don't even know when the barrel's sticking out.
Yeah, it would be nice, cool. Please, Valve. OC's pushing. Nitro too.
Whoa, whoa, a full regress. And Crucial's holding for this round of the corner. Cypher, oh, he's been heard. They know exactly where he is. Does OC go for the bang? He's also aware of the divider position. Rallen just averts his gaze as Nitro catches him. OC ready for some combat. Orping, perfect no scope into Crucial, his rival, as he racks up a triple. That's 23 and 13 from OC. And the absence of some of the stars you expect, Yakinda, Naf, yeah, sure, it's a standard game and even KD, but it's OC that is keeping Liquid with the edge in this one. And a no-scope onto his rival Orpa as well. Oh, he's so comfortable. He really is. You know, he's been trying to motivate them, trying to be the loud one in a rather quiet team with the characters present. But he's motivating them through gameplay today.
Yeah, it's great to see an OC carry performance, or at least a heavy impact performance, as it'll motivate him for more. And ooh,
don't blame him for sticking around.
Yeah, that one whistles by. Still got them financially right where they want them here into the breach.
Yeah, they just need that break point. It's still been a perfect run.
Well, the AWP could be the difference on Crucial here.
Yeah, trying to crack open the B-bomb site. OC has relocated to here. 2. 3 of them. Ooh, and a missed shot from Crucial. Going for wall bangs, and he's got pressure being applied. Baited by Yakinda. Into that AWP. OC still finds a contribution despite all of that life burnt away by the Molotov early. They weren't expecting that. And Crucial's AWP not the difference maker today. At least not in round 22.
This is going to be hard to break. Nitro's going to swing off the flash here.
And there they are. Anti, a double, and NAF will make it the round ender. Only Volt adds it to the tally, clean as you like, as that defense once again tested, and they pass with flying colors.
After that initial exchange, right, NAF making noise around the pillar, OC getting that kill, they take too long to figure out what they're going to do there into the breach, which means I'm calling, if I have time to go, okay, the flash is coming, right, we can see all the details here, it means Liquid have had a chance to reset their comms, and we need to keep moving, info, flash, peek, line up, everybody dead, round done. Nothing so far for into the breach in this second half of play. Yakinda on 14, NAF there as well. The two of them 10 kills behind OC, then that just shows you how good of a job he has been doing here. Another timeout, another conversation, another round that's just fallen apart. But this time, a lot of players staying alive here for Liquid. And the finances are now starting to build. They have a residual buy for almost everybody on the team. And into the breach go, in searching with the max loss bonus once more. An AK for Cypher, upgrades for the rest, and just trying to simulate a default here. 3 over towards A, Volt in connector, and Thomas is actually coming over as well. So they're being more direct with their approach in the early stages, but we can see there's no aggression, right? And they're still worried about clearing up close. They're going to spend time worrying about the boost on the slide. It's diligent, and you have to do it when you don't have the util, right? Normally you could do that with the smoke towards bathroom, the divider molly, segregate that player, maybe get the tree molly in play. There's lots of options, but when you don't have the nades for it, you need to do these tricky boosts.
Yeah, that's a cheeky way to get it done. It's 2 smokes, 1 flashbang, and a Cypher AK. But they are running into the sharpshooter.
And OC with his smoke left as well, he gets to decide, does he want to use it defensively, use it front bathroom, use it divider? It depends on the pressure, because it's about to come his way. And he's on his own. He's on an island right now, all on OC.
He's calling for help as the nades do rain in. He's looking the wrong way on that one. Thomas, a huge scalp onto OC. And Elige, it's full flashed. A team flash. Yakinda whitens the screen of Elige, and now this one could be the first. Could it be breaking point? 3 on the retake. Set up for this one. Yakinda, he's destroyed them. And a bit of a team damage as Naf does catch Yakinda. There's still a 2-on-2 here, but Rarlan strafes into Naf.
2 smokes for the bomb.
This should be no way. It's not planted nicely. Rarlan hoping and praying that that 5-second defuse does not come through, but it falls through their fingers. And a retake, as it will be another round. 8 on the trot from Liquid, galloping towards a collection of their map.
And, you know, I said 5 in the first half, probably enough, and you're seeing exactly why here. Might not have even needed it. It's potential for a clean sweep here. And you bang on like Volt in that situation when it's not planted for him. What is he meant to do on the retake? There's really no way forward. And, yeah, you don't see the jubilation from Into the Breach anymore. Even OC staying steady with the comms, communicating the position of that AWP.
Yeah, well, we're going to get another taste of that.
It's their best chance, right? That was their best round so far. Oh, that Thomas clutch as well, I suppose. That was a really good opportunity.
That's true too. Went the way of Liquid. It's all been lining up nicely for them in that respect.
The problem is, I know loss bonus has been maxed out, but it doesn't feel like there's been too many rounds where they've had the AWP in Crucial's hands. So, and we're already at a point where Liquid have a 3-round lead. So this will be one of the last opportunities.
They boost again, I wonder. You can see OC's kind of ready for it. He's got quite the flick on him. They actually opt to go long by clearing that plant box. And you can assume safely the AWP not getting that info. Ooh, Elite wants it. Look at the flash. Executed. Actually, Volt gets him from the grave. That's a gift. That is a gift. With Elite gone, they have a 4-on-4, and they've got a little bit of turf, a little bit of territory.
Yeah, Nitro's just pushed B, though, so Naf's going to rotate over. He has to do it silently, otherwise he'll give up the fact that they are rotating a 3rd man.
Look at that angle. Still Cypher bests him. You think Yakinda had him dead to rights, and they confirm OC's occupation of the bathrooms. A free frag, not quite. He didn't finish it. And rolling onto OC as well. Crucial, lucky to be alive as
Surely
into the breach. Cannot let this go. Looking for their first taste of victory on the T side.
Well, they might... Oh, Crucial's just turned around. I was about to say, they might be able to catch Crucial off guard here, but now that he's posted up on the line, Nitro's just going to walk into the AWP, and there... Oh! Oh, that felt like it had to be his.
Yeah, I think he just got a little bit baffled by the backing away. The blurry scope.
Is it damage, or is he really going to try this? The bomb's way too gone.
Wow, there's some throwbacks on that M4, isn't there? The Blood Tiger.
All right, pressured now is Nitro. Finally, something for Into the Breach. Is it too late, though? Rallen will get that AWP back in the hands to give over to Crucial here.
I've never noticed Nitro's knife name before. I quite like that. Whether it's a personal message to himself, it just says, no cry, cool.
Yeah, okay.
That's kind of thick.
Yeah. Nice little reminder. Good to put the post-it notes in the game.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
I got one at home on the fridge that says stop eating. So
stop eating? Yeah. That's not particularly a healthy mindset, but yeah. Whatever helps you. Because we have got the first, Chad, but of course, with their survival in that was it 4 alive in that Yeah, they have got enough to get everything out for one last foray. It forces into the breach to have to do that again.
Yeah, and exactly, if they do it again, then we're all tied up. They will force Liquid into a very awkward situation as OC looks for the 4-man boost to find the cheeky pick. It wasn't the opener at all. And into the breach have conditioned this A site, whether it's with Tech-9s or rifles, to be very worrisome. And again, oh, not again. OC actually over towards B. It's Yukinda and Elish to try and lock down A. And they have a boost for everything, don't they? Really quite drilled on this into the breach, checking out all the little angles and quadrants with just different boosts.
Yeah, I like Elish's angle because teams typically go wide on that.
Yukinda's baiting for him.
And that should have worked out well. It's Cypher and Crucial with a 1-2 punch. Long shutdown. Ralen.
Push. Nitro. Noisy.
Oh, it could be. It could be round defining. Oh, Nitro's alive.
He's stuck.
And Ralen can't finish it off. We need a trade immediately. Thomas will provide it, but Naf is on the site and he's got the multi-kill master on that M4. Just like that, the bomb on the floor. Crucial doesn't hit it. Gets away from the first. Bomb loose. OC's here too. 35 seconds. This is where we have seen Into the Breach capitulate a little. Overthink it. Slow it down a little too much. Bloodshed from Volt as they line up. And that was the 2 consecutive you discussed. Liquid probably filled with disgust because they know this is going the distance.
Okay, that right there, eco territory. I thought it was getting baited for by Yukinda. I think he just got to the corner. And, wow. Well, the bait worked out perfectly. Cypher and Crucial both finding impact. You see him walking towards the scope.
But the fact that he had 2 teammates in front of him and pips the shot between them as they're both strafing back could have been a catastrophe.
Well, with how the second half of the first half went, that was all one-way traffic for Into the Breach. Liquid, they did their best work in the early stages, and while the early stages of this one has been quite the ramp, they brought themselves into the lead. They had a 3-round lead, and now we find ourselves just one the difference, where Daps calls the 3rd timeout. They have to take an eco to discuss the home stretch, but he won't get more 30-second breathers, just one more available.
Okay. 26, the OC check-in. Thomas as well, he's been keeping it consistent. He's actually got 95 ADR, top of the server.
Didn't Volt say they wanted to run at Elish?
He did.
And we mentioned they've been having success over towards A. Elish is one of the A riflers.
They did.
So, you know, Elish, he's getting what he wants. They're coming his way. He's right. Just not getting the kills.
22 deaths. They have been certainly finding him.
He's been a hemorrhage point so far.
And on the eco, this is where you just can't slip on the banana skin. You have to be considered. You also have to be relatively decisive. You don't want to be running into any stacks. They've done some of their research and they're heading in the right direction.
Okay, well, as Team Liquid continue to explore here, I have no idea where Into the Breach have gotten off to, but they seem to have a pretty good inkling now that U2 sounds over towards B, and they're going to be way too late on this flank. Cypher's already in. Just has to clear everything out now, and as every angle is searched, they'll have a good idea the stack was on the other side of the map. Now, Thomas returning to this. Shock of a lifetime. He's going to be screaming right now about how many players are behind, but this is so difficult for them to try and get back into.
They have 4 smokes.
Yeah, lock them out. Role reversal.
Right. Oh, guys, you're freaking me out. You're freaking me out.
It's okay.
Be cool. Be cool.
I promise you it's
I know. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to win the round, but like, can we not like lose rifles we shouldn't? Let's just be cool. There it is. 13 is on its way.
It's just everybody wants the kills, you know? They want...
bloody hell, they've lost the ult.
They just wanted the frags. Everybody likes to get those, add them to the tally.
I mean, yeah.
Add them to the tally.
I didn't even catch enough there, that's cheeky.
Can't find the AK, Nitro was looking.
And he successfully brings it through. So a treat for OC, who is their highest flyer. Makes sense, and a nice scavenge. Naf making the best of a bad situation.
Wouldn't have had it otherwise, which I think is necessary context. So OC, very fortunate that Naf had his name in mind. So Crucial's donation. Team Liquid fans will be very happy with that.
Yeah, they should be.
Now this is where the game really heats up.
Knife out.
Look how much time,
crap.
look how many shots.
Bloody, yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, well, can OC make this the difference?
No, neither of them can get that boost going.
It's tricky.
They're thinking better of it now. Big round. Big round.
This is really the round. If Into the Breach win this, they can almost secure overtime.
We've seen in those opening rounds just how difficult it's been to get past NAF and Nitro. Are you running into Nitro?
Did they hear that? Because so the smoke hit one of them in the Monte tunnel, and then they just started spamming.
Right. Okay, it's a play on words they're using there. That's quite nice.
And this is the same problem we saw with Liquid when they tried the quad boost and it didn't work. It really isolated their default.
Right.
Because normally you would be taking space on a timer. Oh, Nitro. Chunk on down. 40 HP.
Yeah, and this is what we saw before, is you have to go and reclaim all of the things they could, all the nooks and crannies the CTs could have gotten off to.
And that's, 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
In this case, we're at the 55-second mark, so it's essentially a minute. And now they're just out in this fountain area. So they need to... They can't be as diligent, essentially, right? They will have to overlook something. But if they target Elige again on A, look at the defense that OC and Elige have. It's not together. Elige is on his own. He's kind of waiting for the rotation for Yakinda back. OC posted up on this angle. If they scout close or he misses a shot, he could be mincemeat.
He's hearing long steps. And the flash is good. Elige, down.
Can't do anything.
Again.
OC's in trouble. Yakinda needs to get here.
Death. OC trying as hard as he can. Oh, Cypher! He just clotheslines him with the Kalashnikov. More required as they do lose health to the spray of Nafly. Cypher burrows deep into the corner. A smoke goes down the stairs. Rarlan confirms the presence of Nitro, brings him low as well.
If it's not everybody's favorite four-letter word, I don't know what Liquid are thinking here. You cannot risk giving these rifles up. You only get 2,900 lost next round. You need to save. You need to save. You can't be risking this.
Yeah, there's a chance Rarlan gets him, He's not considered. He is. Can't close. Nitro does hold on. No more funny business with this one. They just want to leave with the round and 4 rifles. AWP on Crucial wasn't necessary in this one. You can see the kills come through from Thomas and Cypher. And Elige again.
They need to
down
play
and out
up on A together.
I mean, it's interesting. He's got 8 opening kills, Elige, and he's only got 11 frags.
Actually, that is wild.
Isn't that peculiar?
Yeah, that is wild.
8 opening kills and 5 opening deaths. Or was that, I think he just conceded the 6th in that round.
OC might need to find his voice again here, but yeah, just the way that they're having these setups, they're going to get isolated in a lot of these fights. They're not together. So at some point they need to turtle up or play together or play for info. Like, think about Rallen on that CT side. How many times was he pushing?
Yeah, he was
How many
so
times was he behind them? They had a lot more room. And the last time out for Liquid Cold here, you can see just how bleak this is getting. And we've made it to this point, Into the Breach, just 2 rounds away from snatching away Team Liquid's pick. We've got their choice of Anubis coming up next. And Into the Breach, they've taken down big scalps, ENCE, FaZe in the best of ones. This is the first time they've even had an opportunity to play a best of 3, and they are competitive against Liquid, who are bent to be on this comeback trail.
Yeah, some people scoff when they hear Volt say, I prefer playing against the top teams. He finds it easier. Well, we're seeing demonstration live at the major here in Paris, the Blast TV major to be specific. And we get into another nitty-gritty round. This is really where Liquid need to tie things up.
I wanted space. OC's taken it, right? Pushed up. Very aggressive here, but considering how diligent Into the Breach have been, and Rallen, you talk about most of his bullets landing in the spine of these players, maybe he'll catch it off again as OC considering his flank. Long's been open this entire time. This ace setup, it doesn't feel like it gives me too much confidence unless he goes overlooked. He's heard the scope, he's coming this.
He's hearing
he
that.
He has no help.
OC begging for Elige. Back him up, his back is turned. Cypher down now with it up to Elige, doesn't build a round out of it. It will just be an equal exchange.
Thomas, if he glances, tunnel here.
Bolt, wow, manages the spray, but does go down to Nitro. Just constant to and fro, back and forth, the pendulum swings. And the bomb, I will remind you, is way back. Yeah, thank you very much, Obs team. 42 seconds. Rallen under. He can at least be the float man, the point man between the 2 sites as they do start to regroup towards B. Nitro's site with Naf holding that short pipe. Oh, he just looked away. He just looked away. He gets away. I tell a lie. Thomas sprays him down. It's just Nitro here. Rallen might overlook this, And that's a big frag to post back. Thomas for the equalizer, but Nitro, he strings together 2 in only 18 seconds. Crucial Has to turn the flash, has to isolate this duel. He hits the no-scope, that's a start.
Not ready for this.
Oh, it's so quick. And his back is turned. Yakinda secures the 14th. A hard-fought round. Every frag traded eventually back and forth into the one-on-one.
I feel like that situation, that type of a round is going to favor Into the Breach. I know they lost it, and I know that we're tied back up here, but the buy department is definitely going to look a lot bleaker on one side of the server. So it's some good work from Into the Breach in a round like this to isolate these type of fights. But Nitro, he happens, and he happens in a big way. Crucial doesn't have time. He has to see that defuse. Yakinda way too close.
He said he had to get back.
There's his voice again.
27, he's heading for the dirty 30. Josh OC.
This would be a heartbreaking way for Into the Breach to lose this map if it goes 16-14. It's been such a hard graft. It was a fantastic first half from them.
Yeah, I mean, you can also imagine with this round for these players, first major, and you sit there and you go, well, it's all on this one. It is all on this round. Regrouping B. It's the call from Thomas as well, taking the burden of leadership, and he's called them up a storm in the best of ones, and here in the best of three, no different. A competitive overpass on Liquid's pick. Cypher, he's going in first. He's trying to be the pointy end to kick open the site, but NAV, stubborn, more to be had, and it's destruction, death, and pain and misery all thrown down on that monster push. Plenty more weapons and bullets to be thrown through that smoke should they desire. Nitro and NAV pass the test again, or should I just say NAV?
And this is where the financial conversation has completely changed feet. It was about Liquid not having money, getting brought down. Right? The finances have been great for Into the Breach because they've been the ones who stomached that massive lead that Team Liquid were able to get on their CT side in the early stages. It's a nice kill, but they're just saving.
Yeah.
They have to. Next round, 1900 loss bonus for round 16. That's what you're going to be fighting against. That's what Liquid are going for, and they really need this AWP. They really need this AK. Everyone else is not going to have an awful lot here, so yeah, crucial. Down the bottom of the scoreboard right now for Into the Breach, but he could make all the difference just to take them to overtime, and everybody will forget.
Counter-terrorists win. Peace treaty signed for round 29. They will get away with that AWP.
I don't know what Into the Breach can hope for in a round like this, right? They can try and set up Crucial for a pick again, right? That's something that can be possible. I'm looking at what type of buy they're going for. Cypher's just dropped an AK so that Rallen can have an AK here. So that means Cypher's not going to have any armor. He's just going to have a Deagle. Thomas is going to Tech 9 with some armor behind it, a little bit of light util. So trying to make the most out of what pennies they have in the bank account. And they've even saved a timeout for this very moment. The very moment right here. So let's see what Juve has as far as the last 30 seconds. How are you meant to make this one work? You're up against a fully bought Liquid. OC with his AWP back in play, who has been phenomenal. One of the better OC performances we have seen in some time. Newest addition to this team. Well, as far as my eyes and experience at this top level go, I think that OC is...
It's going to have to be something quite spectacular. You said it before, Crucial with that preserved AWP and a Liege flashed in for the fight. He could have taken him out right there. Crucial squeaky bum time gets away. Thomas trying to play the fade. Nav going to be intermittently jumping for confirmation of presence short. Cypher, he donated an AK, so nothing but a Deagle.
And they're just defaulting here as well. This is the 1-1-3. Really, they are putting a lot of their eggs in Crucial, finding them a pick here.
Yeah. Jump peeking long, Elise. It doesn't seem like it's going to be possible for the AWP to find a pick there.
They've been exploited with this gap before. Into the AWP. He's going to walk straight. Oh, OC's been called off.
Oh, Roland. He's going to have to flash him. It's high. OC eats it. Has to back away. So space now taken. Toilet's called clear. OC will adjust. NAV in support. They've got 3 here. Make it 4. And again, the flashes are good, but they're very limited resources. They're very limited in resources.
But look at the pressure. Like, it's so much pressure applied on A, and they found success over to this side before, which has left Nitro as the only player on B.
Yeah, he has a smoke, Chad. He can smoke off short. It would really screw them. It would. If he throws it out now, he will. Throws it down. They will have access to the site. They know he's likely behind the smoke. Surely Nate doesn't find him at what might be Rarlan. Thomas, one, crucial, another onto OC. Does overtime really have to happen? It feels like they've forced it. Only Yakinda can kick up more of a fuss. And Elige coming in from the heavens.
He's being quiet.
Oh, they're looking the wrong way. Cypher, a lot on his shoulders here, no armor. Thomas one, can Vault close? It's gonna be tough. Elige up against them. A 1 versus 3 and OT secured. It was a double out of Crucial's AWP, and now the slate is wiped clean. We reset.
I just really like the way that they played out that last round, considering what they had. So much pressure on A, had to be respected, meant Nitro was solo B, the AWP posts up, and I said he needs to find impact with it. That right there is exactly what Into the Breach are looking for.
Wow.
Massive round, and this one, 10K. First to 19 in OT number 1, and staying in it, staying competitive, pushing Team Liquid now.
Yeah.
They've got double AWPs.
Yeah, that's a change up. Elige with his usual util set, but he follows it through and didn't call anything. Maybe he could occupy that space and take it, Rarlan-esque, but no, not to be.
Found some aggression there, Elige, as well, just
for a moment.
Get to overtime.
Perfect. Spot and frag. Quick to react is OC. That must be 30. No, excuse me, 28. First round of OT and an OC opening. Haven't seen too many of those. Sets him up quite nicely. That is his third across this map.
You just watch Thomas's dot. Like, he's back and forth between everywhere here, just really trying to control what's happening across the map. He's going to send a flash out towards long. It's in his hands right now. Oh, there it comes. Yakinda on the line with the second AWP.
Oh, well, they've heard it. And they know OC was previously short, so maybe they're aware of the double. It's not a guarantee. And they're just completely pushed out. Maybe Crucial will be able to relay some of that information. I don't know whether from... Yeah, he knows.
It could be bad info, but they may think that's the only AWP, right? So the bomb is starting to transition back towards B, and that's where Naf is pushed. And, oh, Naf's doubting himself here as well. He almost cut them off at the pass.
He nearly did. And now it's going to get weird. Does Thomas check short pipe out of underpass?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Oh, this is a power position. And Naf gets one. Crucial for the response. Clean. And Nitro trying to rotate in. A great headshot from Captain America himself. They have the advantage here. Where are the rotates? OC, a chance and a great shot onto Vault. Oh, wow, quick. As you like. It's all OC. He opens and closes the bookend round, or rather bookend frags in that round. It's the first on Liquid's defense, and now he is up to that 30.
Not as impressive in overtime, but we'll still give it to him.
I mean, he was one round shy, but it was an important round all the same. Liquid will get it done.
Important little benchmark there, but yeah, just gets in position in time. And I like to see that aggression out of Elige, even though it didn't net him anything to start off the round, but it gave the team an awful lot of information on how that one was starting. Yakinda retaining this secondary AWP. It does free up OC to be a little bit more dynamic in his positioning here. Monster smoked, and this is a change, right? When we've seen Into the Breach go in these three-man packs, it's been 3 over towards A, 1 outside B, 1 connector. I like this. Nice way to soften up Nitro and these jiggles, but they didn't get their nades on point. Maybe they were expecting a little bit of a push there. Bathroom smoke, divider molly. Crucial. Trying to take some territory on his lonesome here. Rallen will join him. Cypher coming back as well.
Run boost. Yakinda's AWP. He missed the first opportunity. Will he make good on that second? Wow, Crucial. Saved by the boulder. Just low at 25. Off that sliver gap. It's Nitro. Practically a two-man advantage, unless Crucial, of course, with the AWP, can still certainly hit some shots. Yakinda hoping he'd punish pre-smoke, but now long information removed. And he's going to get a perfect boost, and not expecting that. Cypher dismantled, as was the boost. Effective stuff. Even Elige, he's burrowed nice and deep. He should have the flank on Rallen whenever he sees fit. As one by one, they walk into these scopes. It's OC And it's been Nitro as well for one. NAV will chip in, and just like that, 17. Trying to keep it flawless on this defense. Trying to set the benchmark as high as possible for Into the Breach upon the side swap.
And this is where the conversation you were having in that first half of play about those rounds coming from the pistol and conversions actually comes in.
That's true.
In terms of the gun rounds for Team Liquid on their T side, they are few and far between, and one of them can be attributed to an OC clutch. So with that in mind, yeah, maybe they do need to pick up all three here on this CT side for Liquid if they want to try and get things done before we make our way into a double OT.
Bitter pill, isn't it? Coming in with just Mac 10s and Galils.
That's the thing with the 10K overtime. You know, we know that other events running 2.5. Once upon a time, we were playing 16K, but the major's still 10, and Yakinda misses a shot under pressure.
Wow.
The P250's enough. He knew he tagged him up.
Stunting on him. Real flags from Yakinda on the way to provide an opener. They want to keep this CT sheet spotless.
But this is good signs going into the next map of Anubis with just how competitive Into the Breach have been. They haven't been blown out. They are putting up a real fight here.
And so is OC. This overtime has just been littered with bloodshed, and it's all going one way. OC's hitting crackers. Nitro consistently defending his bomb site. You can see he's actually 23 frags. He's on par with NAV here, which is credit to his achievements. Cypher and Rallen are going to try and make an impact. And OC maybe going to be walked upon. He will likely take a cursory glance, trying to catch the timing. His Cypher knife out for a moment, walking in silence. This is the fight. That is a quick headshot. And it's all on him now. Can you do anything more? 18 is on the door, and now just one more needed for Liquid to take their pick. You're talking about Anubis. We do have, of course, one more round needed for Liquid, and they have to replicate what we just saw.
It does feel like the wind is out of the sails at this point.
Right now, yeah.
Such a hard fight to get back into it, to take it to OT. Some good rounds, some good individual moments, but now that Liquid have the finances, yeah, and this is where that frustration really going to be boiling over.
And you're begging for a timeout at that point.
Yeah, and you don't have one.
Yeah.
And you need a reset, but we're straight into it, right? There's no ad break. We're at the halftime of overtime, so we're straight back into the fight. And I can tell you this one likely to be quick. NAF has bought a Mac 10.
Yeah, he's got a good spawn for it. Look at this. Oh, that is brutal. Yakinda's called for somewhat of an all-in. They've got 3 chances, right? They just need one, and they want to try and bully Thomas.
Out of bullet.
Oh, he has no bullets left. Run down by that Mac 10. Somebody stop him. Cypher does manage to provide. It's enough to at least slow down Liquid. Up and over the smoke. Forced to reposition. Those frustrations from Volt might compound if he lets this go.
They don't have to finish here. Liquid can back off.
Yeah, you smoke short. You're hoping you can
Asher's got the bomb.
just bring that fight. Ooh. Nitro hits it. Volt forced to watch as this 3v3 made 3v2 by Rallen puts the bomb loose. OC and Yakinda, though, these two have both been thorns in the side of Into the Breach.
Worried about the Rallen flank. He finds a different way.
And he might just close it out. Okay, first test passed. And just to have another go, just to have another try, they need to find exactly that twice.
I do like that call from Liquid on the first gun round, though. Right? I really like that because it's coming in. It's really shaking things up. They're trying to remember what happened in that first half, and you just think fast out the gates. You get the opener. It's the nade and the kill combo from Cypher that really slows it down. And as I'm saying, you didn't need to commit. I think they were just so worried about Rallen's flank. You saw Yakinda considering behind, OC considering behind. They didn't realize they could drop back, and that'll cost them. 2 more of those for Into the Breach, and we go again.
Crucial. Party position, looking for anything to be given over, but the smoke's up. And Playground will be occupied. He's on a timer here. Might want to dip away. Different pace to this one.
And remember, Liquid in the first half had a tough time getting... Oh. They know that. Yeah. You know, they shouldn't commit behind it, but it might slow down their path.
Yeah, that was just like crucial having that same thought. Like, they see that gap too. They wouldn't dare.
They're somewhat noisy here as well. Crucial will be hearing a few of these footsteps, so you can see they have to change the plan. But I was going to say they were struggling to get the map control on the gun rounds because Into the Breach were in connector. They were finding picks. Rallen was aggressive.
Thomas is rotating A. And he's just lost Rallen to the Yakinda Scorcher. Necessary smoke monster.
If Yakinda finds Crucial here.
I mean, if. or when. Bang. And Yakinda's gone. Crucial. With a must-hit frag.
30 seconds, boys. You got to make a choice. Bomb coming A. Crucial's going to get back to site in time. Thomas has just left him hanging. The AWPer with all the work to do.
Yeah, Thomas charging back now. Crucial again onto Elige. Holding on. 15 seconds. If he could just hit one more, Thomas is going to push through the smoke to try and provide support. Oh, flashed. Alive for a moment. Nitro gets it. Needs to be Crucial. He hits it. That could be enough. Yes! They get the bomb down. Just in time. He gets away. Nav looking to clutch up, but Volt secures it. Good God, it was down to a Nat's wing on time. But they do hit the frags necessary. We get one more in OT minimum.
All right, well, what comes next, Liquid? Where do you take this one once the defuse comes through? And Volt, I'm going to rub some salt in the wound, giving it a bit of a parting gift there. Yeah, close. You get that bomb down, but you don't get the round. Both teams looking to go flawless here on their CT sides. Into the breach, doing it a much harder fashion, but Crucial. Bit of a hero here.
Yeah, 100%.
Good impact with that pointy stick.
Zug, zug. Whoa, he was really left for dead, wasn't he? He had the whole squad running at him. The time was on his side, and his teammates did arrive just in time. Volt with the double to close it into our last round of our first overtime in our first map here. They could have tried a lot of tricks in the book. Into the breach, looking to match Liquid's perfect CT run. 3-0 to be counted with the same. It's going to be a question of who can post a T round first, I reckon. Ouch, good start. That's one-shot headshot potential, especially with the 8K on Cypher. He's been flattened by OC. Volt needs to get away. He does catch one back.
Yeah, good trade. Very good trade. Essential trade in that environment right there. So Volt with massive impact to keep things level. In terms of the A space, Yakinda and Elige yet to have any. It's Crucial again over towards A, but this time he is joined by his A defender of Rallen. So as we take a look at the minute mark, Team Liquid could still try and finish either side, but last time the clock was an issue. It's one of the reasons they had a hard time just isolating that final fight, and they're starting to search.
But so is Yakinda.
Oh, they're dropping back now. Okay, a decision has been made. It will be the B finish. They've got a bunch of smokes, a couple of flashes, a molly. Could get a barrel molly in. A heaven smoke seems advised. And a couple of flashes for good measure. Yakinda up through short. The other three likely through monster here.
Yeah, Thomas drying off his hands, ready for this one. He knows how much is at stake in the next engagement he takes. And that's good damage. Brings Elige low.
Time's a problem again.
20 seconds. Can Liquid handle the clock? As Elige won. Thomas can't get another done. It seems like Liquid have done enough. As Crucial staring at a smoke. A 1 versus 3. And Yakinda's already pushing up. He's not going to clear this. Crucial. Oh, Yakinda wouldn't. He shouldn't. But he does end with the knife. 19 in the bank. Liquid take their pick. A hard-fought game. There's no other way to describe it. Smiles for Liquid. And sweat off their brow. As Into the Breach are here in Paris and are making you work for every single round. I'm excited for Anubis.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerp in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
there's that winning moment as Liquid is able to secure overpass on overtime. And as much as Into the Breach fought back, I have to be honest, Maui, I didn't believe most of the way around. I'm just going to say it.
You didn't believe?
I didn't believe. I was
worried.
I'm South African, so I'm fine. I just felt like Liquid did look stronger. There was a couple of shaky moments, but for the most part, I think Liquid's looking impressive.
Okay, I was worried. I was worried for Liquid's sake. That was very close. Into the Breach. First half there, coming up with 10 rounds, and I think Machine was even worried on the cast a little bit, just that the rounds that Liquid won in that first half were off the back of the pistol, more or less. The first 5 rounds they won, looking pretty sharp, and then Into the Breach started looking like they were getting their groove. They started calling some good mid rounds. They started shooting back. We were seeing some good play from pretty much everybody on their team. I will say they seemed to lose their nerve more and more as the game went on, but by no means was that a cakewalk for Liquid, even though I thought going into it that we would see why Liquid punish picked Into the Breach onto this map.
I mean, I believed in OC the whole way.
Yeah, just take a look at the round distribution, right? Both halves Liquid are getting off to a very good start. 4 on the T side, they even should have been up 5-0, 6-0, but they lost that 5th round. And then the second half as well, you get off to a perfect start, yet Into the Breach was still able to fight their way back into the game. I feel if you exclude the pistol rounds and the conversions, Into the Breach were the better team in this match.
They would have won.
They would have won, you know, and I know it's you can always play what if, you know, but in that regard, that's fact of the matter. Into the Breach, in the rounds, at least the buy rounds, I feel they were the better team.
I mean, I keep saying that, but in OC, I believe that I'm going to stick with that, Maui.
OC can OC. We're going to see a clutch from OC here, actually. And really, every single round mattered so much in this game, obviously, given the fact that it went to overtime. We see here that it is a 1 versus 3. Bomb is planted. OC making his way to short, able to take down 1. And this right here, Into the Breach, they probably could have played this a couple different ways, but you can't really blame him. Like, you know he's tucked into short. You want to go for the double peek perfectly, but they were hounding him, and OC hit every shot he needed to. Best performer for Liquid in this map, doing what so many people said OC wasn't capable of. Like, he's had so many struggles with this Liquid lineup, and for him to be showing up in a big moment like this, I know a couple people out there call him playoff OC, and that he's a different beast in those kinds of moments. Well, he's doing it here in the Legend stage.
I didn't believe in him in the Challenger stage. I said some terrible things, and I'm really glad that I was completely wrong. We're going to head on over to the Mahone zone now and break down some of the plays you just saw.
One of the keys to ITB's CT side was really their aggression. So really is a theme this major, but I want to break down this round here where it's going to be A aggression. So first what we're going to see is 2 Molotovs. First, a Molotov for the entrance of Slope, and a Molotov for the entrance of Playground. Now, the key thing here about these 2 Molotovs is that this first one is a very common one. It's a very common one, so Ts will typically extinguish it. But the second one isn't always extinguished, and because it isn't always extinguished, this actually provides a timing for them. What you'll see is that for Cypher, who's pushing up towards Playground, by that Molotov not being extinguished, it actually provides him a timing in order to actually get behind cover quickly. You'll see that with him coming through, by the time the Molotov fades, he's able to fade behind cover. What this does is it puts him in a very powerful position towards Playground, because now, behind this piece of cover, he can look at both the left and right sides. And it's an unexpected spot, because if you look at Liege after he comes in after the Molotov fades, he's more so expecting this player to be towards long. It isn't necessarily his first instinct to think that somebody is behind that piece of cover. That allows Cypher to find a lead here next to the slide. But Cypher doesn't come alone here. He also has Rowland, who's here towards the side, and his job in this round was to essentially watch the push here. But as soon as the contact comes through, he's now in a spot where he can also assist them. So with that first kill coming through, it allows Rowland to then find OC in the side. This makes it a 5v3. Now, the biggest thing about A aggression is that you always have to worry about connector. This is where Crucial comes into place, because he can just simply watch this connector stairs, and as contact comes up, all he needs to do is just simply throw a Molotov so that the play gets stopped. This allows this aggression towards the A side to happen, while at the same time making sure that they don't get crunched. So this is really the key for ITB on that CT side. That's why they're so successful, is because of their aggressive play.
I want to talk a bit more about Liquid, but before we do that, we do need to talk about Into the Breach because they do look very threatening, and I'm curious as to why you think they are such a thorn in the side of some of these top teams.
Well, Mahone pointed out a great example of them getting aggressive on the A side. We saw the same thing happen on the B side, and that really, to me, spoke a lot about Into the Breach and how every single team that I'm seeing that's an underdog here has more or less mimicked the playbook of, to me, Heroic. Heroic was one of the first teams that just kept gambling, kept going for aggressive plays over and over and over against CT side, and that's why they're also threatening even against the favorites like Liquid, like FaZe. All of them are having so much trouble with that stuff because teams are just ready to throw caution to the wind and just dive into a play because they believe in the playbook that's been outlined. And it's kind of becoming a little bit strat roulette-y with a lot of teams where they're just like, every CT round, we're going to call something. Monte did the same thing to NAVI. Into the Breach are doing the same thing to Liquid, and they look pretty good at it.
Is it going to work on Anubis, though?
It could potentially. I'm curious to see what Into the Breach can do against a team of the quality of Liquid. We do have a fun statistic, a fun graphic we can pull up that some of the individuals of Into the Breach are playing Anubis at a very high level. Actually, if you take in all these online games, you have 2 of the best players in the entire world on Anubis. Now, the map, maps played right here, and the amount of maps played are not that high, but when you average a 1.39 and a 1.38 rating over the course of 8 maps, you're doing pretty well for yourself. So at the level they're at right now, sure, Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, Into the Breach are great. Can they replicate that against Team Liquid? I doubt it.
Yeah, these stats also don't even show the fact that Cypher is also one of the best players. I think he's 12th in the world in terms of rating, and so right now it's up to him. Rollin and Cypher, they're going to be on that B defense together. You know that Liquid, we've seen a lot of footage of them in Tier 1 tournaments. They love their B crunches. If Rollin and Cypher are able to stand up on that site, if they're able to actually put together any semblance of a CT side, I think they really could push this one to a third.
It's super interesting to me because Liquid during the challenges stage had this calmness about them that terrified me. Sure. It kind of looked like they didn't wake up. Now there's a calmness about them that gives me faith because they look very strong. On the other side, though, there's a pluckiness to Into the Breach, which makes me think that they are keen to potentially upset. Do you think the mental game is going to come in at all, Pim?
Sure, there's also always a bit of a mental game going on in a game like this, but I think the main guy for me in this matchup is going to be Leash. We just saw him struggle massively here in Overpass. We've seen him have a rather lackluster tournament compared to how good he normally is. He's playing in the middle area on Anubis for the CT defense of Liquid. We know how hard it is to defend CT side Anubis as well. Leash is a master of playing that mid area. He likes to be aggressive. He likes to go in behind the smokes. He also have a couple of nade setups where he gets thrown nades from teammates. So if you can enable Leash and if you can regain some of the form that we know he can show, I think Liquid are going to be fine. But if Liquid has a weak point in middle in Leash, then anything can happen.
It's going to be interesting. Liquid is 1 map away from securing a spot at the A-Core Arena. When we get back, we're heading to Anubis.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
it was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
all
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
and in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
Legends indeed. We have got a lot of intense Counter-Strike happening simultaneously. We just had an incredible overtime affair happening on Overpass. Liquid picked it up, so favorites, and you can see the odds blowing out a little more in their favor as Into the Breach. Sure, heading into Anubis, it's their pick, and we saw the desk trying to paint a case. I didn't hate it. In fact, kind of loved it.
Top 50.
Top 50?
Yeah, no,
all
but
right,
sure.
Chad.
No, it's definitely good ratings from Rallen and Crucial there, which was highlighted. We do have the odds. Building against them here. And look, it's difficult to watch. It's not an elimination game, though. So for all the Brits out there, you know, let's not rule them out. I'm not saying this is over, but I'm just saying if it does go terribly wrong,
there's another chance tomorrow.
Wake up tomorrow and do it all again.
Sure.
But why not win right here, right now? Take your opportunity, seize the day, pick up Anubis and take us to 3. Inferno waiting in the wings, but let's get this one ready and raring, as we do have an A start from Into the Breach. Rallen to deal with any of the aggressions top, mid, and B. And the A bomb site completely open for business here. It's Cypher with the util. I imagine a Heaven smoke and a go. And that appears to be what he's lining up here. This is a standard one. You can order this at home. Use a little jump throw bind with a step. Won't be possible in CS2, but it's happening right now, and a flash for good measure. So it's a 5v5 retake on the A site.
Yeah, OC's going to be first contact, and mid has been put on notice. Elige lucky to be alive. And Yakinda just gets absolutely flattened by that one. A double to the dome. You've got that lovely gift of a Rallen mid lurk. You're always going to be just worried about your 6 when Rallen's in the server.
Well, that was an easy pistol.
Yeah, I mean, that couldn't have gone any better for Into the Breach.
Yeah, well, they were talking about the lack of pistols over there on Overpass, right? And how they could have won the map if they just picked up one of the 2, right? Considering the overtime affair.
Yeah.
But I guess Anubis is where they can start that campaign. So very simple stuff. An A execute, a Heaven smoke, a flash, a headshot. The bomb goes down. And essentially the round done.
Yeah, good contributions from Crucial as well.
Rallen might find this kill.
Oh, didn't quite clear his corner. So Elige holds on.
With 1 HP.
Yeah, not too shabby. Keeps hold of his Kevlar vest.
So they saved 2 of those, which means we're going to get 2 Famases coming out. You're going to get the upgrades from Elige and NAF. So having rifles here to contend with the second round buy Into the Breach, but some good shooting from the individuals to make that one easy as you like. Elige and NAF equipped. Yakinda, Nitro, 5-7s, an OC. He's got that Deagle in his hand here. So a few smokes to slow down the early pushes. Oh, and maybe invigorate Elige for one of his own. So just standing and ready to fight here. Whoa, ready for that.
Wow. FAMAS for AK and Elige. He leaves with the frag. And a bit of a broken leg. NAF, confident in the duel with Cypher. And loses his advantage, loses Liquid's advantage in that one. Things fall silent. Now Yakinda, he's so close to that smoke. Is he really going to clear this while being the solo B player? Yeah, he just had a look at his tight right.
I guess it's better he stays jarring, right? But he should just be easily
on the
dealt with
sound
here.
cue. Yeah, I don't know. Rallen nice on the dismount. And Yakinda on the jiggle confirms presence. No one rotating. He's hoping he can delay them. He's hearing a lot more now. Elige will scarper over. Yeah, Yakinda doesn't get anything done. It's Cypher again. 2 frags from the Brit. Getting that bomb down for a second round.
Yeah, seeing what guns they can pick up here. So salvaging a MAC-10 short. They've been able to grab that for OC. I'm not sure Elige wants to try on low HP to grab anything else. Elige, get out of the way. Nitro's here. You don't want him to TK you, mate, all right? All right, well, it is 2-0 and a good start for Into the Breach.
Yeah,
problematic to begin.
And Anubis, we've been discussing it. You expect to see the T taking the edge on this newest addition to the map pool.
Terrorists win.
We've covered off a couple of the Liquid games on Anubis here. It's a map that in the last 3 months, they haven't lost. They took down Greyhound. They made it look very easy. OC had a 1-on-3 in that game as well. Complexity as well. That one a little bit closer, 16-11. And before that, Pain So those are the victories
They're
for
evolving.
Liquid. And yeah, now they verse a European opponent. Now, I know Brexit happened, but we'll still categorize it that way. They came through the European RMRs.
Yeah, Britain versus America, a tale as old as time. Or at least as old as America. Bashing aggressive. It's Alicia's FAMAS that was set up for an investigation, but has nothing to report. Rallen loud on that. Now Fly aware.
Talking a lot.
And he's lost his life. A nice clear from Rallen. Look at the space this is provided for a moment. OC, the executioner with his axe. And more denied by the spray. It's Cypher that has control of B now. Liquid's options not particularly exciting. You've got no armor on a Mac 10.
I did like how they approached the round, like trying to get that opener, throwing that deep molly, having the smoke, going aggressive, looking for a fight. The reaction of Into the Breach was fantastic, though. You can thank Rallen for that. This brings them to life. There's something that they can try and scoop up, but I don't think so as to be able to whittle these two down. Cypher will lose the long-range duel. Crucial almost with the trade.
Yeah, so that's 2 times the individuals from Liquid have out-aimed the AK with a FAMAS. And Crucial would be frustrated to lose his AK to this. 1 bullet would be enough to punch the aim. There it is. Gets it done. All flexing their ITB stickers. And that felt like a huge achievement in itself. I know it's common knowledge, but for perhaps a newer viewer, that sticker money is
life-changing.
Life-changing for anyone that does manage to pick it up, especially for a team that's been chasing it for so long. Or let me correct myself, for individuals that have been chasing it for so long. Of course, as a team, it's fresh and it's exciting. And Rallen, a really crucial piece. Pun absolutely not intended. Crucial, though, has been chasing it for a long time.
For some places in the world, they could buy a house with that type of money.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, Counter-Strike players, unless you're in the top organizations, we're talking like the G2s, the FaZes, like the mega orgs, you're not getting mega bucks.
Right.
You're getting paid to play Counter-Strike, sure, but, and I'm not saying you just scrape and buy, you're still getting to live your dream, but this is your dream.
You're getting food in the mouth, and it's just a question of whether or not you can leave a mark on this major on top of that.
Early harassment B here, going to force out a lot of util. So great pressure from Rallen and Thomas. It brought across the Liege.
Yeah, Nitro's got a smoke out. And they do it dry. He's so lucky.
Gotta run.
Oh, he has gotten away with his life. Gets that incendiary down. But, I mean, in terms of forcing rotations, OC's going to be much deeper now into this. Did they just double smoke it? Or was that a T-smoke? I wasn't paying attention. It was a T-smoke. I see the tail. Okay. So he's actually throwing a lurk one in front of the CT smoke.
He might even brave it still here, Volt, but I guess it all comes down to the timing and probably not worth giving it up right now, considering how softened up Nitro is. And they know that they tagged him. They know that he was scampering away. He has the help of OC, sure, but some well-placed utility. And OC, he's going to be having to play out of position. Yeah. Oh, he's searching. I like this.
It has to be OC on the first. Perfect for it. Volt forced to watch as this one transpires. Nitro still alive and kicking, but it's OC that's fragging. There's Rallen with 1, but Cypher gone. Thomas through mid. Rallen does evacuate with the bomb, and this is where Thomas has to activate. There is still Yakinda to get through on B. He doesn't have to rush this, but Rallen loud about it for now. Very loud. Oh, Yakinda.
Oh.
Well, he spots the bomb. Still, I mean, still advantage Liquid, right?
Yeah, and Rallen's going back. Rallen's going all the way back, and now Thomas can come through mid because that wasn't intentional. That is because Yakinda missed a shot on a player on 5 HP.
And now Thomas, if he can just contain this heaven side, if he can contain it, that is a plant. At the minimum.
How deep does he go?
Yeah, that's the next question. He's just confirming the threat. Thomas, not ready. Still finds it and converts it. This is massive. This was supposed to be a Liquid round. This was destined to be. After OC, you can see his AWP there lying idle. There is a kit at least to be picked up off his core. Oh, damage. I mean, that was 5 HP off Rallen.
Thomas turned it a clutch again. Didn't get on an overpass. Can right the wrongs here on Anubis.
Yakinda's going round all the way through mid. He's going to be focused on main. He's so paranoid about that. So NAV can take some liberties. A headshot angle and a missed shot on his first. Needed it now. Yakinda's coming and Nafly does close it down. Just in time.
Ooh, Thomas again. Another good opportunity there. And Naf just toying with him.
Lovely play.
Playing with him with those peaks. Knowing you had to buy time for Yakinda. It meant that he couldn't overextend. He was worried about behind. So heads up play and good consideration of the time right there. Liquid will grab their first. But hard fought for Into the Breach here, and they're taking advantage of all of the situations. Liquid, if you're going to miss, we are going to punish you.
Yeah, and actually, I think, if anything, I was trying, in order to post this in a positive framing as well, it was a bit quicker in terms of their, impulsive decision-making. You had to kind of think on your feet, I'm going back, I need you to hold this and that. They can capitulate, didn't.
Oh, missed their mid-smoke completely.
Ooh, firework instead. It's crucial. Through the fire into, ooh, NAVI. Takes down the AWPer. Happy to take that first engagement. There's 3 here in ITB. They're trying to just knock over this defense. Swinging through. Thomas and Rollin fill the feed. And feasting good tonight. More frags required. You know NAF was here. He took down your AWPer. And Alicia's thrown out more utility towards the jail position. They've got a good idea as to where one of the CTs resides. It's NAF Ivy likely. And Cypher should have the angle for it. No more of that quick switching, please. Nitro,
He's got the bomb, though, and he's waiting. So as they wait, Nitro in spawn has just constricted the movements on the map here. On the fade, Cypher has to win this and does. Important kill right there, and now they can get the bomb down. So understanding the clock was on their side, I like that maneuver from Into the Breach there, just really catching their breath. But this should be a freebie here for Nitro.
Yeah, whether or not he goes for that orb retrieval. Oh, he still actually catches Elige. That's a unlucky one for Nitro and Elige in terms of leaving with 2 rifles.
It's like the one position that Elige probably didn't think he could die from in that retake right there. So he'll be feeling a little bit hard done by. They want to grab that AWP back. You can see Volt searching for it now, and we'll pick that one up and to exit safely. A 4-1 start for Into the Breach here.
Hey, going for a double up. Yeah, on the T side.
Just denying it. Yeah, don't want to allow that one to get blown out of the map into the hands of Nitro, maybe, just maybe.
Wow, he is a full diagonal gamer.
It's crazy the way that his desk is. It must have been the way he grew up playing Counter-Strike. That traditionally tends to be the story, right? These guys, they just have these weird setups. I'm sure everyone at home has played with a tray that pulls out under your office desk. You have it on different levels or monitors on a couple of yellow pages.
The one that screwed me was the one where it had like the kind of cutout. So you grow accustomed to having that.
So much room and so much closer to the monitor there.
Okay, well, what do you make of this one then, Chad? 4 for Into the Breach and a full gunny up against the conservative one out of Liquid.
This one here, Nitro with the M4, they know that he's the A holder. So you'd want to search elsewhere just in case. Now, in these scenarios, you know that they don't have to play by the book. It's not something where you have to start in those positions. It's just how things tend to unfold in a lot of scenarios. As Rallen goes headhunting, feels like it's going to be quite this head-to-head between Yakinder and Rallen with the searches out towards B main, but close mid. They need to set Nitro up here. Elige essentially has to bait. It's a flash coming forward and a kill for Nitro. Maybe the double up, not there.
Close though, and look at that from Crucial walking straight into the scout. A fumble. And looking for to rumble was Yakinder. He pushes straight back to the doors. He wants that rifle. He wants bloodshed. No flash this time, and Cypher greets him with a smile and a headshot. You want to do some housekeeping, throw these out, but you might have to frag your way out. Elige is playing around this smoke. They don't have to rush, but they are coming straight into his crosshair. He doesn't hit the headshot.
Yeah, felt like that was a kill destined for Elige to scoop up, so avoiding the problems right now. They jump past, they identify where NAF is. It's just OC who's been removed by Rallen. The bomb will go down. He's waltzed into that site almost single-handedly here, and they know that NAF only had a USP, so they're not scared of him whatsoever. But that was Liquid just with a save rifle and a few upgrades. We can see them. Oh, hello, you've been spotted. Rallen knows exactly where you are, and he's even heard you. So T-Stairs and dead. NAF is gone, and this is starting to look like a very juicy lead. It's the T side of Anubis, but I think in this major, we're starting to see teams who have put a lot of time into it, knowing this map was going to come in. And we might even get I think Maui made a similar tweet about it, but a bit more of balance to CTs finding better showings. Because when the map comes into the pool, first of all, you're working out the timings, what positions feel good. Then you've got to work out what real estate is important to the Ts, and then how you're going to counter that and different moves. And we're seeing the consistent evolution from everybody on Anubis. And I guess the more reps you had online, maybe the closer to identifying some of those problems you were. But the first time out, Dap's being liberal with those. Come into the start of round 7 here, and just in time for another rifle round. So wanted to make sure that they're ready and raring, and have actually decided to bring out double AWPs, which I can understand considering the harassment that's been going down to B. They just want to come and A-map and force out the Utah. Well, if NAV posts up with an AWP, they don't have to smoke you off. You want to take the fight? Right. Well, you've actually got to flash him off the line before they're going to respect it and flash back or joust for position.
Okay, let's see what the opening move is. Crucial on that T-side AWP. Going to be jumping across and posting up for dark side aggression. Vault rugs to contain any A main. Allowed on his drop off, intentionally or otherwise.
They must know Yukinda plays this position, right? It's something we've seen teams try and abuse. AWP's a good weapon on the job. If Yukinda jiggles again, he's seen enough.
Yeah, Yukinda's very well drilled at the mechanics of finding information safely. Now playing a bit further back on that pillar. That's the molly.
That's the molly.
They want Yukinda, and he does punish the hunt. You come for me, you get headshots. NAV's AWP's been spotted as well. Yukinda will recover himself. Crucial. So currently we're operating with triple.
Yeah, the Trawps.
The Trawping. This is going to be a hard one to recover. They can park Rallen as he has been lurking up a storm.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job, right? He's definitely a player to find these gaps. Now,
it would require like a
big
frag. Yeah. Like you'd have to somehow drive by Yukinda. Oh, he's so ready for Rallen. Look at that. Great collection from NAV. And another one in the feed. Oh, could have been perfect. The spotless record is brought into question. Vault will get himself a double, but it's the second round for Liquid.
Oh, and they haven't picked up the double AWP set up to run yet again. So they are hoping that this lulls into the breach into a sense of security where they understand the buy. Right? This is some good shooting out of the big greens. And it dealt with the problem over towards B that they were starting to feel. The amount of teams, when we've done these Liquid games, who would try and target Yukinda's position with like nade stacks, they try to do it again. Like, I understand he's playing in a position that can be considered somewhat overextended in scenarios, but Yukinda always seems to be ready for it, dodging the nade damage, getting away with it yet again.
Yeah, I mean, they brought an AWP and a Molotov to the play, and he still gets the frag. We'll make it two eventually.
This is very real fast.
Whoa! Elige! He's been run down. Thomas, the frag engine, whirring into action. And OC already blind as a bat. Needs something more than that. That's great. Oof, could have been better.
Bombs in the site.
They can commit. Naf's charging to back up his captain. Into the site deep now. And it's up to Vault. Here's the reload. He has to go up this. They were not prepared. Not prepared. Needs the second. Can back away. Rallen has mid. Ooh, did he not spot him? Oh, he's just worried about both.
Heard him now.
Yukinda's on his way into the crosshairs. A perfectly placed crosshair in order to return to their winning ways immediately.
Yeah, NAV just has to save here. Can't contend this. The bomb will go down. And I was about to be critical of Into the Breach because their mid-pacing compared to the guys coming A main, they gave OC a chance to get a kill, right? Where was the pressure? But it didn't matter. Thomas and Cypher did their duty. They got the bomb to the site. It was the other three just to make good on their hard work. And Rallen's even close enough to steal this one away. This guy is everywhere. NAV prepared, sure.
6th on the board. And NAV actually just still happy to take any fights that are given to him, as that bomb will blow up post-haste. Call it 6-2. And Liquid yet to be able to find those rounds in consecutive order. Quickly returning for a T-side W. Thomas, I like the pace change there. I'm sure Elige didn't. Charging through mid. We'll see that one again, I'm sure. As OC, lovely work from him on that AWP. It could have been 2. I mean, he took that pot shot, and, you know, 9 times out of 10, I've seen OC hit those kind of flicks. This time, not so lucky. And it does lead and translate into a 6th round for ITB.
Bloody hell. All right.
Yo.
Yeah, it's... I guess that's... I suppose that's what happens when you spend a lot of time with native English speakers. Not about the profanity, just about the attitude, right? Because that's what we normally... No, but it is what we normally see from native English speakers, like that level of frustration. It's not something, at least we would have understood when Yukinda was in the Virtus Pro roster. As Thomas again onto Elysian middle.
That is a nice back-to-back opening from Thomas onto Elige. Decapitates one. Yakinda's posted up for this kind of fight. Look at that precision off that FAMAS. Made it feel like a much more lethal gun up against Rallen. Good combination of util. Nitro will throw out his confirmation of at least 2 on A. Cypher disrespects it and leads to his demise. It's costly, so costly, they lose it all into the grinder. As ITB, this one falls flat as a pancake on Shrove Tuesday.
Those are some of the rounds right there where you question the why. And it's because they're trying to capitalize on the rotation time right there. But with 55 seconds on the clock and Thomas having a fantastic opener, which we are going to catch here in the replay. Now, this is a Liege dead again in middle at a minute 30. That's the pressure they wanted. Now, the decision to go as soon as the bomb is run through the smoke and the molly, well, it was the molly, I suppose, that was the real issue there. You've committed, and everybody has to follow through. But he didn't need to, right? And this is the thing. You have 4 players on Into the Breach. This is their first major. Rallen, the only one returning to the major stage after, I think what I said was 2015 was the last time that he played in a major. So his experience, he's 28 years of age now. You know, he hasn't been here
around the block.
So you are going to have rounds like that. But not necessarily the way that one needed to play out.
I mean, that's a gift for Liquid when you think about what they were running into. An MP9 for the A-hold. Nitro, just the perfect kind of fights.
You got 3 AKs out of it.
Ooh, as well. Yeah, so the ramifications of that misjudgment will haunt ITB.
So they try A again, right? They've had mixed bags of success there, and Thomas may as well continue just going middle and trying to take this space off a Liege. Here we go. Aggressive maneuver utility, right? So you see the smoke up towards Rugs. It makes them think that a push is coming. It isn't. It's actually just a bit of a ruse here. So you can see how stalled out they are. Cypher immediately pulled out a flash for up and over the roofs to deal with any of that aggression that I was talking about. And it's bought them enough time to rejig the CT setup.
Yeah, and Sandy Yakinda, no less, into baskets. So he's going to be perfectly anti-flash. There is going to be a nice AWP that likely frags and baits the rest into the Yakinda spray. It's going to be very hard for them to breach. Turns away, Yakinda ready for the spray. Flawless execution from the Liquid defense. And Thomas, yeah, okay. He's at least managed to get behind him and needs a massive double. OC's quick on the draw. That could have actually spiraled a little bit more.
Oh, full eco territory now here. So all that cash money has slowly been sucked out of the bank balance.
See, Yakinda, there was nothing to get stressed about.
No, not at all. But I imagine when you know that this is the map you need to get to lock yourself in for that playoff stage, the top 8, that's the thing. The pressure is high.
Which brings me to my next point, which is, can I read you a list of teams that are going to be in that 2-win, 2-loss column? Check this one out. FaZe, NAVI, NIP. And of course, we've got done a couple more games, well, this one, to determine that one. And of course, the game over on the other stream. Check it out.
Well, those 3 were all household names.
Yeah, and then you've got, I believe, G2 battling with Fnatic.
Yeah, so winner of that, not even loser, winner of that. So that's another household name, regardless of what happens. Apeks versus GamerLegion is on a little bit later. That's for a spot in the playoffs as well.
So loser of that
will join that party, and loser of this. So there might be some favorable matchups for either of these teams, regardless of how it unfolds here. I think the reality of it is that we likely get a G2 versus Navi if G2 are able to win. So that one right there, yeah, you have heard that correctly.
G2 versus Navi in an elimination match, qualification elimination.
If they deal with Fnatic. So it's still have to wait and see. They are going to be going into that 3rd map very shortly. And I think that 3rd map is Vertigo. That will be a hard map for both teams.
Yeah, no slouch at all on Vertigo. And no fun at all for ITB in this one, as it's a lovely fragging Storm. Picked apart by NAF as he racks up a couple. In fact, make it triple. So the gap has been closed. And, you know, ITB, by picking up that pistol, picking up the couple of gunnies, it's already a nice number. Would be hard-pressed to not find any more, though. 6 probably not sufficient up against this Liquid T side to come, so need to rack up a couple more over the course of what remains. Into our 12th, second map of this series. Both of these teams with 2 wins so far in the Legends stage. This is the one for the big bucks. This is for the top 8 of Global Offensive's last major.
They are expecting a B hit here, Liquid, telling by their CT setup right now. Yakinda joined by OC, and Elige is actually over towards the temple side of mid. On the other side of things, Into the Breach have just opted for quite the default spread here. 2 outside B main, Had Crucial watching top mid, Cypher and Volt over towards Boat and Canal, and Volt is just trying to make himself feel a little bit more aggressive towards Nitro's position, but they are tucking in and now congregating over towards the dark position, which has just been smoked off. So blocked for about 20 seconds as Yakinda is going to push out. So he's going to get another head-to-head with Rallen here.
This is becoming a recurring theme. Rallen felt the wrath of that FAMAS, and Yakinda's doing a bit of a double pump on that util. Great catch, Thomas through mid. No response, the smoke obscured Elige's review and rebuttal. And now they've got Yakinda forward. He's done well to get one, but Thomas will build upon it. They've got a competitive round. I say that as NAF. He turns it around. Double spray into dark, and hopeless is Thomas leaping through the smoke as OC likes that one.
Yeah, that one right there from OC. Quite the celebration. NAF has been going great guns here, and he came online mid to late in that overpass game, found a lot of impact locking down that B site, and now here doing the same. Different map. Same task required, and the multi-frag stalling out anything they could hope for here. So you can see that smoke segregating the ability that they had to chip in. Thomas gets away with 2 kills in this, but it's not enough. And a well-timed aggressive maneuver from Yakinda there. We saw something from FaZe as well yesterday. They were doing like a smoke and a molly combo, like Carrigan and Rain were pushing. So more diversity in those type of plays.
Oh yeah, the CT sides have definitely caught up, haven't they? Over the course of the coming months, or the previous months, excuse me. And the lead up to this major, everyone expecting to see it as a mainstay and a main feature of the veto process. Perfectly timed incendiary. Check that one out. $600 well spent as they all forced to congregate and stare at the flames warm in their hands, as they're going to have a pretty hot one to find anything against NAF. OC. What? Oh, and Yakinda's gone too. Yeah, fortunately, though, Liquid had their finger on the pulse and had all the bodies here required. Lee chips in. Volt, no armor on this, but he'd love an extra kill. Tries to barrel bait the AWP shot, but already a nade right down his jersey and a dink, not quite enough. That's a nice recovery. Then Liquid take the lead, 7. And was that 5 in a row? Yeah, 5. As we will get the guns back out.
Well, the pistol round, it was a good start to the half, but since the finances for Liquid have looked a whole lot better. Remember the double orbs? No, they used it 1 round.
You remember that round where they ran through a smoke when they had 60 seconds?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, me too.
But these are the flubs that are going to happen, right? This is the thing. It's the growing pains.
Yes.
Right? When you want to go, I understand, like, there's a lot of things that you can take advantage of, but the key change in a lot of these tier 1 teams' heads is we just have to be ready to play every version of Counter-Strike at once, which is more heads up. It's less about solving the puzzle of positioning, right? Tier 1 CS is almost like a chessboard.
Because everyone's got positioning already.
Yeah, and where this is, like, sure, you can look at the tendencies and what players like, but the underdog teams will take more risks, not only in the type of plays they'll make, but the type of calling they'll have, right?
Yeah.
Being more direct, being more pattern-driven, and it's one of these discussions we've been having throughout. And then when we quantify it in the best of ones, both pistols and clutches, that type of calling, it can work, right? Those type of risks, it can pay off, or not, as we're starting to see in the best of 3. But Into the Breach still putting up a fight.
Yeah.
There are no slouches.
Certainly. I mean, we saw OT on Liquid's pick.
Thomas's mid-pressure again, as well as Cypher Dark, so they're trying to take both of these quadrants.
He's ready to biff and brawl with 2 of them. And he loses his life for the thought gap. Nope, held, and good spray. Elige punishes Thomas through mid. Rallen for the trade. He was ready, but it's Rallen that provides one back. Crucial to scoop up the bomb. Rallen, with the potential gap, you can see he's actually trying to play around a little gap.
He heard the rotation all the way to beach here from NAF, so at least that's information, but so does Yakinda, right? That head-to-head for info as Nitro finds an absolute sit-up.
He's even got the one way, you can get a little gap under that, can drop down, can peek around from the elevated position as well. It does a multiple facets, effective smoke. Volt just has to respect that.
The only gap that Liquid have left here is Canal in towards B from Dark, and I think they're more than comfortable considering Yakinda's positioning. Another smoke draws Volt like a moth to a flame here, and I guess he's hoping that Crucial is the ones that crack into things, but with 30 seconds left, they will just hit that pause for now. The smoke will fade with time for them to finish towards A. Volt would have to deal with Nitro here.
Yeah, he's got 2 on his plate. And he does behead. Nah, could get both. Oh, so close and Crucial.
1v1.
He's made a round out of this now.
Yakinda's miles away. He can plant and reposition.
Smoke as well. Okay, it's time to play a very high stakes game. A 1-on-1. Equal health. It's about positioning now. Advantage for Crucial as he goes and opts for Heaven. Yakinda, so late to the party. Uncertainty in every clear. And Crucial's holding for the info. Yakinda, how diligent does he consider this? Oh, Crucial. He's not ready for this fight. He's not ready for this fight. Wow. Yakinda, incredible. That's his first frag of the round, but it closes it out and secures 8. Another clutch goes Liquid's way.
Yeah, it felt like Crucial had done a lot there alongside of Volt, right? Those trades coming in their favor here, like it looked really, really good. That was the best case scenario. They wait for the smoke to fade. They come through the smoke. OC's frustration, yeah, you can understand why, but Yakinda he might turn that into a smile as he just slides on out, grabs 8. Liquid have won the half now. And going into this final round, into the breach, we'll have a buy short. Thomas with a Mac 10, does he want to go scorching through the mid-mollies again? Or do they just want to try and cascade in towards B?
That is aggressive. OC. Can't believe it. No! What? That's ridiculous. Double no-scope all the way. Filthy.
Barrel stuffed, walking into it.
Yeah, he actually plucked the belly button lint out of Thomas.
Yeah, we'll catch this one again. Why the hell not?
And the second, a couple of tracer shots is to the head as well. Crucial.
Round's done.
Well, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it nicely. 9-6 on the half into the breach. They're feeling the wrath of Liquid. Take a look at the way this ended. It's the second half ahead of us of our second map in this head-to-head as Liquid into the breach. Losing doesn't condemn you yet, but it does send you into a bracket chock-a-block full of household names. This is a real shot across the bow into the breach, forcing OT on overpass, but now in Anubis, it seems like it's been a bit of a long time between drinks, a real run of things, actually. 7 on the trot from Liquid. Picks him up a solid half, and it does look like Unicorn have lost hope in the boys.
Yeah.
Sorry, you've got the boys. We can have the lads. How about
you
that?
want the lads?
We've got the lads.
You can have the lads. Yeah, that could work. Let's see if they can... Oh, grab another pistol. That is one way to kick things off. Vault, headshot onto NAV, dissuades them from B for now, but they need to get that bomb. So it's a treacherous cross. They will, however, make it and continue to tussle.
I'm nervous, fighting it. Tooth and nail. Up against the Legion. Nitro, Yakinda's kept too busy as well elsewhere. Forces Thomas to acknowledge as, oh, OC, great shot. More required. Roland can't quite get the headshot as he's having a bit of a messy one. Jeez, both reloading in front of each other and running him down. The pressure's on now. We've got a full 3-on-3. Make it 2. Thomas dead. Another follows. Roland only 1. Maybe Cypher's got it in him.
Bomb has to cross here.
Yeah, but Yakinda's going to do something. Oh, what a shot! Gets the bomb on the floor. Yakinda looking for more. Oh, wide! He's such a beast. He is such an animal. You can see that smile, just that great relief. Sigh of relief from Nafly as he's got Yakinda to count upon. It could have been a very different round if it was a different player in the one-on-one. You can see how much of a meal this was. Great shot on the first, then both of them. Good catch from Yakinda onto Thomas, but I want to see it from his POV. Just goes so wide, so good. And a heartbreaker for Cypher, yeah, exactly. The contrast clear. And a flash with USPs, you got to do something.
I'd have to check the numbers, but this feels like one of the best performances from OC in the Liquid colors. Like, he's been here for some time. I think I said before he's the newest. He's not the newest. It's Yakinda got added to this team. But OC, to me, is the newest in terms of, I guess, name value,
well,
right?
And in terms of this level of competition.
Sure.
Oh, they're walking into A. Nitro's going to be a little suspicious as he walks around the corner into A. And there's Naf ready for more. He's just going to take one and leave. Doesn't need much more. They're going to be forced to find the fights as A is occupied.
Dude, OC's already been a part of this team for a year and 4 months.
Wow.
Already.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun.
Don't look. How long do you think Elige has been part of Team Liquid?
Oh. Okay, how old is he?
He's been part of Liquid for 8 years. 8 years. 8 years. Nitro, he was part of Liquid for a very long time too, but then he went over to Valorant.
Yes, he did.
And then he came back.
Yeah, and I think one of the few to pull it off successfully.
Yeah, we haven't had many return. Floppy.
Yeah.
He definitely didn't love Valorant.
No.
He went for the paycheck. Now he's back to the love of his life.
That's Counter-Strike, not Complexity. Or both.
Or JT.
Or JT. Cypher whipping out an AUG because he wants to try and level the odds on that cross. They're going Safeway round though. And Volt immediately to be tested. You can see that defensive molly force. He's feeling the pressure. Smoke on the flash. Ooh, those shots nearly found him a way in. Thomas would have been left on an island there. But Volt, stubborn. He will stick around. As the CTs have already cycled through a great deal of their utility. Fighting against Liquid. Some futility. Feels like it's an impending victory for the North American organization. Do ITB really have it in them on their pick here against Liquid, who have got Yakinda and OC. Closing rounds, opening them.
Crucial's pushing mid as well here, so they have a very good feeling this should be A. Crucial can actually head back over and help out Bold and Thomas, who are under pressure now.
Turns around, Thomas needs at least one. Forced away, that'll do nicely. We just need to delay them. OC opens up the account for Liquid, and they hear that reload jumping over his head. A horrible death for Thomas, as they have the sight, and they should have the round. Another smoke to replace the one fading. You've got no way in. Cypher's so low at the beach. Flash didn't catch him. Naf should. Although at 37, yeah, you're better off holding on to them.
Both thinking better of that. Naf wanted to swing and Rowland wanted to push, but neither of them needed to make those plays. So trying to hold on to these rifles short. They can drop into the next round. 2,900 loss bonus. We see a couple of silenced F4s in play, but you can't lose anything. Unfortunately, Rowland won't. Maybe overstaying his welcome there, but does a slight bit of damage with a frag coming through. But it will be 12, and well, what will that be? 10 straight rounds here for Liquid. Looking to close this one in style. Looking to have an unblemished record. It was really the pistol, the conversions, a good start into the breach. They had some heavy plays through mid, some good shooting for the likes of Thomas and co. Have seen some decent individual showings from the players of Into the Breach throughout this event. I won't even say series. Their matches against FaZe, their matches against ENCE, like those best of ones, sure, best of one is probably all you're going to target there, but you can't. They have come to play. They can hit the shots. But up against a Liquid right now who have turned things around. This team in the Challenger stage was down and out. They were looking like classic depressed Liquid, the one that North America has come to know and hate. But now this is the team that they might remember from all the way back in 2019, the last time Liquid were in the playoffs of a major. Berlin 2019.
You know how much of a run it's been. I mean, when you think about that first day, about a week ago, losing 2 best of ones to Apeks and FaZe.
Right.
Going, well, it was a long flight, lads. Got to step it up now. Then that full best of 3 against Fluxo. Like
they could have lost that on Inferno.
Like, I don't know, one more VSM Deagle shot. You know, it was that up for debate. And then all the way back to this, the Legends stage. One away. And it could be right here, right now. Up against Into the Breach. Liquid to secure themselves the playoffs. And this is one of the few gun rounds ITB may have. Can they hold on and extend play?
Oh, burst on burst.
Yeah, Crucial could be caught on the way back. Spotted and executed. A dink insufficient in that engagement. Perhaps the silencer paying dividends there.
Cypher will have to go for one of these mid-round swings again to see if he can find a timing on a fight here. And there'll be a bit of A aggression coming through. Thomas and Volt activate together again. There seems to be a bit of a pairing over here. But Nitro still so passive up towards Ruggs. This is like a power angle. Because he can take the fight and drop back, right? He doesn't even need to overcommit, but pushes everywhere here. Volt's through.
Oh, Nitro's dead. And that will actually level us out. Now, Bomb going to be chucked over towards those B long players.
Brown's coming.
Yeah, and that's surely...
Oh,
no. He's caught Elysian, doesn't overextend into the AWP. Could be misinfo. Now he knows OC resides. Yakinda's slipping through mid. That's a gap. Thomas wants to address it.
Do they know Yakinda's
Cypher's going to have to be worried.
Thomas is acknowledging that it's a possibility here.
Yeah, Cypher's though.
He's aware too.
Oh, he's ready. Hard fight. Yakinda, he's so good in this kind of engagement. Cypher knows he's got a lot to deal with.
20 seconds.
One would be great. One would be spectacular. And he does lay it down. So now with 15 seconds, that bomb needs to go down and Yakinda to provide the cover. Okay, confirmation of the plant side. Flubber the nade. Thomas advancing. Both the Brits in this one. Missed shot out of the AWP. And not for the second, straight to the head of Thomas. OC. It's all good. Locking it down.
That's another 4K for OC. He's truly ascending here. Considering how much flack this guy has gotten in this team, like this performance here in this series, it's gargantuan. It's a massive effort. Over their overpass, I know that it went overtime. He had 35 kills.
They were in a disadvantage. And OC, the main reason they hold on to this one. Look at the shot as well. Just perfect. Like I want
straight between the eyes.
Every time I'm watching these OC clips, the word I want to say is flawless. Like it's just, a miss or two, but around every time right now. 23-9. What a KD. What a performance. Must be close. And your question about, lifetime performances and best maps. He's had a couple back-to-back here against Into the Breach. And it's set Liquid up for the collection. Into the Breach have been pantsed here on their pick. That run, you said it was 10 in a row. It's only getting worse from here on out.
It might just be that clean finish, right?
Yeah.
It'd be a great way to secure that playoffs berth.
And to build confidence for your Anubis. Consistent CT rounds into a flawless T.
I guess you don't need Yakinda and Elige to rock up when OC's doing this.
Oh, he's so consistently finding those jewels, and he's got NAF in support. So they try and mix it up with some aggression.
Understandably so.
And it leads them empty-handed. Walking through mid, Alicia's already established a degree of control, not actively holding.
I love this position. Like, you can activate so late here. You know, your vault, once you clear that, you think, oh, okay, I'll worry about doors now. Alicia can poke out at any moment, and either way, they're through. And dead. A is open for business.
Yeah, it's open.
Fine dining here this evening for Liquid.
Might be quick for the close, though, as it's 14.
2 more, and they're going to take these guns away. NAF, this pressure, not letting them have any room to save on them. Timing, Thomas will stay alive, buys them space, and you could send 1 or 2 more players to hunt this out, and they are. Nitro already springing to action through rugs. Alicia's turned his attention top mid. OC coming as well. They want to take these rifles away. This hunt will ruin any hope that Into the Breach have of getting back into this game. That's quite the shot.
That is nice. And yeah, crucial second guessing his final position. Okay, well, Nitro's being flashed into T-spawn. Alicia's pushing up as well. There is very little ways out. He has to fight his way out here. And Nitro not allowing it for a second.
It's not very common, you know, that you're used to just being procedural in the corners in T-spawn. So some really nice shooting there from Nitro. And Naf and Yakinda combined with the 2 of them here. Catch that in the replay. Tidy stuff from the 2 of them there. And this is looking way too easy now. Into the breach. I think the writing's on the wall for them. Just 2 more rounds and they are done and dusted here for today's matchup. But again, we will reiterate. They get to play one last chance at a 2-2 matchup tomorrow. Opponent to be determined. Keep your eyes focused to Blast.tv for all the good stuff.
But we have to remind you that Liquid, after a very slow start, have managed to dig themselves back into playoff contention. Just 2 rounds is all it takes. And that Liquid horse will gallop all the way to the top 8. Thomas versus Elige, wasn't ready. Crosshairs are in the wrong place, and this aim duo, Elige and Yakinda, have again opened up. And it's a double. Previously we saw it on B, this time in middle, into the breach. They lose ground so quickly.
Yeah, and then the fights aren't hard for Liquid to find. The fights are coming to Liquid, right? A lot of the time they're pushing into it, and it's just peeling them apart right now. It's just peeling them apart. The North Americans watching this one going to be very happy with the performance that Liquid have put in here today. And since they've turned things around, because, yeah, you mentioned only a couple of days ago, what, 7? Maybe 6 days ago, everyone thought it was over. And this is actually important for the region. We don't know how things are going to function with the majors as far as CS2 is concerned. We know that the next major has already been announced for early next year. But at the moment, the way that it works, if you can get through towards that playoff stage, the champion stage, you give your region an extra spot as part of the qualification process. So it's actually really important for the Americas. And yeah, shrug of the shoulders, asking, hey boys, do we have anything? What are we going to throw their way? Is this it? Are we done? A Liquid about to 2-0 us here. Overpass, we fought hard, tooth and nail. Took them all the way to overtime. Showed some great counter-strikes, some good moments under pressure. Maybe they fizzled out.
I can't help but feel like one of the notes and takeaways from their successes, and you can see successes is definitely red from
what
the
a showing from OC.
24-9. And in a must-win game for Liquid, I mean must-win, but must-win in their mind for sure.
You don't want to go into tomorrow. Nope. We've already mentioned the names down there. NAVI, FaZe, right? We're either a G2 or Fnatic. Like, get it done now.
Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. Can they get the clean sweep sheet? It's going to be a brutal way to concede your pick. Cypher wants to try and at least get around on the board. They just passed each other. Oh, and loud about it. A horrible death. Good one back. Crucial at least takes Yakinda out of the equation, but that B site is only Ralen.
He's so committed as well.
And he's in the most forward position. He has to win an aim duel against these AKs with that FAMAS.
Is there a flash?
Crucial elsewhere, sure. Knows Elige's there, puts him on the floor, can't get away, has to stand and bang. Wow, Ralen. That is beautiful. It's only the FAMAS, but it's a triple kill, and he does put the first round on the board.
Yeah, have broken this streak finally. It was just round after round after rounds here for Liquid to get this. I think it was 13 straight. I think it was 13 rounds straight to get them up to 15. So Ralen finds his voice and shows it in the server. Really good shooting on the FAMAS here. Oh, headshots. That one's a pretty picture.
Even his teammates enjoyed watching that.
Cypher from the grave would have been watching along for that one. Well, still plenty of cash in the coffers here for Liquid.
Yeah, and Thomas, I was talking about mid being exploited. This boost has been effective, and he's dead again, just like that. This mid hold is... We've seen it
a sieve.
Evolve, yeah, but
pretty leaky.
Very brutal. And no fun for NAFLI. Rallen will get away with an equalizing frag, but mid is wide open. Vault. That'll
a
do it.
retake on the final round.
That'll do it. That'll do quite nicely. They have the site. They've got time to really get some solid post-plant positions. It's, of course, the last round. It should, into the breach, not have anything to say. They've been very particular about their clears. Don't want any funny business here. And now Liquid look to have secured this one. Yakinda perhaps caught out. That gives us something to talk about as Cypher gets one. Look at the angle, though. It's perfect from Elise, just as Rallen waits and starts to focus on the site. And so surely Liquid got this one locked on in. Cypher and Crucial. Light on time. They know where Elise is. They know where Nitro is.
Smoke on the bomb and a fuse.
Yeah, I guess. They can hope. They can hope and they can hold. They extend by another round. Good hold indeed. Off the back of this timeout. They've strung together too. And it's Crucial with impactful frags.
That felt like it should have been Liquid's. Like, it was a man advantage on the side. And they had to retake into A the hard way. As soon as the smoke lands on the bomb, Crucial able to pivot. Elise has to go. He has to go. It's not planned for him. Yeah, I'd be pretty frustrated with that one too if I was Nitro. That was the playoffs. That was the playoffs right there. All right, you got plenty more chances of that, but imagine Into the Breach start bringing it back now. 2 consecutive. Okay. What else do you got for us here?
Oh, they're just throwing caution to the wind now, and I love it. I love it. It's necessary. You've already called nothing really action on B. They will do the deep clear. Yakinda has lived there before. But okay, now you can start rotating your pieces into place. It's a lot of information. And Volt, he actually reacts to it with something in the shape of aggression.
Look how many players are here, though. It's the radar that you want to be looking at right now. There's essentially 4 players here for Into the Breach. Thomas isn't far away in mid. Crucial's in the site with the AWP.
Yeah, he's been Molotov'd out, though. And trying to burn all the way down. Does get away with a frag. Oh, Volt! He burns all the way down to 12 and then catches him off guard. They overlooked it. A gangster way to defend your site, to be honest, to be frank. And giving them the beans. Into the breach. When the margin for error is set to 0, they start to come alive. There was so much cash.
I still can't believe how long he stood in the fire for there, right? He didn't want to give up at all.
Even our observers were like, okay, so he's shot. I think he's just gone. He's
dead.
cooked, right? And then you come back and he's just got himself out of the flames in time.
Well managed.
Wow.
It is just going to be the save here from NAF and OC. Crucial
really cool.
Volt so low. Rallen almost half HP. Money for the buy available for Elysian Yakinda. Nitro, with the loss bonus, can get something here, but you're going to have to wait another round, Liquid. Not going to give the playoffs to you at all. You will have to earn this here today.
Those are the 2 bodies Volt managed to pick up, and it was after running from 100 all the way down to 12. So impactful play from the A-Anchor. Liquid have been throwing a lot of curveballs his way. This time it's him. Did he stabilize? He is that guy. For one. Liquid will have the AKs out again. We'll see this again. Look at this. Just flashed Molotov and leaves with 2. Catching Yakinda out. Not something you can say every round. But into the AWP on Crucial. I will keep tabs on this mid fight. It's worked so often. Nav's utility implies he's close B. Don't see that aggression this time out of the setup immediately.
It's one of those scary things if you're Cypher behind that smoke. As soon as you see the bullets coming, you just got to hope that it's not in your direction. So able to avoid any damage there as Thomas still being an issue in mid, but on the fade of the smoke, Cypher's hung around. He's committed now.
He has to. Oh, awkward. Still gets away with it.
And no drop down for the trade. Elysian isn't going to risk this. They flashed him. He has dropped back, and Cypher can give up control. Rallen's actually the one to dip on in and see if he can hold dark. So chopping and changing positions. Number disadvantage for Liquid now, but still plenty of time on the clock to work. No real map control, no presence towards A. The best you have is Elise just outside Dark. He didn't investigate middle because he was searching for that trade.
Yeah. Their read of the situation is right. It's on the money. Like mid or B, the most likely threats. It is going to be that B site. Can Crucial lay it down? A hard clear on that corner. Here's the scope. Will that lull them in? Cypher has been caught out. He was Temple side.
Ball's on Rallen. He might get a free kill onto Alicia.
Nitro just heard Volt rotating through. This is a lot of space that the captain's taking, as that's the only A player. This would be a horrible way for that final round to come through.
The bomb's coming through middle as... Oh.
Volt.
Coming noisy. Just so noisy. This is heard.
Yeah. He's going to have to hit some headshots. It's going to have to be real masterful. Not enough.
They've done it before.
They have to do it again. Rollen, he can be the flank. Nap, however, catches Thomas in rotation. Crucial rebuttal on the AWP. And now a 2-on-2 with all to play for. Rollen's rotating through B. He'll scoop up perhaps some utility. But is it in complete futility? OC, he's got 25 and this 26. Could be huge. It is. Rollen gone. Crucial to clutch to extend play, or Liquid to pick themselves up a ticket to the playoffs. On the bomb, back turned, and Nitro, he hasn't quite got it there. 16-9. That's lovely. Liquid securing the playoffs for the first time since 2019. A while ago now. You remember Berlin? Different team back then. Naf, Elige, Nitro, sure, but Twist and Stu, they're elsewhere. Finally, Liquid in the top 8 again.
There it is. They were, I actually made a comment and I said that their world was on fire during the challenges stage, but now their game's on fire. They are cool, they're calm, they're collected. And this looks like a lineup that is calculated enough to really take it to playoffs and do some damage. Liquid, the American dream lives on.
From everything we've seen so far in the Legend stage, I would agree with you. Liquid have played some fantastic Counter-Strike. They completely turned around that, you know, that disaster it was the first couple of days in the Challenger stage. We cannot forget the fact that they were 0-2 in Challenger. They lost a map to Fluxo. They were one map away from getting eliminated as an 0-3 team. And ever since that point, something happened within Team Liquid. They're playing much, much better. And let's be honest, they have probably been one of the strongest playing teams we have seen at this stage. Only losing to Heroic, who right now, at least in my book, are the favorites to win the entire tournament in a very close fashion. I think what Liquid have shown us, not only in this game, but in the entirety of the Legend stage, definitely deserves them inside the playoff.
Yes, and on the other side, into the Breach, they're still obviously going to have a chance. They played some decent Counter-Strike, at least on Overpass. Anubis definitely got away from them. They started showing some signs of life, but it was just too little too late. If they actually started the way that they were finishing there, I think this would have been a very competitive series. In some ways, actually, I feel like if the series started on Anubis, I feel like they would have had some momentum to work with. But yeah, we see that into the Breach just not getting it done here, despite the efforts of their Anubis and the fact that we highlighted a couple of their players being specialists on this map.
I wanted to make a joke about how they couldn't win because the Brits would be insufferable then, but that's not fair because the truth is Into the Breach has really shown what they've got at this major, and I think that there is a lot of hope for the future when you take a look at this lineup, Pimp.
I would agree, but I think Maui said it pretty well when we got into the game. We haven't seen them win a best of 3 against a big team yet, and it still begs the question, are they able to do that? They couldn't do it against a well-playing Team Liquid today. They have another shot tomorrow, so yes, far from over from Into the Breach, but it's still a very competitive team.
He popped off in the server, and now we get to chat to him live. Massive is with OC.
OC. This is Liquid's first playoffs appearance since 2019, and you were a catalyst. You were a deciding factor in this matchup to actually get you guys there. How does it feel right now to be you, OC?
It feels amazing, honestly. You know, being able to qualify for my first ever major playoffs. You know, I think we've made it to a lot of playoffs before and played pretty well on stage, but I think the major is just completely different. You know, it's a whole different feeling. Like everything's on the line. Everyone's putting their 120% in, so it feels really good. And I'm glad that I could show up for the team for the last series.
And talk about these feelings, because this is a different environment. You guys are going into the arena. Do you know what that's going to be like?
Yeah, we have, like I said, we've had some experience in the arena, but I think it's been a while since I mean, like I said, first time for me, and then for some of my teammates, first time in a while that they're on the stage at the major. So it's a really good feeling. I just hope that we come in prepared and play the same way that we have been during this Legend stage, and I think everything should be going well.
And throughout this match, you guys stayed prepared, you know? I mean, you had a 10-5 lead on Overpass, but then into the breach, clawed back. You guys got overtime. How did you guys stay level-headed? Who did you listen to? What was Nitro's calling like?
It wasn't really, I wouldn't say Nitro's calling. I think everyone had good calls. I think CT side more is like a team thing where we were calling what we think they're going to do and what setups we think are good. And yeah, we knew our CT side overpass was always really good and consistent. So even though they played pretty well on their CT side and shut us down a lot towards A, I think we all still had faith in our CT side. And as soon as we won pistol round, we were right back into it. So yeah.
And then we went into Anubis, which was into the breach's pick, which, funnily enough, that went much better for you than your own pick on Overpass. And then you made this really sick 2K through the smoke with a no-scope headshot. What was that about? Was that just intuition?
That's my inner pug coming outside, or coming out. So, but I didn't expect them to do a mid-rush that round. I knew their money was a little low, but it was just like a gamble I was going to go for, where I was going to peek middle towards like T-steps, but they actually started rushing as we smoked, so I just held my ground, just went for the no-scopes, and it worked out, I guess, so it was nice.
Yeah, and it was nice. And just kind of to round out things off, because I think people out there are thinking, how good are Into the Breach actually? They pushed you guys to the limit on the first map. You guys had a little bit more control in the second. How good were they on the server?
They honestly surprised me a lot. Like, whenever we were watching their demos back, it didn't seem like they had a lot of structure and seemed more of like people were going for like a lot of solo plays and stuff, and they can shoot for sure. And that game is especially, I think they were doing a lot more things together, and I think with a lot more structure, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do in the future.
Thank you so much for joining us, OC. Have a great day. That back to you guys on the desk.
I mean, OC might see them in the arena because they still are in this. They still have an opportunity into the breach. It's a steep hill, but they can climb it. Let's talk now about Liquid. They're going to the playoffs. This lineup looks strong. They've come into Legends, and I mean, the standout players, can we even call one player? I think there's quite a few that have really outperformed.
There's an obvious trio that's at the top right now for Liquid. NAF has been so consistent ever since that BO1 versus Apeks. He has not looked back. And then you've got OC performing like that, 1.5 rating in this matchup versus Into the Breach. And then Yakindar delivering on the entries and frequently on the calling. I haven't even had to say Elijah's name, but he frankly hasn't quite shown up yet to this one. But I think that everybody is actually being surprised by one more guy on this roster, Pimp.
The biggest difference for me is the man in the middle right here, Nitro. This is the best event, statistically speaking, he's had in 3.5 years. In more than 1,292 days, his 107 rating, which is, yes, I guess for some players not that high, but for Nitro, that is the highest rating he's had at a LAN event in 3 years and 6 months, since 2019 at the Blast Finals in Copenhagen. So the fact that the flaw of the team has been raised to a level where Elise is the weak link within Liquid, that's a good thing. If Nitro can keep us to his own in that regard, then that's a very, very good thing.
If Elige is the floor of Liquid, this team has championship aspirations.
Exactly.
If he's the worst performing player, if he just goes back to 90% of his normal level, then everybody has to worry about this team. So nobody's safe in the playoffs right now.
Captain America has defrosted. He's coming back. For me, this is an exciting one because Nitro and Elige are those two players. We spoke about them right at the start of the Blast TV major. They are two players that two of the greatest that have never won a major. And now, all of a sudden, there's a chance.
I think the win against Into the Breach today didn't really teach me anything about Team Liquid. I think I saw them play against Heroic yesterday where they came so close beating them. That third deciding map on Ancient that went back and forth, it was all the clutches. That was a game that could have swung the way of Team Liquid. Fair enough, Heroic ended up winning it, but that's what taught me the most about Team Liquid in this stage. They are a team that on a good day right now, I can see them beat pretty much any team in the world, and that's what excites me looking at Team Liquid heading into the playoff.
Yeah, and turning it to the legacy side of things, I mean, you have 3 guys on this roster in NAF, Nitro, and Elige, the only 3 people who have won a Grand Slam, but not a major. It is the trophy that has eluded them the most, despite the fact that they have quite a few S-tier trophies in their cabinet, and you know that they're going to be coming into those playoffs incredibly hungry.
I'm so excited. I cannot believe at the end of challenges, and I'm just going to say it now. I mean, I made some really harsh comments about Liquid. I was saying Yukinda's looking for a new team. OC needs to go. I have had to swallow all of my words. I am so wrong, and if they win the major, I'm going to feel like a fool. And they could. There's a very good chance they could.
Yeah, winning the major is one thing, but getting into the playoff, I think, in itself for Liquid is a great step in the right direction. I think had you asked them in the challenger stage, I think they would intend to agree with you. I think they played like a bunch of noobs, and I still can't forget the fact that they lost the first map against Floxo, who potentially has been the worst map in the entire... Sorry, the worst team in the entire major.
That was some bad CS outright.
That was horrendous.
Ugly.
It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
It was straight up embarrassing, and I think the players would agree with you. So I don't think they feel that you're being too harsh on them, but that's what you know ignites me and what makes me super excited about Team Liquid. The fact that they've been able to turn around that, the fact that they were able to look like a bunch of absolute noobs playing in the first week of the major, to now we're standing here talking about them as a contender to potentially going to the final. I think that is worth a lot of credit, and I think it's very impressive that they were able to make that turnaround.
The American dream lives on. I also know that there are a lot of UK Counter-Strike fans, and I know how much Into the Breach means to you. So we thought we would catch up with them to find out what's going through their heads right now.
Cypher, you guys have had a lot of success in the past 2 matches here, and now you're in the 2-2 bracket after a loss to Team Liquid. A lot of confidence going into the previous matchups, also this one. How do you feel right now, though?
Kind of devastated. We felt like we could have won our game, but I feel like we kind of lost it to ourselves. Overpass, we were just playing too solo in terms of like plays and stuff like this, you know. And Anubis, I don't know, we was winning around, but then we just adapted when we shouldn't adapt, and it was just a long day.
And let's start off, because you just mentioned Anubis, but let's start off what happened on Overpass. Team Liquid's map pick, you pushed them into overtime after being 5-10 behind on the first half. Why couldn't you guys close that out?
Again, I think we played too solo T side. I think our CT side is normally really good, and it was. You know, I think the only rounds we lost was pistol round and a 1v1. You know, pistol, force, and eco, and then we lost a 1v1. But T side, it was just we just played too solo when all we needed to do was play together, get the trades, execute on the site. You know, even if we knew we were coming, we would just went out the trades. But we didn't. We went for solo plays, including myself, and yeah.
And you mentioned these solo plays, and you didn't adapt properly. I talked to Thomas yesterday after the match, and he said your voice comms are mostly just like you don't understand yourselves. It's just blah, 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 and then something happens. Was it too much blah, blah, and too little of the tactical prowess that you guys are capable of?
I don't think it was any like comms like that. I think our comms are normally decent, right? It's just today, it was just like people going aggressive, like myself, and like I said, when all we need to do was just group up, you know, it was just like, it was too much like an individual prowess when they were shutting everything down individually, like early round and everything like that, they were shutting it down. So all we need to do was just group up, and some rounds we didn't. And I think if we did that early in the game, we would have won for sure.
And does that come down to, and now I'm just referring back to you guys not doing it, because it seems like you have a clear idea of what went wrong, but you didn't rectify it in time during the match. Is that down to your inexperience versus Team Liquid's experience in the big matches?
Yeah, I think for sure they can punish us harder than when we do mistakes, right? And I think we're used to playing against teams like FaZe who they don't know like how to respect our aggressiveness. What they do, they shut it down, and they're really good at like predicting when we're coming from and everything else. So yeah, I think the experience for sure helps a lot when it needs to.
But you're down, but not out right now. It's 2-2. Tomorrow is a new day. You still have a chance to get into the A-Core arena. What do you expect that you guys are going to be looking at tonight? Is it going to be just what you said? It's just about grouping up. It's just about adapting. Or do you have any specifics that you think is also planned for you?
I think those games, we just weren't playing ourselves. Like, I think our charisma, our hype, it just wasn't there. Like on Anubis, Overpass it was, but on Anubis, I think we just fell flat. So I think we just need to go back. We just need to just refresh ourselves, forget about today, because we didn't do that many mistakes really. It was just we were losing it to ourselves. So I think we just need to forget, move on, and we just full focus for next, and we just win out.
Into the Breach will be moving on to tomorrow. Behind me right now, though, one of those two teams are going home. We've got G2 up against Fnatic. They're in the final map, and it looks like Fnatic is in the lead. I am so conflicted because obviously the Nico major dream is alive and well, but also can you imagine Crims? Crims getting all the way through. I'll go mad.
Yes.
This has been an epic day. A couple of upsets. Let's take a look at the results from throughout today. What a fun time we're having. Well, what a fun time I'm having here at the Blast TV Major. This has been absolutely insane. FaZe by the skin of their teeth winning that one.
That's been easily the best BO3 of the entire major so far. FaZe squeaking out over BNE, BNE having a couple chances, I'm quite sure. At least they were on one match point there to take FaZe's major life away, which they did at Rio. And then you have some other upsets on top of that. NIP over ENCE was a bit of a surprise for most of us. It was a pretty even bout, but I think that NIP showed they were a cut above, and Monte, they made NAVI look bad.
Talk about upset, yeah. Monte destroying NAVI, not only winning the game 2-0, but murdering them on Nuke, the second map. That was a big surprise. And then, as you said, yeah, G2 currently playing behind us right now. They're down 11-12, I believe. Final deciding map. There's a world where Nico doesn't make it to the playoff. It's a scary time to be alive, let's be honest.
Let's take a look at the eliminated teams so far. These are the teams we've had to say goodbye to here in the Legends. It's either going to be Fnatic or G2 that we're going to blank out very soon, but I did not expect ENCE to go. I actually thought ENCE looked strong enough to make a good run.
I think that has actually been the biggest disappointment of the day for me. I had a feeling that NAVI could bottle it against Monte, but the fashion ENCE lost to against NIP, it didn't sit well with me. I think ENCE looked very, very strong in the Challenger. I think they started off well in the first best of one against BNE as well, and then they lose 3 games in a row, and out of nowhere, they're out of the tournament, and we're left with a feeling that, was that it? You know, were you not that good as you showed us at the Challenger stage? So I think for me, ENCE is right now, out of all the teams that didn't make it, probably the biggest disappointment.
And now we're moving on to the teams that we get to see in the A-Core Arena, Maui, and there's some good names here. We're starting to stack this up. I think it's going to be exciting.
It's looking pretty good already. You've got a couple heavy hitters there in Vitality and Heroic. I think most people thought that those two teams were going to make it through as a certain thing. Monte being one of those underdogs. We believed in them in the Challenger stage. We thought it was very likely that they were going to make it to this Legend stage, but actually getting over into the playoffs already, that is some impressive stuff. And then Liquid, yes, we have talked about the fact that they were able to look so good in this Legend stage, but it's the first time since Star Ladder Berlin 2019 that they are in the top 8 of a major, and they're looking as hot as ever.
And we can't forget the fact that we have Apeks taking on GamerLegion after the G2 game as well, which will be undoubtedly another surprise team heading into the playoff. Either Apeks or GamerLegion will be part of the 8 teams playing at the major playoff, and I don't think anyone would have expected that coming into the tournament.
Still so much Counter-Strike to play today. Let's take a look at our predictions from the A stream that some of our talent had. I did not want to see this. This has been a bad time for all of us. I didn't get a single one right.
Well,
sucks to suck.
Yeah,
well, watch yourself tomorrow.
I mean, look at though across the board how we really had so much faith in ENCE, so much faith in NAVI, and going to the other people. Oh wow, Mads put NIP.
I feel like he's trolling. I feel like he's trolling his way to a victory.
A little bit of nip magic, but is he on top? I think he's on top.
He's
right
on
now.
top, yeah.
Yeah, good for Massive.
Did no one put their money behind Monte? Not a single one of us.
I wanted to, and it's easy to say now, but I think I said it on the desk as well, that I had a feeling that NAVI could bottle it against Monte, but I was also thinking to myself, bottling it against Monte, that means that NAVI lose a map. Surely they won't lose the game, but the way Monte just destroyed NAVI, that was hella surprising.
3 more best of 3s tomorrow, and we will know which teams will be making it through to the A-Core Arena. But there's still Counter-Strike happening on the B stream right now. You need to go find out if Fnatic is about to knock G2 out of the Blast TV Paris Major. There's a game straight after that, and of course, here on the A stream, the moment all the CSGO is done, we will have the overtime show so you can recap on everything that's happened. Maui will be there for you as well to keep you up to date. It's been insane, and tomorrow it's gonna be absolute madness. I hope that you're ready for it. We're gonna go watch the Counter-Strike. We'll see you tomorrow.
are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's going to be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena and the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legends stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks want that legend spot, and it's Nico to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols.
Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Hauzok's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it.
Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's going to hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is going to be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerpen in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly.
If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Aramite, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Hootsie. First grand final like Monte. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
Well, all of a sudden, 2 go down, and Monte's lost his support.
This was the event where I won my first arena match, and then I win the trophy as well. That's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight. But obviously, I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time, give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in 2 places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major. That's the goal of any player of this game. It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
It's the last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you, okay, I've had a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience, and I was behind the stage. Yeah. He's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over, and the security guards just went in front of me, and he wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers, and Refresh goes to the bathroom, and we are sitting the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back, and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people, we were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real, you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're stoned, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Down. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Good fucking beat them! Never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sorry, everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
Now, you know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then two way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were like roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. It's just a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move back closer. Yeah. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So,
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light. If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the 2 first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people, because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launder Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now,
yeah.
And on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch it, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cole Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then yeah, everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op,
yeah,
but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, yeah, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well in the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skadoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
Sideways, already a legend of the game, is so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just Matthew Ebo.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris, alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America, was over-peaking, re-peaking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cock Your Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, I don't know, 6, 7 cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly LANs. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, Cock Your Crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about Dupree being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable, because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major.
I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olze, or I want to be like all of Mesa. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do in my career. Immediately the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
Let's go!
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's going to be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena at the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legends stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks want that legend spot, and it's Nico to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols.
Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Hauserk's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it.
Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's going to hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greg.
Put forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is going to be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into
2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in two places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
It's the last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where I've had a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was behind the stage. Yeah. And he's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over and the security guards just went in front of me and he wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people. We were standing so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're stoned, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stoned. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Go and fucking beat them! They're the major! Go!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
Oh, you know, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys and me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
hey, you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had
the
most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. This is a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move back closer. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We are all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launders Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, from one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch here, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skadoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. Is so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just Matthew Ebo.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America was over-peaking, re-peaking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peak and re-peak again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cockyo Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, I don't know, 6, 7 Cocktails.
Okay.
So.
You drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, must have been some smelly LANs. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, Cocktail Crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about Dupree being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major. I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olseo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is like, would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do like in my career. Immediately the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know like what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. Like, it's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
Let's go!
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really, really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines, and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's gonna be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena and the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legends stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks want that legend spot, and it's Stiko to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols. Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Hauserk's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it. Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's gonna hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is gonna be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerp in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In RMI, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Hootsie. First grand final like Monte. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
It means the world to me. This was the event where I won my first arena match, and then I win the trophy as well. That's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight. But obviously, I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time. Give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in two places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
The last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you okay, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. He's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over and the security guards just like went in front of me and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people, we were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're stoned, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stan. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stan, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Good fucking beat them! They won major! Go!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
Now, you know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. It was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. This is a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move
back.
closer. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We are all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launders Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the AWP right now, and I'm on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing AWP was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch here, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the AWP and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skadoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. He's so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
For me, I'm just Matthew Ebo.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America was over-peaking, re-peaking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cock Your Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, I don't know, 6, 7 cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly lands. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, cock your crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about Dupree being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship.
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major.
I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olseo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is like, would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do like in my career. Immediately the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know like what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. Like, it's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines, and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's going to be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena and the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legends stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks won that legend spot, and it's Stiko to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols.
Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Hauserk's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it.
Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's gonna hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is gonna be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerp in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they're also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Arama, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Hoopsie. First grand final like Monte. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
It means the world to me. This was the event where I won my first arena match, and then I win the trophy as well. That's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight. But obviously, I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time. Give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in two places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major. That's the goal of any player of this game. It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
The last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you okay, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. He's like, come over here, launders. And I walked over and the security guards just like went in front of me and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people, we were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real, you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're Stavn, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stavn. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stavn, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Can't fucking beat them! Never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
Now, you know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
hey, you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. This is a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just
you
move
back.
closer. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people, because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launder Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch you, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skedoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. He's so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just much able.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the Do Not Peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written Do Not Peek because that was our biggest problem in North America, was over-peeking, re-peeking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cock Your Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
A CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drank, I don't know, 6, 7 cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly lands. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, cock your crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about Dupree being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable, because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major.
I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olseo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is like, would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do like in my career. Immediately the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know like what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. Like, it's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle thing in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really, really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's going to be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena at the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the legend stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks won that legend spot, and it's Stico to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols. Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Halzok's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it. Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's gonna hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is gonna be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerp in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In RMI, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Oopsie. First grand final like Monte. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
It means the world to me. This was the event where I won my first arena match, and then I win the trophy as well. That's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight. But obviously, I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time, give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in two places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major. That's the goal of any player of this game. It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
The last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you okay, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. And he's like, come over here, launders. And I walked over and the security guards just like went in front of me and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people, we were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real, you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're Stavn, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stavn. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stavn, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Kan fucking vise dem! Det var major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
Now, you know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
hey, you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. It's just a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just
you
move
back.
closer. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people, because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launder Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, from one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch here, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skedoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? dupreeh, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. He's so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just Matthew Ebo.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris, alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much outplayed. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America, was over-peaking, re-peaking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cockyo Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
A CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drank, I don't know, 6, 7 Cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match. So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly lands. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, Cocktail Crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about dupreeh being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major.
I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olseo. I want to be like all of Mesa. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is like, would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do, like in my career. Immediately, the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know like what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. Like, it's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will planted in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines, and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's going to be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena and the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legend stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done. R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks want that legend spot, and it's Stiko to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols.
Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Hauserk's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it.
Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's gonna hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is gonna be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerpen in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly. If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Aramite, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything for me. I'm fucking ready.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Hootsie. First grand final like Monte. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
It means the world to me. This was the event where I won my first arena match, and then I win the trophy as well. That's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight. But obviously, I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time, give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking of the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in two places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
It's the last CSGO major. The pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you okay, I've had like a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was like behind the stage. Yeah. And he's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over and the security guards just like went in front of me and he like wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just like waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people, we were standing like so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're Stavn, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stavn. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stavn, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Great fucking beat them! Never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sure, yeah. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
Oh, you know, like, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Like, calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay. Who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know. We were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys in me and Roy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
hey, you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like, if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and, you know, his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were, like, roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. It was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had
foods?
the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. It's just a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move
back.
closer.
Yeah.
And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memories from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is The Launder Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first, I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch you, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well on the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skedoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? dupreeh, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. Is so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just Matthew Ebo.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris, alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America, was over-peaking, re-peaking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cockyo Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, I don't know, 6, 7 Cogyos.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly lands. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, Cockyo Crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about dupreeh being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major.
I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olseo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is like, would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do, like in my career. Immediately, the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions!
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know like what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. Like, it's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines, and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's going to be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena and the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legends stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done! R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer.
The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks want that legend spot, and it's Stiko to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols. Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Halzok's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it. Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's gonna hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is gonna be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerpen in Belgium. Like when we played the quarterfinal against NAVI, we were actually kind of surprised with the greeting we had from the crowd, where like, of course we were expecting them to cheer more for NAVI, but they were kind of rough against us. And we were kind of surprised because we didn't find out until the introduction with the videos of the players and stuff, you know? So when we were about to walk in, we could hear, okay, damn, they are not just cheering for NAVI, they are also against us, a lot of them. I just gather in all that kind of energy and all those kind of vibes, and I bring them to the team. So that's why when we did the entrance, it was like, you know, let me hear more. And there's also like this kind of famous photo where after I do the 1-against-2 against them on Inferno, where I think we reach map point or something, I'm like, come on, give me more. But that's not like maybe what you would always associate as a Cadian celebration, or, you know, maybe you would expect to stand up and scream and go crazy. But that game, for example, was a game where I knew it was more about just closing out on the outside environment, focusing on my team and us. I think that worked out perfectly.
Leaving with the last major title.
Everything can go wrong quickly.
If we lose this game, everybody's going home.
This is your one last chance.
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
In Aramite, it's even more crazy. You need to get ready for everything. I wake up every morning to win, I work to win, and I live to win. It would mean everything to me. I'm fucking ready.
So we've actually got the interview that you did with Banks after the win at the World Final.
Hootsie. First grand final like Monte. First tier 1 event where you grab yourself the trophy. What does this mean to you?
It means the world to me. This was the event where I won my first arena match, and then I win the trophy as well. That's pretty perfect. And well, I think it's obvious what I'm going to say next. I'm not going to stand here being crybaby because I've been crying for a week straight. But obviously, I would wish that my father could see that I actually accomplished something. I think he would be proud of me for once, and I don't know.
I think we're all very proud of you. Guys, one last time, Give it up for your Blast Premier World Final 2022 champions, G2!
I think I cried. I was casting. The only thing I could think is I just kept thinking the word bittersweet. After some time now, could you break down what this moment was like?
I can say that I don't have any tattoos. And for the first time in my life, I considered getting a tattoo of a roller coaster because that was how that year felt for me. And this was obviously one of the biggest spikes of the roller coaster for sure, both up and down. It was definitely bittersweet, yeah. That's a good word to put on it.
Was it hard to enjoy the moment just for what it was? Was your mind in two places at once?
Yes, for sure. I was walking down the stairs, like after we won and we were going to the trophy, and already there I thought about my dad, and I feel lucky that I haven't lost anyone that I love before this. You just kind of get reminded that there's something bigger and more important than CS, which I kind of forgot. It was definitely not easy to enjoy.
It means everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
The last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history.
Honestly, great conversations today. Do you have anything where you, okay, I've had a fan I met in Hong Kong, and the funniest moment was he was in the audience and I was behind the stage. Yeah. He's like, "Come over here, launders." And I walked over and the security guards just went in front of me and he wants to let me through. And I just see him standing in front of me and just does the splits. Do you have any funny fan moments where someone was a little bit too excited?
I mean, I once made a fake fan to impress Steven. So we were out having beers and Refresh goes to the bathroom and we are sitting, the 4 or 5 others. And then we come back and I'm telling him, no, Eli, you just missed out. There was these people, they were so happy to see us. The player they liked the most was you. They were like, where is he? I said, no, he's coming back from the bathroom soon. You can wait. And I said, nah, they don't want to bother him. I'll bring you to them, you know? And he's like, nah. He was kind of feeling like something was maybe a bit sketchy, you know? Yeah. Then we walk outside and I'm just waving to some random people sitting on a bench. I'm like, I walked him to the people, we were standing so close to them, and we were just looking at them, and they were looking at us. And then I just walked back, and he was just standing there. I was like, Then the same evening, I go to the bathroom. There's this random girl. I tell her, yo, listen, I'm playing this video game for a living. I have this friend in here who he thinks he's the real you know. So if you could go to him and say, can I have a photo with you?
Yeah.
She was like, okay, I'll do it. We sat down, and we were already talking to some girls. Then she comes over and she's like, you're stoned, right? Oh, no. And he's like, yes. Can I please have a photo with you? I'm a big fan. Yes, of course. And he was so happy. And then the girls who were sitting next to him like, is he famous? I want a photo too. So now everyone wanted a photo with Stoned. And he didn't realize until the night was over that it was all set up.
Heroic looked like still one of the most dangerous teams.
What motivates me is just the feeling of unfinished business.
This team of youngsters are hungry.
Me and Stout, we played together for soon 4 years. He's been twice named as one of the 20 best players in the world.
Heroic are just so fucking cool.
They are playing much more aggressive. It's all calculated.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title. Nobody's gonna come take that away from you. Nobody's gonna say they ever won the last one. You fucking did it. Anyone we draw is gonna be feeling way worse than we are drawing them. Can't fucking beat them! Never was major!
There's no question, this is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for the last 10 years.
I feel like the word era is a bit overused. I think Astralis had a real era,
okay,
for example.
Sorry, everyone's trying to figure out, is this the era now? Is this the era now?
You know, it's like everybody's getting called legend nowadays as well. Calm down, dude.
You are a legend, Hooksy.
No, I'm definitely not a legend yet, that's for sure.
Okay, who's the oddest teammate that you've ever played with?
I don't know, we were just an odd group in
the Flames?
Copenhagen Flames. A bunch of young kids and then 2 way too old guys and me and Roy. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So
you played with Roy.
He's weird in some ways. Like if he sees a banana, he will scream and run, and you know his whole smiley thing on Twitter.
At the Rio Major, we were like roasting him about it because they did the content piece with Paula. That was so funny to learn about his food aversion to fruits and vegetables. Could you explain that in detail, the moment that you learned about Roy's
I think I had the most typical reaction that anybody would have. It's not that he doesn't like fruit, he literally is almost afraid of it. Like when somebody's sitting next to him and eating a banana, he's like moving away or asking you to put it away or something. This is a weird thing, but...
So do you have to worry about when you bring out fruits if you're with him at practice?
No, it's not like that. When you figure it out, you start bullying him instead with it. You're not worrying at all. Like you just you move back closer. Yeah. And then the natural reaction would be, what about apples? What about strawberry? You just keep going through the list. So
who else was weird on the team?
We're all weird in a way.
Winning a major is the ultimate dream. And to some, it will only ever be a dream. So how does winning a major define your career? For some, it's the confirmation of decades of efforts. For some, it's the vindication of an idea, a philosophy, a vision. And for some, it's a way to propel yourself under the light.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
It's like a dream for most players to be able to say they have won a major.
It's really hard to win such a prestigious tournament.
I think without winning a major, you can still have an impressive career, but there will always be a debate. There will always be people questioning and wondering, but why didn't they win a major? Everybody wants to live with the feeling that they proved it at the highest level.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed. I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it, because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
It finally happens!
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one, but I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, Get Right, think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO. He is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as why he is such an important person in the space.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was.
It's so magical that you capture a snapshot in history. I will always remember the legendary years of the majors.
What's going on, Blast TV? They finally gave me my own show, so let's make it good. I've flown in Counter-Strike gods from all over the world to come and be grilled by me on their past, present, and future. We've got interviews, great moments, and finally, all new gauntlet map made to test the skills of our upcoming guests. Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is is the Launder Show. So Dupree, amazing to talk to you so far, and I want to talk to you more, but first I'd like to go and watch some clips, and then we can continue this conversation. I want to see if we can jog your memory here, so we get the clip from the demo itself, but you already recognize it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, one thing is from the skin. One is that I'm playing the op right now, and on the T side, so it's me main opping and it's against SK. And the reason why I was playing op was that the device was sidelined because of personal reasons. Yeah, it was just crazy. I'm in a situation where I need to clutch it, and I start spamming the smoke, and I just remember the crowd going crazy. Cold Sure runs through, and I just like la 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 la, and then everything just went crazy.
You were kind of forced to op, but then you continued opping, of course, and you had a great tournament.
This tournament, I had a really good tournament here, and then I thought, so easy opping. We went to a major at once. We had a discussion within the team. Device actually felt like playing a little bit of rifle. I was like, sure, I've been doing pretty well in the op and this tournament, so I'm just going to continue. I think I had a really bad first game. Then I had a really good second game. And then things started to get crucial because it was the old system where you would, it was only best of ones all the way through. I remember I think we were playing against Cloud9. The old Cloud9 that was Skadoodle and Automatic and Tarek and whatever it was. And what happened is that I tell Device in the middle of a game where I'm not hitting it, I'm doing it. I was like, Nikolai, we're going to swap back. And he's like, okay. And we made the swap mid-game.
Mid-game?
Yeah, mid-game.
He gave him the op.
Yeah, I was like, take the op back. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
And we just decided to go back to the old thing. So I started rifling and he started playing op.
Where do you begin with Vitality? Dupree, Magisk, Zonic, they are in the history books.
I was already a legend of the game. Is so good.
You are arguably one of the best players in the world.
Because for me, I'm just Matthew Ebo.
It would be a crime to not have him in Paris, alongside Apeks, one of the most tenured French players that Counter-Strike has to offer.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Everything you have prepared for was pretty much out of play. Of course there's going to be pressure.
I don't like to be bored during the game, so I want action. I'm fucking ready.
If you win here, it's going to be life-changing.
In North America, we had a thing called the do not peek bat. You know, it's a baseball bat. It was written do not peek because that was our biggest problem in North America was over-peaking, re-peaking. And then that guy would walk up and down the aisles of the LAN behind their team to make sure that no one would peek and re-peek again. Did you guys have anything theatrical like that at the Danish local LANs?
We have a thing called Cockyo Crash chocolate milk.
Oh, yes. I love that stuff. I get it at the Netto all the time.
Pretty good, yeah. It's a competition. You have to drink it as fast as possible.
Did the handball players do that too?
I don't think so. It's a CSGO thing.
CSGO thing.
And then you see all those guys at the LAN events. I didn't compete in that, but a lot of people did in Denmark for those LANs. That's a pretty big thing, I think. Then you go through, and if you're gonna win the competition, you have probably drinked, I don't know, 6, 7 Cocktails.
Okay.
So
you drink that as fast as you can, and then you try to win the match? So hopefully you're not lactose intolerant.
No.
Oh, it must have been some smelly lands. Well, 2 competitions going on at once. It explains how come Denmark got so good at competing.
Yeah, Cocktail Crash.
Yes, exactly.
I think there are 2 types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about Dupree being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship!
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning a major. I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olze, or I want to be like all of MACE. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is like would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do like in my career. Immediately, the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston Major.
Cloud9, the E-League Major champions.
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know like what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. Like, it's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
Let's go!
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
The city of love and lights, fashion, food, and now frags. The trigger will plant it in 2 major titles, forging icons across generations, now concludes their legacy with the final ever CSGO major.
It doesn't get any bigger than this. This is what we've all been waiting for.
I'm really excited as well. I think a lot of the teams are excited as well. So many storylines, and one of the most open majors we're heading into as well. There's no clear favorite, no clear-cut team. It's gonna be amazing.
There's a lot to play for. There's a lot to lose.
Challengers hungry to become legends and make it all the way to the Champions Arena at the Blast TV Paris Major. Nico's last chance to claim a major trophy, and that road begins here.
One of the favorites coming into the major, without a doubt. You look at the players, you look at the names, you look at the quality on the server.
Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. One man doing it all. Legend stage locked in. This was not a question. This was dominantly done.
ENCE is a team that I think a lot of people are putting to make it through. With the addition of Nerds, they have turned a new page. This team has been on the rise lately.
D-Hub boxed in, and now they know the position of Nerds. 3-on-1. Oh, he transfers over. Nerds delivers.
ENCE are at the Legends stage.
Hearts crushed and legends crowned. Paris certainly romantic for some, but ultimately concluded in tragedy. Fluxo and Mouse left with only feelings of regret as the first 2 teams end their roads in elimination. One last chance at survival and one more series to determine simply who will be keeping their heads above water.
I'm going to need them to prove it to me. Kerrigan said himself, he doesn't know if he's going to get many more chances like this.
But then the dinks come out from Rops. Brokey comes up to close this. Done. R4's in this one. Another set of legends steps forward in the top 16 of Paris.
NIP, a team that is trending upwards. I think the level they showed us on the server was also decent.
Config with the closer. The job's done for the Ninjas. With 3 wins into Legends, they've been sent.
I think experience is kind of a theme that's behind Apeks. It's almost a story of redemption for these players to fight for the right to actually stay relevant at the very top.
3 more kills, make it 2. Apeks want that legend spot, and it's Stiko to take them there. Locked in.
OG failing to make it through. So disappointing to see them crumbling.
A valiant attempt for the Mongols. Their time in the sun is over.
This is it for Hauserk's first major. It comes to a close, and the rest of Complexity as well.
Do or die, fight or flight. No second chances today in Paris, as 6 teams will unfortunately become 3.
None of them have ever made it to the Legend stage before. Today, that will change for one of these teams, and they will make history and become the first of either team to make to the Legends.
GamerLegion, 2 kills away. Acor, his aim's got to be true, and he nails the shot. GamerLegion have done it. Legends, finally.
Today is the test that I had been waiting for Monte.
These guys are grinding online, and it's showing.
But here he comes. Some Die Young flanks all the way as they will reach the Legend stage.
I think for Liquid, that was already decided the day they won the second map against Fluxo. This was the moment where Liquid stayed alive.
OC does deny, and it's running out of time. Liquid, they do survive back to back to back, best of 3s.
Heartbreak for Forza, so close, and they let it slip, and it's going to hurt.
Pain, devastation.
I don't think Zevi ever left Nuke behind. I think it was part of the reason why Pain just couldn't do it.
We say goodbye to Greyhound.
They put their best foot forward in playing to win and not just playing it safe.
We have all of the teams that are going through to the Legend stage. This will be the last teams to go through to a Legend stage in a CSGO major.
The fact that some of the names that were already waiting make it quite an open situation. It's not a clear-cut case of who are the 8 teams we'll have in the playoffs.
Holy hell, this is going to be one hell of a stage. The last CSGO major, I cannot wait. The Legend stage for the Blast TV Paris major commences.
Do you have to divvy up your energy when you come into a tournament and think about it the same way?
If you, for example, you talked about the major in Antwerp in Belgium, like when we played.
What's going on, party people? Everybody at home watching on Blast TV and 4K with no ads. We are here for your favorite late night talk show with Maui Snake as usual. He's so good we invited him back. And can I say the GOAT? Shuhei! Congratulations, man.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm going to get this out of the way right now. The worst question that everyone wants to know the answer to, how are you feeling?
It's indescribable. I mean, when we reached Legends, I said I will never forget that moment. But now reaching champion stage is just, it's crazy. It's a lot to take in just in a few minutes.
A lot of people don't know your story, and I've said it, we talked about it so much on the cast, obviously. We know Shuhei from the We Play Academy League. Maui was on the desk there. We casted a lot of it. Shuhei won 4 times the We Play Academy League, cleaned up in his division, kind of got left behind on Maus, and decided to jump right to GamerLegion, almost right after your contract expired. I wanted to ask, if we want to just go back there for a second, were you, what was your thought there? And, you know, were you just disappointed about the fact of not getting a call up? And were you thinking about holding out for some kind of tier 1 offer like some of your teammates got?
Not really. I think as soon as we were winning, and I just felt that I was ready to move on. And I wanted something, just a new experience to build on. You know, I worked as an amateur at the beginning. Then I went to the academy team. And now next step was, you know, tier 2. And then moving on to tier 1. So that's exactly my goal. Like, I just wanted to not really join a developed team instantly. I wanted to prove myself first and try what I can and keep up the progress that I was making all the time. And that's exactly what I was aiming for, and it happened perfectly. I joined a team that was full of potential, and it's actually exactly what we're doing right now.
I'm always curious with in-game leaders kind of about the lineage, like how you came to have all the ideas, the style, the philosophy of calling that you're implementing. Where do you think that stems from? Who was maybe the first person that really set you on this path?
It was for sure Carrigan. When I started off, I was only watching him. He was my idol. He still is. It's crazy what he has achieved, and I always look up to him. Huge respect to him, and I don't really try to focus and base my game around other players. I look at myself and how I can adapt to the team that I have, to the players I have, and how can I use my own play style to make it good around my players. And that's something we focus on a lot, and I've been building that up since I was on NXT as soon as I became an AGL, and it's working so far.
How would you characterize your own style?
I think very aggressive and explosive, you could say. A lot of chaos, you could say, as well. But it's something I'm working on, and yeah, you have to have some sort of structure and a good system in the team, and we're working on that all the time with me.
You're a player who, with all these LAN championships, you know, they're not tier 1 LANs, but you were cleaning up at your level. And I wanted to ask, in the We Play Academy League, lots of great teams, lots of great players, but it's a step up to play at a challenger stage or a legend stage of a major, of course. Does it help to have those LAN victories to be able to see the finish line in tournaments like this?
Yeah, for sure. Just like in Academy team we were winning, the same comes for here. And whenever you're winning here, it gives a little bit more motivation because you know you're not limited to, you know, now we're playing at the major, right? In the Academy team I was not able to do that. So once you're winning at this stage, you look further into the future and you know there's much more ahead of you when considering the Academy team limit. But yeah, for sure.
Can you talk a little bit about your teammates? Because, you know, we've got your story, we've got Akor's story, we know everything about it. We got Kiaz in the background throwing up the peace sign. With Kiaz, IM, the rest of your roster, what should we know about them? You know, why should we stop talking so much about Akor and Shuhei and start talking about the rest of your teammates?
All of them are amazing. That's why we are here today. We said before we came here that we're coming here as a team and we're going to leave as a team no matter what. And each individual in this team has proved themselves so much. And I see a lot of praises going to one individual in the team. But shout out to everyone else on the team, and they truly deserve it from everyone. They've put up a tremendous amount of work, working behind the scenes since this roster began.
Mm-hmm. How did you find them?
They found me.
Oh, right, but they were all together before you joined the roster?
Yeah, most of them.
And then did you replace the IGL? Excuse me for not knowing the history, but did you come in, instantly replace the IGL in his role?
Yes, yes. They were going through a rebuild time, and yeah, they added 3 more players. I was one of them, and we worked from there. And before joining, one thing I always look at is the chemistry. You know, I want to join a team that has fun with each other. I don't want to join a team that's only there for work. I like whenever you spend time after practice, before practice, joining TeamSpeak earlier, later, leaving really late. Like, you know, that's exactly what we're looking for in a working environment. I don't want to just be there as if I'm in jail, you know? So, yeah, all of these factors, these guys tick off. They're amazing in game. They all step up whenever they need, and it's just amazing to have them on the team, honestly.
Could you speak about Imma? Is that how you pronounce his name, by the way? IM? We've been doing IM and Imma. So, okay, first of all, clarification on pronunciation.
Good question, because I don't even know myself at this point. I think it's Imma. Yeah.
Okay, but, well, for Imma, the man whose name is spelled IM, tell us about him, because he's been a guy that's really caught my attention, just the way that he rifles, his decision-making, just seemingly making a lot of the right choices.
He's crazy. We worked a lot together because of the roles in game. We need to work a lot together. At the beginning, it was not easy because he has a different style to me. He has maybe a little bit different point of view on the game as me. But we came to such a common ground that now we understand us or each other so well that we believe and trust in each other, and we built it as the roster developed. He's what can I say? He's a crazy player. He's amazing in game, good teammate. He's always wanting to win. putting in the hours. He's a very dedicated person as well to the team. Like, sometimes frustrations come whenever you're losing, right? But it's not because you're annoyed at someone else. It's because you want to win. And it's exactly what you see in that person. He's so dedicated to winning that you just see it on the server and see it outside of the game as well.
This is a qualification match to get to Legend stage, and to lose this game for you or Apeks could be the end of the run. Tomorrow's game could be incredibly difficult. Nothing is guaranteed. And you could see that on Apeks' faces. Watching G2 crumble earlier versus Fnatic, and then watching you play against Apeks, it was day and night. I want to ask you, were you nervous? Because it didn't look like it at all. And it felt, in fact, that Apeks were the one who I thought would play a lot closer, but felt like they were really feeling the pressure.
Yeah, like I said to my coach, the first day we played here, we progressed every single day for moving forward. And it just felt like, because we were here so long now, and we played basically every day, that this is becoming like a habit or a routine. And we don't really feel, obviously we feel the pressure and the stress and nerves, obviously it's every time. But we use it, I don't know how to say it, going on each day forward, we used the exact same routines or the exact same mental states that we had the day before. And we knew that once we were improving every day, we just go into the next day the same exact mindset. And yeah, moving forward, like it's champion stage beginning now, we're just going to use the same exact thing.
Can you speak on the kind of idea, I guess? Well, we've seen, I'll put it out there like this. Basically, coming into this tournament, Monte and Nine had just a ton of maps played in online cups. I'm sure you guys are grinding a lot of online tournaments as well. Monte did as much as even played on the day off a match in ESL Challenger League or something. What's your opinion on just getting that many officials in? Because it seems like that's the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 practice routines, that the Tier 2 teams are just slogging it out, playing every damn day.
Yeah, I mean, it's been like this for a very long time. The Tier 2 teams just have to go the hard way. Maybe not the hard way, but, they have to grind their way up. And in some way it's fair, and maybe sometimes it's not, but I think it's good that they have an opportunity to grind up and to actually prove themselves before they reach the Tier 1. Because, if you instantly just move into Tier 1, it's nothing. You haven't really shown your development. And I don't know, it's a positive thing that you get to play and have a lot of opportunities online. It does become a little bit stressful and overwhelming after some time. But it's not something I would complain about. I mean, I just play them and yeah.
What's your comments on, it's no secret that like in the last major, at this major, it's more upsets than ever. And at first people are like, oh, best of ones, but it's the best of threes as well. The Tier 1 teams who are established, they play a lot less maps, but they play more LAN maps. They have expensive players, superstar rosters. They're failing to win their games that they're favored in by huge amounts of ranks. And they should be the teams you would think that would be the best under pressure, because they have to play in front of the biggest crowds and on the biggest stages. So what is your perspective and commentary on that whole situation? Do you see it the same way, that they should win their games, that they should be better under pressure? What do you think is going on?
Could I just add one thing to this? It's because also you've been the favorites before. Like when you were playing on Mouse NXT, you were obviously the favorites every time. So I feel like you've experienced both sides of this.
Yeah, I don't think it's, now it's a little bit different with Tier 1 teams, because I don't think they're as expected to win as they were before. And it's mostly because I think Tier 2 has just become so strong and so developed to the point where whenever they are playing against a Tier 1 team, it comes down to the most smallest things ever. It's just, now it used to be that experience was a huge thing. Now it's like the minimum amount of experience you have, that's the exact advantage that the Tier 1 team has. And every Tier 2 team, they can shoot, they're on a good level. I mean, they're proving it all the time. And like I said, it all just comes down to the smallest thing. It used to be a much bigger margin because Tier 2 was not as developed back then. But now you could see that they're all very close to each other, and the mistakes that are happening are not as obvious as they used to be.
With a solidified map pool and one map getting rotated out every so often, and teams getting really good at learning the new map extremely quickly, one of the narratives that I'm pushing, that I want to get your perspective on, is that Counter-Strike 2 couldn't have come at a better time, because the ceiling of the game is starting to be reached by a lot of teams that are working very hard, but there's just a lot more, and there's less of a gap now. There's less chances for a team to have dominance in an era, and I think that speaks more to how difficult the game is, more than how